You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 Live. We're tracking Hurricane Beryl, which is making its final approach to the Windward Islands this early morning. We wanted to get up bright and early to make sure that we cover this properly. And here we are, just after 4 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, and we are expecting this storm to be passing through those islands, making its closest pass to Tobago. Probably in just a few hours. The distance to land is about 118 kilometers, and for the St Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, we could be looking at it landfall and moving through those islands probably at around 9 or 10 a.m. So it's going to be a busy next 5 or 6 hours here as we watch this storm continue on its move, which is still a little bit further south and west than we were expecting. And I've just noticed that icon at the bottom is incorrect. It is a Category 3 right now. It peaked as a Category 4 last night, as I'm sure most of you are aware. But right now it has dropped slightly. It is still a Category 3 storm, however, with winds estimated at 120 miles per hour, pressure estimate 960 millibars. And the National Hurricane Center will produce their full advisory at 5 a.m. where we'll have some more information on the storm, hopefully. We got a lot that we can be looking at right now. So let's go on to this radar imagery of the storm right now as it's continuing to move west-northwestwards, well within the scope of the Barbados radar now, and looking very impressive indeed on that radar imagery. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio. You'll be able to see me in just a second. I'm joined by my team. We have a few people with us right now. We have Gio, Kin, Maury, and JJ just joining us there as well. Real props to these people because most of them are over there in the United States. Well, 3 of them are. 2 of them are. Of course, where it's ridiculously early in the morning. But we also have Kin over there in the Philippines and Gio, who's showing us some cameras right now, which we'll be able to take a look at in just a second. In fact, let's go to that camera right now, which is a viewpoint from Trinidad right now, I believe. And you can see the vehicles moving along there. Looks like they're getting quite a lot of rainfall right now, which is interesting because that radar imagery is showing actually still not much rain over that area yet, but certainly wet patches right now. Well, there is one of the bands is moving through the northeastern part of Trinidad right now, so I assume we're looking at that area. We also have a few other vantage points that we can be looking at today. If I can get them all working in time. Hopefully we have this that was being shown last night. This is Mystique if it plays. I'm hoping it plays. I guess it won't. But it was showing quite a similar viewpoint, that it was still pretty breezy over there as well. Yeah, none of the cameras are working right now, but we'll get there in just a sec. Well, this is the latest satellite imagery showing how the storm's been appearing overnight, and from a visual perspective it is still extremely impressive. We got to say that, really. But despite all of that, recon passes overnight, late last night and into this morning, are showing that it hasn't had the winds. that the wind has gone down. The pressure, I think they only got 965 in their last pass. There's that live shot from Mustique right now, and this particular location is probably the most important we'll be looking at today, because it is right in the potential crosshairs for a landfall. Maybe the way the storm's going, it might end up being just slightly north actually, but this is on the Grenadines, and it most likely will be the closest camera that we've got to the eye of the storm later on this morning. I am just trying to get the other ones working, and that might take a few minutes, but we've got a lot to talk about obviously, and if we'll probably have a few opportunities to take questions during our stream as well, so feel free to send those in a little bit later. But right now it's a dangerous Category 3 hurricane. It is probably expected to re-intensify a little bit. Could get back to Category 4 status later today. We're obviously hoping not. I mean, it's a little bit of a blessing that it's weakened a little bit. And obviously we're hoping that that trend continues. Let's open up the floor to the team then, who are waiting patiently. I don't know who'd like to go first, but it's an open floor right now, and I think the pace of our live stream might be pretty slow to begin with, so go right ahead. If anyone's there. They're all too quiet. Hi Maury, how are you?
I'm good right now. Basically, what we're seeing with the system, it has, of course, it has weakened. It still has some of those larger bands. Some of them still reaching high cloud top temperatures, low cloud top temperatures for that matter. And this system is currently approaching the islands. It still looks like a major hurricane, but it definitely has weakened from its original state. So this system will continue. It does look like there has been a bit of a northwesterly component recently.
Oh.
So I'm not sure if that's going to change the trajectory
Maybe.
of the system, but really what we're watching with the storm...
Oh, you're right. There's been a northwest jog just now.
Yeah, so what we're watching with the storm is just to see if it gets extremely close to the islands or if it managed to straddle in between them.
Look at that there, very important northwesterly jog in those last few frames, and that small differences now can make a big difference, and we're looking at potentially a direct landfall, maybe even on Tobago. Well, that northwesterly jog will hopefully prevent that, and my best calculations now suggesting that the eye of the storm will probably pass about 70 kilometers north of Tobago at this rate. As for Barbados, the storm is probably going to be making it, I'm just checking, it's probably going to make its closest pass in the next hour for Barbados, about 135 kilometers away. So it could have been a lot worse for Barbados, it has to be said, although certainly not out of the woods. The northeastern side will have the largest wind field, and it will probably reach your area with tropical storm force winds starting the next hour. And you can see some waves there moving in. Certainly more wave breaking in that sense than we saw. Oh, what's that? There's some music playing in the background there. I don't know what that was from. But you can see more waves in the open regions back there than there were yesterday when we were watching the live output as well. You can't really see the cloud cover very well because it's still nighttime, of course, but I imagine it would be getting much more cloudy over there in Barbados. I believe this camera's looking southwards, so it will be looking directly towards the storm as we get through the next, towards daybreak. So a lot to watch there, and it's just stopped for the moment. So we'll throw it back to the satellite imagery right now. Let's see if we can take some questions then. If Beryl manages to weaken more before strengthening, then will it lessen the effects of the areas going into it? Not necessarily. Assuming we've still got eyewall replacement cycle ongoing, that is likely to spread out the wind field, and I can tell you that looking at radar, there has been a big eyewall replacement cycle. I mean, we were watching it just before. Look again. Look in particular at the inner. You can see the inner eye wall getting overtaken by the one more on the outside that went in and replaced it. That's what an eye wall replacement cycle is. And in those late frames there, just at the very end, it looks like that. No, that initial eye wall is still there, but it is almost phased out. So the eye wall replacement cycle is almost complete, and that means that we could have another intensification window on the way shortly. So that's bad news, obviously, for Grenada, St Vincent and the Grenadines, because it looks like to me we're going to see a bit of strengthening on that run up to landfall. But it's better news for Tobago because the storm might have just had a northwesterly jog, which will push it away just that little bit further, and the strongest winds and the eye wall should remain offshore for viewers in Tobago. Let's look at the National Hurricane Center cone. We've not looked at that yet. That was their update from 2 a.m., the intermediate advisory. They're expecting it to remain a major hurricane for quite a while until Tuesday night, and then by Wednesday, still a Category 2 by the time it reaches Jamaica and makes its closest pass there. So we will be tracking this storm all week. And also, we've not even managed to mention it yet, Tropical Storm Chris formed in the Gulf of Mexico, and that is about, or maybe already has made landfall. Yes, it made landfall in Mexico, so a very short-lived tropical storm that's moving inland now, and we can take a look at this, I think. Well, there is a satellite picture of Chris, which really looks like a mess right now on those frames, but yep, there you go. It's already well inland, so that must have happened some time ago. Still blowing up large amounts of convection on its northeastern flank, just along the shoreline. So that was a landfall there in Veracruz, Mexico. I assume they only went 40 miles per hour for it. But that was Tropical Storm Chris there. 40 miles per hour, 1005 millibars was the last advisory. And tropical storm warnings remain in effect for Cabo Rojo to Puerto Veracruz in Mexico. To reiterate the warnings for Beryl as well, it's a hurricane warning for Barbados, St Lucia, St Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago. A tropical storm warning for Martinique and Trinidad, and a tropical storm watch for Dominica, and also now since last night has been a tropical storm watch issued for parts of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Dominican Republic from Punta Palenque westward and into Haiti as far west as Anza de Jaino. So tropical storm watches there almost all along the south coast of Hispaniola. Let's go back to Geo right now, who's showing us another viewpoint from Barbados, and it's looking awfully quiet on that particular perspective there. Very little in terms of wind, which is curious, but
You can hear the wind through the cam, though.
You can?
Yeah, it's pretty windy. Because you can hear it, I think. I don't know.
Yes, okay. Now, I know myself that having a high-mounted camera like that can, and the microphones can sometimes exaggerate the wind because our roof camera has that. But at times you are actually seeing those bottom bushes. I don't think you can quite see it, it's obscured by our bottom bar there. Some of the bottom bushes there are being whipped around a little bit. So they are getting some gusty winds there when you take a closer look. But that's one viewpoint from Barbados right now where the winds are increasing. The other camera that we had there as well, that's it stopped for a second before, it's back again, and there you can see the waves crashing in, and still not huge waves obviously at the moment, but it can be dangerous out there, so definitely don't go in the water. I think it goes without saying, but some people still do. It can be dangerous, and it's not always what's on top, it's what's under the waves, where there can be very dangerous currents that can sweep people away. Well, this hour is going to be mainly spent waiting for the next National Hurricane Center advisory on both Beryl and Chris, although I expect Chris is going to be pretty much a formality. But that's the news right now, is that Tropical Storm Chris formed overnight or late last night, and Hurricane Beryl is still a very strong Category 3, no longer a 4, which is good news, but still a 3, which is very bad news. And those latest frames showing that the another big burst of convection on the right hand side, the eastern side, and when we're looking for signs of movement though, radar is obviously much better now that we've got a good radar view, and it's been a little bit more consistent in terms of radar imagery rather than satellite imagery in terms of its movement vector. It didn't really show that northwestward jog quite as much either, so I feel that it may not have actually been much of a northwestward jog, and it's just that those cloud tops blowing up covering a lot of the eye. We can throw it back to that live radar and you can see its movement there in the last few hours. West northwesterly still at this point, and it is heading very close to Trinidad, Tobago right now, Trinidad as well, and its closest pass to Tobago. Let me try and figure out how long that will take at this rate. Just doing some extrapolations on my other screen. So it's moved 50 kilometers in the last 2 hours, and at that rate it will make its closest pass to Tobago in 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. That's actually quite slow. Because that would mean that it would reach Grenada in, I think, 10 hours. Like 9 or 10 hours. So maybe a little bit slower than expected, because 10 hours we were expecting the storm to have cleared. Of course it could still speed up. But that's the best indications that we're getting right now. Let's get some more questions. Storm 962 says, could Beryl rapidly intensify once again? I think it's less likely that we'll see another phase like the one we had, but I think we will see some intensification over the course of today as it moves through the islands. Now that we've seen that the eye wall replacement cycle is pretty much finished, we should be seeing some intensification. We'll check. It's going to be a big advisory from the National Hurricane Center when it comes out. They'll also post a forecast discussion that will tell us quite a lot more information there too. But team, right now, are there any recon flights in the storm at this early hour?
There's none currently.
None currently.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And when was the last time they exited?
2-3 hours ago.
Oh, not too long ago then. And I'm guessing that there's going to be more flights on their way soon.
I think so. The next recon is scheduled to be at 11:30 UTC.
Okay, so that's in 3 hours. And that's takeoff time, is it?
Yep.
So a little bit longer than 3 hours then before we get any more. That's going to be pretty close to the crunch then. So we're pretty much on our own with satellite and radar then, for the time being. But I do have to say the radar appearance is looking a bit better in those latest frames. Southeast side especially looking pretty powerful right now. Let's go back to some of the cameras that we were looking at. This once again a view from Martinique, which is under a tropical storm warning. A little bit of rain, I think, there as well by the looks of things. Martinique quite a bit further towards the north, but they are getting quite a few rain showers right now, or did do very recently, according to the radar imagery that we've been looking at. So that obviously being part of its outer band that's pushing through the region. But interesting, in Barbados right now, they're not really getting any precipitation, but obviously their winds have gone up. And the main core of the storm is just lingering offshore. There again, one of the viewpoints from Barbados right now, and we'll be looking at these cameras quite a lot, I reckon, in the next few hours. And yes, we actually don't have Chris on that graphic on the left-hand side yet. We have to go and fix that at some point. I don't know when that will be, I have to say. The rest of our presentation's more important, I think, but yeah, just to remind everyone, we did get Tropical Storm Chris that's moving inland over Mexico.
Oh, recon just took off. I know a 3 recon.
Okay, good. What was that? So recon on their way to the storm once again. That's good news there. Very important to get some observations at this point in time, because we are running out of time before we get towards that landfall point. I misspoke earlier actually regarding how long it will take to reach the islands, I think. Did I? I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, we're still looking, maybe not 10 hours, more towards 8 hours for Grenada and the Grenadines. But that's at its current speed. If it speeds up a bit, then obviously that will reduce the amount of time expected. But at this moment, we're expecting landfall in St Vincent, the Grenadines and Grenada at about 2 p.m. But once again, the closest point to Tobago, which is going to be possibly the first place to get hurricane force winds, looks like that's going to be in at around 8 or 9 a.m. Will wind shear affect Beryl? It possibly has already to this point, leading up to the IWO replacement cycle when it weakened a bit. I don't know what wind shear's up to right now. It's clearly not strong enough to completely disrupt the storm, but perhaps it is still having a little bit of an effect. I've not actually seen the shear maps this morning. And is there a chance that Beryl will rapidly weaken, basically, is a question there from SRB13. It's always a possibility. It's unlikely when you've already got this mature hurricane. I think we're in this for the long haul. It's going to be a pretty significant storm all the way through the Caribbean Sea. And Uzziah says, how long for its closest impact to Trinidad? it'll be somewhat similar to Tobago, but probably a little bit later than that. You'll probably see it. I mean, you're going to be seeing it all morning, but I would speculate the worst part of it will probably be around 9 or 10 a.m. How much time left does Beryl have to intensify? Another question there. Well, it's got lots of time. I mean, it's going to be moving through the entire Caribbean Sea. If you mean before reaching the islands, though, like I said, it's going to be a maximum, I would suggest, of 8 hours. And then after it clears through the islands, it's obviously going to be entering the eastern Caribbean, where those temperatures are pretty high and there's quite a lot of energy there. Temperatures possibly up to 30 degrees on the sea surface temperatures. But they are anticipating gradual weakening due to an increase in wind shear. But you never know, maybe it's already started, this trend of weakening. But I wouldn't count on it, I've got to tell you. Wouldn't count on it at all, because I'm still quite impressed by the latest radar imagery with the storm having, especially in those. In fact, look at these latest frames and you'll see that I think the eye-wall replacement cycle is conclusively finished. Just watch those last couple of frames coming in. There they are. Oh, that's a new frame there as well. It's definitely complete at this point, so no eye-wall replacement cycle anymore, and potentially a intensifying storm once again on the way. That last frame in particular looks very well rounded. But you'll also note around the fringes of the storm there as well, and just try and pan left just a little bit. It won't let me. I'm trying to go a little bit left. Nope, that's the furthest it will go. It won't go any further, even though it hasn't really gone anywhere at all. Well, never mind. I'll turn myself off. Behind me you can see, there we are, Tobago. And they're getting hit with another one of those bands just before the main part of the storm. Barbados at the top there. A few of those bands that have been moving through, but in general, still pretty quiet there in terms of rain. But obviously those winds have been getting up. This is Force 13's live coverage of Hurricane Beryl as it approaches these areas for landfall. We will be here for the duration of this sequence of the storm as it reaches land. And there's going to be a lot to cover in the next few hours, and twists and turns and recon flights into there, which will get some very valuable data as we continue to watch this from afar. We'll have the National Hurricane Center updates on these storms in a little while. It's going to be pretty soon. I'm just going to see if I can sneak a preview of what the update might say. If I can get it working. Yeah, I'm afraid my machine's a bit clunky today. So I don't really have any... Oh, yes I do. I have possibly some info here. I think, from what I can tell, the National Hurricane Center will not be calling for a Category 4 second peak. That's unconfirmed at the moment, but I think that's what's going to be called for in the next advisory. It doesn't look to me as though they're going to be calling for a second Category 4 peak, so a little bit of better news, but we're still looking at a major hurricane through the islands and beyond there. Okay, let's go back to some other satellite views once again, and I'm just going to step away for a second here. Alright, so the top story right now, Hurricane Beryl, still a powerful Category 3 hurricane heading towards land, getting very close indeed now to reaching some of these areas. Let's get a latest distance estimate. Right now, the storm appears to be just 103 kilometers from Trinidad, so about 65 miles. So pretty short distances, considering that the storm force wind, the tropical storm force winds extend out up to 100 nautical miles northeast and 50 nautical miles northeast for 50 knot winds. Although it's on the other side, it's suggestive that that Tobago will probably get close to 60 mile per hour winds from this storm, according to that. Although any slight dip towards the south will push hurricane force winds over the island. And of course, Trinidad with tropical storm force winds expected there shortly as well. It is still obviously encouraging that the storm is pretty small. Especially its hurricane force wind field, which extends out only 25 nautical miles. So the areas of impact are limited for those hurricane impacts. Let's see if we can get some more questions right now. Will Beryl hit Texas? Well, it's a long, long way away. It cannot be ruled out. You follow that cone, it could easily ride the northern periphery of that cone, and that would take it straight over the Gulf of Mexico and headed straight for the Gulf Coast. The center line, if you follow that cone there, probably suggests a northern Mexico landfall, the Tamaulipas region. But yeah, we can tell you it's not impossible. Could Beryl undergo rapid intensification again, and how much should it re-intensify in the Gulf? And what do we have to say about the HMON model predicting a 150 knot landfall?
Impossible.
Impossible's a banned word in this world, but I don't think we're going to see anything like that. And where was that 150 knots anyway? Was it now or was it later?
Oh, wait.
And
H1 be going a little AWOL sometimes.
yeah, hello JJ, thanks for joining us at this very early hour.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem at all. More questions. Do we think the convective tower on the southeast side of the eye wall is obscuring our view of the eye underneath? Well, absolutely it is. That's why it looks like it's taken a northwestward jog there, but really it hasn't. When we've been looking at the radar imagery, it's been pretty resolute with its west-northwest movement. So it's got a obviously still the eye looking impressive, quite deep there, and obviously still those cloud tops looking good into the -80s at times there. So it could be a sign that we're starting to see the next phase of its development and maybe some re-intensification. But what we're hearing right now, unconfirmed, is that the National Hurricane Center are probably not going to be forecasting much strengthening on their advisory. But we await confirmation of that.
The HMON run they talk about, it's when it hits the islands.
Okay. That's
yeah,
not, at this point, that is not going to happen, okay? It's not going to get to
Yeah,
Category
and-
5 anymore before
yes,
that.
yes, it showcases it as a Category 5, but yeah.
No, it could still get to 4, though, by that point, again.
It could.
But we are awaiting info there. From what we heard before, Recon are out and on their way. Where did they take off from? Do we know that?
The Virgin Islands, I think.
Yeah, possibly. St. Croix. and it will probably only take a couple of hours for the plane to get there. Here's the viewpoint again from Mustique. This is one particular area that we are very concerned about. This is on the Grenadines, and this could very well receive the eye wall, this location, and already getting blustery there. You can see a tree there, photobombing at times, and part of that picture being blown around. We have 4 cameras that we can look at this morning. There's a third, there's an extra one that we haven't shown you yet because it's just a black screen because it's the middle of the night still. I assume that one will be much better during the day, but this is one of the best cameras that we've sourced from Barbados there, with the waves piling in. Looking a little bit heavier there as well. And the trees blowing around a fair bit from what we've heard in the comments. And do let us know how things are going for you over there, if it's safe to do so. You can send your message in and report your observations. I know someone said earlier that they were getting pretty heavy winds in Barbados. The Blocks Fruit guy says, will Trinidad get tropical storm force winds? Yes, they will. Obviously worse further north than south. And Hyper Typhoon says, could Beryl reach Category 5 given that the HMON, HAFSA and HAFSB are all showing Category 5? Those hurricane models have had a history of being very bullish. I don't know how the new ones are, but certainly in the old eras, they were always up to these tricks. You can never say it won't happen. A big rapid intensification phase right now could push it towards Category 5 status later today, but I just don't see it happening. It can't have that much longer before wind shear really starts to increase. I don't know exactly how long though. I'm hoping the National Hurricane Center can shed some light on that. I'm going to try and... I've not taken a look at the wind shear maps for quite a long time, just trying to get them here. To see if I can give you a little opinion of my own. So it is riding close to higher wind shear right now, but at the moment it isn't, and I think it will be fine until it gets through the islands. Before wind shear increases in the Eastern Caribbean. So I think there's every reason to suspect that it's going to intensify again. It'll be very interesting to see what the advisory does indeed come up with, but I think I would still forecast a Category 4 second peak.
At least at 130 miles per hour.
Yeah. Radar imagery once again that we're looking at, showing the storm quite impressive, and that eye wall replacement cycle being complete. It's a green light for more intensification, very possibly. Shouldn't be too long until we get the next advisories from the National Hurricane Center on both storms, because there are 2 active right now. It is Beryl and Chris. Hurricane Beryl and Tropical Storm Chris, which briefly formed 40 miles per hour. They may bring that back down to a depression already because it is well inland at this point, over Veracruz, Mexico, and possibly into neighboring states by now. Let's see if we can get some more questions, because we're happy to deal with all that right now. If Debbie does this, although it's not been named at this point, the same, then we'll probably see the first 1-2 punch in the same season since 2020. Well, always seems to be the Caribbean that gets that, isn't it? These islands. But that's the system behind Beryl right now. There's an area of interest. But I gotta tell you, modeling in the last couple of, probably a day or so, has been trending much weaker with that second storm. As a matter of fact, the latest GFS has it barely becoming a tropical storm, and it only manages to do it when it enters the Caribbean Sea. So the models have been generally downtrending quite a lot on that. And the latest GFS with Beryl, by the way, has has pretty much due west movement from Jamaica, makes landfall near Chetumal, Mexico, and then hangs around in the Bay of Campeche and makes another landfall in Veracruz. So, as a matter of fact, if that forecast comes to pass, then the US won't get any kind of impact from Beryl. That's what the last GFS forecast said. I'm just going to check the ensembles. Now, the ensemble members all try and usually get the ensemble mean out of all these different model runs to put together a forecast. Now, there always are some outliers, but I must say only one ensemble member has a Texas landfall. So just a little bit of food for thought there for those who are thinking that far ahead. Christopher says, how big is Beryl's eye, and could it be considered a pinhole eye? Well, we've had an eye wall replacement cycle, so it certainly isn't now. It's probably about 25 miles wide. Now, we know that last night it fell to less than 10 miles before that eye wall replacement cycle began, and now with the new eye that it's got, it's increased substantially there to somewhere near 25 miles, and that is 40 kilometers. As soon as we get any new updates, we'll let you know, along with warning information. Maybe a little bit surprised possibly that we still haven't had any watches get issued for Jamaica yet, because they are about to enter the 2-day cone now. They're well within 3 days. It looks like it's going to be Wednesday for that landfall to occur. If it does indeed make a landfall, it actually looks like it's going to be more of a close pass rather than a actual landfall impact, but obviously that would still deliver some strong winds to the area. And then onto the coast of the Yucatan, and likely to remain a hurricane for all of that period there, and still with those hurricane warnings in effect for almost all of the Windward Islands, with this dangerous storm approaching the area, and it's going to be something that we're going to be staying on top of for most of the day until the storm moves through those islands and just about clears them, and then we'll end up signing off and throwing it back to our automated feed, which is still running in the background, by the way. If you get fed up of our voices, you can watch our automated stream. The information on there, I have to update it manually, so I'm not there right now, so I can't really update it. But you'll still be able to see all the latest imagery, which updates automatically, so it will give you a good idea of what's going on with it. So coming up to the 5 a.m. advisories here, if you've just joined us, Hurricane Beryl is still a strong Category 3 there with 120 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 960 millibars. And it still remains very powerful as it chases down those last kilometers before it reaches these islands. It will be making its closest pass to Barbados pretty soon. It may be even already doing it, actually. Just checking the latest image distance estimate, and it is now 148 kilometers south of Barbados, and it's very, very close. Within the next half hour, probably, it will have made its closest pass to Barbados, although, a little caveat, The northeastern wind field is the most expansive, so you will probably see stronger winds on the backside of the storm as it's passing you here. But I think it's pretty safe to say at this point, with the storm moving past Barbados at a distance of 150 kilometers, that they've dodged a major bullet there. Not so lucky some of the other islands, however. Whilst Tobago will be relatively close to the eye of the storm, they shouldn't get hurricane force winds at this point, although they still might. Just got to be careful about that. It is 97 kilometers away from the eye of the storm. But the most concerning places are in Grenada, I would say, and the southern Grenadines. Some of those islands are currently just about to drop below 200 kilometers away from the storm. And with the last advisory saying that it was moving at 20 miles per hour, which is 32 kilometers per hour, that would translate to a landfall on one of these islands or closest pass, in, and I've lost my mathematical mind here, something like 6 hours based on that trajectory. Right now we're waiting for further updates on the storm from the National Hurricane Center. It's what we're really waiting for at this time. Recon are on their way to capture new information on it. Don't be fooled by the latest satellite imagery. You may think that it looks like the eye is disappearing. It's being clouded over by some big cloud tops, big bursts that are occurring there on that eastern side, and its radar presentation is good. We're obviously going to take radar over satellite, considering that it's a more direct observation and can dissect the storm a little bit better. Although it is possible, looking at the latest imagery, that there might be a weakness. I'm just checking again closely. Okay, that's interesting. You got to be look very closely here to the northwest side. After that eye wall replacement cycle was completed, there may be a weakness in that northwestern eye wall, and satellite would appear to show the same thing. So we might have a dry slot in there right now. That's good news, by the way. That will limit the storm once again, if that is true. But it looks to me on satellite and on radar that we definitely have a weakness and maybe some dry air intrusion, and it only takes a little bit of that to really scupper the storm a little bit and impede it, and hopefully at least prevent it from strengthening again. Feel free to keep sending in your questions and any observations if you are in a safe place. The prototype says, is it possible for Aruba and Curacao to be affected by Beryl? Chances are low, around 10%. In fact, it's just on the left-hand side of the screen there, Aruba. 8% there, according to the latest storm probabilities. So it's a very low chance for you. You could get some gusty winds, could get some dangerous sea swells, but it looks like significant impacts will be averted quite easily there. Jenny wants to know if we have an app. I'm afraid we don't. I wish we could. It'd be great if we did. The best I can offer you is our website, though, where we have live satellite imagery on there as well. It's what we use for some of our source imagery. You can check that out, force13.com/satellite, and there's loads of different satellite products on there where you can keep up to date, along with our automated stream. One of our own team members, Marlene, there asking whether Chris made landfall. It did a little while ago. I'm not sure exactly when. I just woke up this morning to see that it had that it is already well inland. And will it trend towards a potential landfall in northern Grenada? It's possible. I think it might still be slightly north of there. When is the hurricane expected to affect St. Lucia? You are already getting some... well, you've had a few showers so far, I suppose. The main bulk of the cloudiness from the storm will be reaching you in a couple of hours. And apparently, according to Shumi Chan's, recon is in the outer bands of Beryl already.
Yeah, I think they are.
So we're going to hopefully get some very important information on just how well the storm is doing. But at this time, we're going by what we can see on radar and satellite. Possible weakness in the northwest side, but holding intensity, I would say, at least.
Yeah.
And now that the IWAR replacement cycle is complete, I would expect to see possibly a significant fall in pressure, even if the winds aren't much higher. And an expansion of the storm's wind field.
I mean, that could occur.
Usually does. And Invest 96 is the other system further to the east over the open Atlantic. Right now it's in a very similar location to where Beryl formed. And they're giving it still a 70% chance of development. But like I said before, models have shied away from development of that storm, at least to the extent that it was before. Talk of it being a second hurricane. I'm not seeing that much support for it. But it still looks like it could become a tropical storm there and could give another round 2 for the Lesser Antilles later on in the week. Looks like they're leaving it almost up to the hour mark for these two updates to come out from the National Hurricane Center. We expect it to appear at any time. That will be the 9 a.m. UTC forecast advisory and the 5 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time public advisory. And of course, where Chris is, it's Central Time over there, so that'll be 4 a.m. But as of right now, we're still watching Beryl on satellite and also showing you this other viewpoint as well, which will show some great close-up visible imagery when we get daylight, which will be in a couple of hours, or in 1 hour. The first place that we'll probably see daybreak will be in Barbados, perhaps. Still pretty dark there, though, right now, obviously, as conditions are slowly deteriorating there. But it's unfortunate that we don't have any cameras on Tobago, because I imagine that conditions will be more quickly deteriorating right there. Just another quick position update, and our bottom bar I know is showing positions that probably won't be updating very much, but I can tell you right now, best estimate is that the center of Beryl is a mere 86 kilometers from the northeast tip of Tobago. So absolutely closing in. 86 kilometers from Tobago. It's actually now 151 kilometers from Barbados, so it may have already made its closest pass. 196 kilometers from Grenada. 190 from the island to its north, and I've already forgotten the name of it. Apologies for that. Where Hillsborough is. And about 192 kilometers from Mystique, which is where that other camera is, this one. Can we get it Okay, there it is. And as you can see, quite breezy. 192 kilometers away from this camera, and it could make a direct pass over this particular location. Obviously not much to see there yet, being in the middle of the night still. But every so often you see the cameo from the tree there on the right hand side being blown across the screen. So winds increasing in all of these locations at this hour. Let's see if we can get some more questions right now. Vanny Plays says, when do we expect the hurricane to make its closest pass to St. Lucia? Quite a few questions along that line. And I'm just trying to figure that out for you. It will probably make its closest pass when it hits the other islands to its south. So I would give it about 5 or 6 hours. And how much flooding in Mexico right now, says Skeletor? I don't know, but we could be seeing up to 12 inches of rain there, 300 millimeters in parts of Veracruz. Apparently, one of our viewers reporting electricity gone in part of St. Vincent, just had some rain. It's still early on there for St. Vincent as well, so be a bit concerned to hear that. And we have the update for Chris, which is still a tropical storm. They have the center of the storm at 20.1 north, 97.2 west. Just want to double check that that is inland. It is right along the... It's just inland by about 20 or 30 miles. So that's the update on Chris there, that's just appearing. Still kept at tropical storm status, but it really looks quite poor on satellite imagery. And feel free, Maury, or anyone, to screen share that imagery, because I'm locked in with Beryl imagery here for obvious reasons. Oh, there we go. Oh, maybe not. Maury's there on the Force 13 website with the floaters of all of those storms, including Chris. Well, there it is. Look how poor that looks. I'm not sure you can even find a center of circulation in there. Perhaps they're giving it the benefit of the doubt. The update's out on Hurricane Beryl. They're still giving it 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 965 at their update. And contrary to what we thought on the early indications, they are still calling for a second Category 4 peak, giving it 130 mile per hour winds later on today when it makes landfall, and holding that for a little while longer, and then gradual weakening. And it looks like they'll be calling for a Category 2 landfall in the Yucatan on day 4, and then obviously weakening to a tropical storm. So that's breaking news here. Hurricane Beryl still kept at 120 miles per hour, but they expect strengthening again to Category 4 status on the forecast today. And I would fully support that as a forecast. The actual public advisory on Chris is out. Tropical Storm Chris bringing heavy rainfall and flooding over portions of eastern Mexico. 40 miles per hour, 1005 millibars, moving west at 12 miles per hour. No changes to the watches and warnings. It's still a tropical storm warning for Cabo Rojo to Puerto Veracruz. And they are expecting up to maximum rainfall totals of 12 inches across the higher terrain of the Mexican states of Guanajuato, Querétaro, and San Luis Potosi. The rainfall will result in areas of flooding with mudslides possible in areas of higher terrain. So that is Chris in a nutshell right there. moving inland as a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm, just about managed to reach that named storm status. And contrary to that chart on the left-hand side, Chris should be lit up by this point in green. The third named storm of this Atlantic hurricane season. The advisory for Beryl is out, the proper advisory. Taking aim at the Windward Islands, life-threatening winds and storm surge expected to begin this morning. No changes to the watches and warnings, so a hurricane warning in effect for Barbados, St Lucia, St Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago. A tropical storm warning for Martinique and Trinidad, and a tropical storm watch for Dominica, and for the south coast of the Dominican Republic from Punta Palenque westward to Haiti, and in Haiti as far west as Anse de Haino. A hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions expected somewhere within the warning area, and obviously everyone by now should be well prepared for these conditions. 120 miles per hour. Recon are going to be in the storm very shortly, and we'll get some more information on just how it's going to be doing there. And as soon as we hear that, yes, we have the discussion actually. So I'll read this out as we keep looking at the storm. Beryl appears to be in the late stages of an eye wall replacement cycle. I reckon it's finished personally, with the Barbados radar showing a larger eye becoming dominant with only a small portion of the inner eye left over. While the earlier aircraft data suggested that the system could have weakened below 120 miles per hour, the recent reorganization seen on radar and satellite imagery support leaving the initial wind speed at 120. Another thing that I would agree with there. A pair of aircraft from the Air Force and NOAA should be in the hurricane later this morning for another assessment of the intensity and structure. It should be noted that while Beryl's maximum winds have slightly decreased overnight, the area of stronger winds has grown, so the hazards of the hurricane are likely to affect a larger area. As we look back at the Barbados camera right now, the hurricane continues to move at 280 degrees, nearly due west still, but there are signs that a west-northwestward turn is beginning. A faster west-northwestward motion should occur through midweek due to Beryl encountering stronger low-level flow. The hurricane is forecast to turn more westward beyond that point due to a strengthening mid-level ridge to the north of the cyclone. The most notable change in the long-range guidance is that the bulk of models is showing a stronger ridge over the Gulf of Mexico, which keeps Beryl considerably farther south in those solutions. This is a pretty big change from earlier, they say, so using personal terms here, I don't want to bite off on that evolution just yet, but the new National Hurricane Center forecast will just take a step towards the model consensus for continuity purposes. Interesting wording. Beryl has a chance today to re-strengthen now that the eye wall cycle is close to completion and the vertical wind shear remains low. Little change was made to the previous forecast in the short term. However, a marked increase in westerly shear is coming in a couple of days as the low level flow increases and the upper level flow weakens. This pattern is likely to cause the hurricane to weaken over the Central Caribbean, although the guidance is in poor agreement on how much, with the latest cycle showing a weaker Beryl in the Western Caribbean. There is quite a disparity in the upper level pattern shown by the Euro and GFS models in the long range as Beryl enters the vicinity, so the new forecast is only slightly adjusted downwards for 48 hours and beyond, remaining above the model consensus. And it is too soon to discuss what could happen with Beryl if it makes it into the Gulf of Mexico. Being very cautious with their wording, aren't they? Let's see if we've got the new cone. We still don't have the new cone yet. This was the 2 a.m. advisory earlier on, just to show you. But from what we've just heard there in the forecast discussion, it looks like that cone is going to get shifted south in the long range especially. Okay, before Beryl, what was the earliest major hurricane in the open Atlantic? That's a question there from Son Kim. That is a really good question, actually. I think it was actually... I'm trying to think. I know that Bertha was in the MDR and became a major hurricane as it was exiting the MDR, moving northwards in 2008. That was in mid-July, I think. But there may have been... I can't think of any others that like further north off the coast of Florida, say, for instance, or somewhere around there. I can't recall. I could find out, though, but it's not a high priority right now. Brady says Bertha 1996, possibly. Was that in... I'm trying to think when that one was. Dawson says, are there any other webcams closer to where it's going to hit? We've got a few lined up. We've got 2 in Barbados right now. We have 1 camera angle in Mustique, which could get the eye wall of the storm later today. And we have got Martinique, which is under the tropical storm zone. But Geo is also with us showing another camera angle as well. This is the view from somewhere in Trinidad. I'm not sure exactly where, and I'm not sure you know either. Do you? Somewhere up there. And
This is the same time. Well, the rain has basically stopped entirely. I'm just showing it. That's become quiet pretty much.
yeah, well, this does happen. Bands moving through time and again there. I imagine that it's obviously a very big road there. This must be close to the capital port of Spain.
I don't know. It's Chocuana.
It's where? Oh,
It's black.
yeah, it's just gone black. Did you say Tuna... where?
Chocuanas or something.
Ah,
I don't know if I'm pronouncing that
Chaguanas.
correctly.
That is to the south of Port. So it's along the west coast there, sort of getting towards the northern part of the island. The thing about Trinidad is that most of the populated areas are on the western side, which is wise because the strongest winds will be on the eastern side, where there is comparatively much less urbanization. And on Tobago as well, Scarborough, the largest settlement there, is on the south side, which is obviously directly facing away from the hurricane. So, but obviously there's the town of Charlottesville on the northeast side of Tobago, which would be the biggest concern over there right now. And the storm itself is getting very close to that area. The eye of Beryl is now approximately 80 exactly, actually, 80 kilometers away from the northeast tip of Tobago. That's 50 miles. And from Barbados, it is still 152 kilometers away. And it looks like, to me, that it has made its closest pass by now. If we just change this satellite imagery to the... yes, that version, that's perfect. Shows it with a little bit of opacity there, showing where it is, and you can see the islands underneath it now. Exactly where the storm is right now in comparison with Barbados, and you can see it absolutely is making its closest pass right now to the island. And then obviously on it goes towards the rest of the Windward Islands, Grenada, St Vincent and the Grenadines. Particular concern for those locations at this time. Let's go back to this radar view. We saw the completion of this eye wall replacement cycle in the latest frames, and it looks like if there was any kind of weakness in that northwestern side, it's closing up very quickly. And I'm gotta tell you, it looks much better there on that radar imagery in those last few frames. So if you've just joined us, this is Pulse 13 Live. It's 5:09 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, and we are watching Hurricane Beryl, a very powerful 120 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane, moving up towards the Windward Islands and expected to re-intensify a little bit this morning as it reaches those islands, expected to get back up to Category 4 status a little bit later, according to the National Hurricane Center's update. We still haven't checked out that cone yet. Let's see if we've got the new cone now. This was the last one, and there's the new one. So a sizable shift southwards there in the later part of that cone. So those talking about Texas earlier on, it is still too far out. There's still a scenario where you could get the storm northern. The storm could track anywhere within that cone. So the northern periphery there would still take it through Cancun almost and up towards the coast of Texas. But more realistic scenario there is that the storm will stay south, because they said that there is high ridging expected in the Gulf of Mexico, which will keep the storm locked further south. They're calling for a Category 2 landfall on Friday, I think. Yep, a Category 2 landfall there in just about still in Mexico. Chetumal very close there to that potential landfall zone. And no updates to the watches and warnings. So Jamaica, still not under any official advisories yet. But they are still firmly within the cone, and hurricane conditions are possible there on Wednesday. Let's go back to Maury right now, who is showing us the latest satellite imagery on Chris, actually, which was also updated earlier. And if you've wondering what on earth we're talking about, Tropical Storm Chris is another storm that's active in the Atlantic right now. Made landfall in Mexico late or early this morning, and is now, nice ad there, and is now moving inland over Veracruz, Mexico. And I gotta say, it's looking pretty shocking on that satellite imagery. Quite poor. But they've kept it at 40 miles per hour there on that update.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know where the center of circulation is. It's probably due to land interaction, I'm guessing. I mean, the environment isn't, like, extremely conducive for a tropical cyclone. But, I mean, I guess maybe it was briefly formed, but I just don't see it continuing to persist.
Okay, let's see if we get some more comments right now. A couple of messages of thanks there. We appreciate it. We're doing our best here. We took the decision to start coverage very early this morning and sort of forego extended coverage last night so that we could be here for this. And I think it's the right call because obviously this is happening right now and people need to be aware of it. And Rohan says, what do we think about the depression behind Hurricane Beryl? Not quite a depression yet, but it is an area of interest that has a high chance of formation. But models, again, have backed off how strong that one might become a little bit. GFS only forecasting a brief tropical storm that will only form in the Caribbean Sea, not even before the islands anymore. So I'm going to keep watching on the Lesser Antilles after we get Beryl moving through, but still the possibility of a double whammy is there and is not a very comfortable thought. How much rainfall will there be in Grenada? We have the graphic every so often showing the rainfall charts, but let me give you a more precise number right now. Expected rainfall in Grenada, we are looking at around, it's on the south side, it won't be as wet as the north side of the storm, assuming that it doesn't move further south. But we're expecting maybe Up to 4 inches, I would say, is maximum for Grenada. That's 100 millimeters here. And we haven't had any other particular comments just then. Oh, Dawson wants to know if I ever planned a storm chaser hurricane. I don't know. It sounds appealing at first, but apart from the chaos that the storms actually cause, I think that my my energy is much better spent doing the live coverage from here, and actually reporting on it, rather than being in a place that might lose signal very quickly. So the chances of doing live coverage in a storm are pretty low. At least with, I mean, technology is improving, but a lot of these places still far away from being able to reliably do something like that. At least with our resources anyway. But who knows, maybe at some point that might happen. But right now I feel like I'm better spent here talking about the storm in real time. And with all of the viewpoints that we can gather whilst we're doing it. Let's take a look at maybe some of those webcams once again. It should be getting light soon. In fact, it already is on the Barbados camera right now. It's just starting to get a little bit lighter there and showing what is going to be a very overcast day. That's the live shot looking south towards the hurricane there in Barbados. So that's what we're greeted with this morning, and you can definitely see it's getting windier there as well. The northeastern side of the storm is the most expansive, so even though the storm is starting to move away from Barbados, it's just made its closest pass. The strongest winds are probably just about to occur, and certainly the strongest wind period is coming up now. Now, Maury, we were talking about recon there in the outer bands earlier. Any update?
I do notice that they are approaching the inner bands of the system. They currently intercepted the rain bands so far. However, the inner rain bands, it does look like they're entering into them. Not much in terms of winds so far. Of course, that's just because they're not really close to the center of the storm. I did notice, looking at this, I did notice a rain band going through St. Vincent. So that's definitely interesting, to note. So probably getting some rain there in St. Vincent, but going back to the recon, this is look like they're going to intercept the center soon.
So we're going to get information from that very important recon pass coming up soon. I think we're going to see a much lower pressure. They were on the update, they were running with 965. It just seems way too high for this storm. I know they got that earlier this morning, early hours, but it surely must be a much deeper storm by now compared to back then. The Iowa replacement cycle pretty much complete as we continue to look at this radar imagery from barbadosweather.org there. Moving west-northwestwards at this time, about to make a soon to be making its closest pass to Tobago. Latest update on that distance, it's 77 kilometers off the northeastern tip of Tobago. So really starting to close in. That's 48 miles, and I think they'll definitely be getting some storm force winds somewhere over there right now. So we're waking up to Hurricane Beryl, still a Category 3 storm with estimated winds of 120 miles per hour. and a pressure somewhere near 960 millibars. I would make it, but it may be lower than that again. Interestingly, that big burst of convection has almost completely obscured the eye on satellite imagery, so it probably won't be looking very good on visible, but the assurance is that the radar is still looking pretty good, so I would not be fooled by this, and it looks like intensification could be about to restart. Feel free to send in comments and questions. There's no guarantee I'll be able to get through all or even any of them at times, if there's a lot going on. But start your message with Force 13 all in text and it will light up for us, and hopefully you'll be able to get through some comments. So, Arcade Official says, basically, will Hurricane Beryl weaken from this point? It could strengthen some, but after it passes the islands, National Hurricane Center are expecting a gradual weakening phase. Let's just show you that cone once again. That's the latest update there from the National Hurricane Center. Category 4 on those next two dots. So they think it will get back up to Category 4 when it passes through the Windward Islands and stay at Category 4 until early Tuesday, or maybe even the middle of Tuesday, and then down to Category 3, and then down to Category 2 early Wednesday, and then probably like staying at Category 2 all the way through there until its eventual landfall on the Yucatan. Roxy says, please update us on Grenada, what time it will reach, and are there any cameras there? I haven't seen any. What's the likelihood of damage in Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique? And thanks for reminding me of that place name once again, Carriacou, just northeast of Grenada. That is one location that could receive the landfall of the storm. And when, that is a big question, considering that it might speed up a little bit, but indications right now are that it will probably take, just trying to do some mental math here, we're still looking at about 5 hours, I think. And that would be for the closest pass to that whole region there, the area that will get the strongest winds. Cabba says, is there eye wall lightning? I assume that there probably will be. I would get some imagery for us to see if we can confirm that. I'm just going to be working on that right now and see if we've got any imagery. Okay, yeah, we do. So, not much lightning in the eye, but lots of lightning in a few spots on the outer bands. Let's see if we can switch to this now. Well, there is a view of it. I wasn't expecting it to be that zoomed in. Let's try and see the rest of it. That's the best we're going to get, I'm afraid. Is on the left-hand side there in the band that's moved through the most of the islands already, but still pushing through Guadeloupe and Dominica with some significant thunderstorms by the looks of things there. All of those big green splodges that appear there, those are all lightning concentrations that have occurred in the last few hours. So there really isn't that much of it going on in the main bulk of the storm, at least not that's being detected. But you can see another little, the edge of the main part of the storm there, about to reach Grenada with some lightning by the looks of things there as well. So that's some interesting imagery that we're looking at. That last frame was actually a little while ago now. That was about 40 minutes ago. So now it's going to be even closer and probably just about reaching Grenada at this point. But that is one view of the storm there, and here are some others that we've been watching very closely, poring over the satellite imagery, watching the eye appear to disappear, although that's not what's really happening. Radar will tell you a different story. that the storm is moving west-northwestwards and still looking good, an eye wall replacement cycle being completed, and the appearance of the storm improving again on radar imagery, even though it looked like there was a brief weakness there on the western side, which may still be there, but only small now, and it's really consolidating, I feel, as it's moving west-northwestwards and likely to become a Category 4 a little bit later on today. That's the forecast, to match its previous peak intensity that it achieved yesterday, at least in terms of winds. It may well get to be a lower pressure than what we saw yesterday. We saw minimums of, well, when we were watching Recon, I think we sort of extrapolated a minimum of 956 or something like that. But last we heard from Recon, they only got 965. That was a few hours ago during the eye wall replacement cycle. But there is a plane that's about to be moving in there very shortly, so we should hopefully get some more information very soon indeed. I'm just trying to take a look at some of the other viewpoints right now. Starting to get a little bit lighter at the other camera that we've got in Martinique as well. So those of you watching from there, there is a few rain showers moving through, or did move through earlier on. In the latest frames on radar, it's actually looking clearer, but there's a few little storms that are just about to reach Martinique as well. Live viewpoint there, a little moment of calm, and back to the camera at Barbados, which is still technically the closest camera that we've got to the center of the storm, even though it's going to be passing by now. Once again, sustained storm force winds in Barbados, yes, but the really good news for people viewing in Barbados this morning is that the storm has stayed further south than expected, and as such, hurricane conditions appear to be unlikely at this point. But there is still a hurricane warning, so take it seriously this morning. Hurricane conditions are still possible, but really it looks to me as though it's already made its closest pass, and you will get some stronger winds this morning, but not, hopefully not, to hurricane force. But on the flip side, the storm moving further south than expected is obviously bad news for Trinidad and Tobago. The island of Tobago, less than 80 kilometers away from the center of the eye, and they are likely to get hurricane force winds a little bit later on, possibly within an hour or two, and they'll get just sort of the edge of the eye wall, I think. And then, of course, a little bit later, it will then be moving on to Grenada and St Vincent and the Grenadines, and by that point, some of those islands, it's a guarantee pretty much that one of these islands, or multiple, are going to get the eye wall, and possibly the eye itself. Given the new size of the eye, it's now much bigger than the old one with the eye wall replacement cycle, 25 miles wide roughly. Then it's pretty much a geographical given that at least one of these islands is going to see the eye of the storm. So that's coming up in the next few hours here as we continue to watch our various viewpoints, both on the ground and far above on satellite imagery, radar, and some of our live webcams. Feel free to send in comments and questions as we go along. I'll try and get to them if possible. National Hurricane Center did an update not long ago, and if you've just joined us, still 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 960 millibars is our numbers, although the NHC still think it's close to 965, but I just can't see that being true. NG Random says, how strong will the wind speeds be in St Vincent and the Grenadines? So, can't rule out maximum winds for all of those locations, all of those islands. It's going to be generally on the northern side, if not in the eye itself. So we're looking for the maximum winds, possibly up to 130 miles per hour, which is must be about 200 kilometers per hour, I think. So very high sustained winds, and of course higher gusts expected, and that is a little bit later. Yeah says, will wind shear affect Beryl? Well, it's done a little bit of work to weaken the storm in the run-up to that IWO replacement cycle last night. But at the moment, it looks like wind shear is going to be pretty favourable, at least for the next 24 hours or so, and that's plenty enough time for the storm to move through these islands, so it's going to be pretty strong. After that, wind shear sounds like it's going to increase. National Hurricane Center expect the storm will start weakening. Once again, looking at that cone, they have it from a major hurricane on Tuesday down to a non-major hurricane by early Wednesday. That's Category 2. And then passing close to Jamaica as a Category 2 during the day on Wednesday. Once again, thanks for your supportive messages there as well, and we appreciate it, and we're sort of leaning on each other, really. Obviously, really serious situation possible in all of these locations this morning, but we got your back right now. And Christopher reminding us about the recon mission that's currently in progress. I'm sure Maury will tell us about any updates that occur during that mission. And apparently, according to Josiah, there a minor earthquake northwest of Trinidad this morning. Let me double check that and see if I can give you any more information on that. But this it's no secret that earthquakes can happen in the run-up to hurricanes. They've happened quite a few times before, and of course this region as well on an active plate. It can't have been that significant because it's not showing up on USGS, but I imagine, you know, there may have been a little bit of rumbling. Okay, let's see what else we've got right now. And you'll have to pardon us every so often for a little bit of a sluggish moment, because it is a rapidly evolving situation, and sometimes we're just trying to grab new things to tell you about. But in the meantime, it is getting light out in Barbados in particular, first of all, and then some of the other places, of course. We'll start to see our first visibles of Beryl a little bit later on the satellite imagery, and that is often what tends to be what really instills reactions in people looking at visible imagery of the storm when the eye pops out, because it can look very picturesque. I mean, yesterday Beryl looked amazing on the visible imagery. So it certainly captures minds. Let's see if we can take a look at Mustique again. Maybe it's just starting to get light there now. Ah, yes, there we go. That's a viewpoint in Mustique. It's starting to get light. Breezy. Not a huge amount going on apart from that. But it does look like they're right in that convection at this point in the western band. Obviously it's gusty, you can see that tree going about a little bit there, but the crucial thing about this location is that there's a serious chance that this island could receive some very strong hurricane conditions later on. It is right in there with a chance of getting the worst conditions, although if the storm does stay further south and doesn't make that northwestward turn as planned, we could still be talking about maybe even a Grenada landfall, but I think it might pass just a little bit north of there. So once again, that's a live view of Mustique right now. Let's see if we've got any new radar frames then, and see if we can piece together any more information. This was the progress of the storm over the last few hours, moving northwesterly. And again, those latest frames there looking pretty good. The IWO replacement cycle finished off earlier, and just those last frames building up those yellows all the way around the eye now in that latest frame. And you'll note that earlier on it failed to do that in all of the other frames, so that latest frame it just managed to seal off that yellow zone. What does that tell us? It tells us that the eye wall is completely closed. It's also a sign of deepening and strengthening there, and it looks to me as though this storm is back on the uptrend, and all that we're really waiting for is Recon to send us more updates. But I fully expect that we're going to be seeing an intensifying storm now when we get that data. I don't know if we have any info from Recon yet. And was I right in saying that there might be... is there 2 planes heading in right now?
Yes.
There are. So we're going to be well covered in the next few hours here as we get Recon data from 2 planes.
The first recon is in the storm, and the second one is on its way.
So the first one entered the storm. Is it near the eye yet?
No.
No. Let's get a latest position estimate. Even though satellite is showing that the eye has disappeared, it really is looking better on radar, and that would take precedence to me. It is still 76 kilometers away from the northeastern tip of Tobago. So not much in the last few minutes, but still those kilometers ticking down, and it's very close already at this point. And now it's 154 kilometers away from Barbados. It was 148 a little bit earlier, so it is starting to move away from Barbados in terms of geographical precision. But given that the winds are more wide-reaching in the northeastern quadrant, Barbados definitely not out of the woods. There's a viewpoint from Recon on that latest flight, and that's their progress. So they've just passed through the Grenadines, and they're heading into the main area of the storm now. And those winds that they got there at flight level, that is 50 to 60 miles per hour there. That's at flight level. So if you translate that to being on the ground, you could argue there that tropical storm force winds are just reaching the Grenadines now. That would be my suspicion there based on that data. And thanks for posting these, Geo. There's the second flight just coming out now from St Croix, moving across the Eastern Caribbean, and that one's heading straight for the storm as well. So 2 flights on the way of reconnaissance planes, which will give us some more solid data on what this storm is doing right now. But from what we're seeing on radar, it looks to be improving. Satellite imagery might give you a false sense of security that it might be weakening there, but if we didn't know better, we might have said that. But radar imagery, to me, is showing concrete signs of improvement. Okay, let's get some more questions. Brady says, do we think Beryl is encountering some wind shear on its northwest side? It would be the first place to get wind shear. I am not sure. Probably some amount, but I wouldn't say it would be a huge amount there. But those are hopeful that wind shear might arrest this storm before it reaches the islands. I don't think you're going to be in much luck. It's already too close to reaching the islands to really produce any significant weakening trend. And on the converse, we are actually expecting strengthening here, with that National Hurricane Center forecast calling for a Category 4 once again by the time it reaches those islands.
There is a third recon.
A
45
third?
minutes. Yep.
Where's that taking off from? St. Croix again?
I have no idea.
Okay. So 3
I'll let
planes
you
by the
know.
sounds of things then. As we take a look back at the camera there at Mustique, this particular location now is 184 kilometers away from the eye of the storm. And like I said, from what I saw at flight level on recon, it looks like this place will be getting tropical storm force winds shortly, if not already. Back in Barbados, there's the current view, again looking south towards the hurricane. Some certainly much more white capping of those waves, a whole line of it moving along there, than what we saw overnight. But in general, still looking relatively calm there. At times we have seen some gusty winds affecting those trees along the coast there, and I'm sure at times they've probably had tropical storm force gusts. We could see some more tropical storm sustained winds here anytime in the next, say, maybe 3 hours. Danilo says, do we think that Beryl will re-strengthen in the Gulf of Mexico if it even reaches it? Well, that's the thing. It you know, latest National Hurricane Center cone right there has nudged southwards. They're still not fully giving up on the chance that it could move further north, and we're talking about the US Gulf Coast. But chances of re-strengthening, I think, really depend on how much water time it has, you know, over those waters there, the Bay of Campeche. At this rate, it should have a solid day over those water areas. Depending on what its core looks like by the time it gets into there, we could see re-intensification to a degree. Now, we've been looking at our own radar sources, but Geo has shown another view of it right now, and that really is a fantastic looking radar image there. Although there is still just a tiny remnant of that old eye wall still left in there. That is clear to see on that view, but yellow ring looking very, very impressive, and it's gotten us a bit concerned right there. Let's see if we can get any new frames on the radar source, that the primary one that we're looking at. Here it is. Once again, you can see those islands on the screen. The bottom one is Tobago. At the top there is Barbados, just on the very edge of some significant rainfall, and a band that's blown up on the western side of the storm. You can just about see it on the edge there. St Vincent is that little island right at the top left. And then as you look back towards the actual eye of the storm and the eye wall, just those last two frames, near perfect look there of that eye wall with those yellow areas completely wrapping round for the first time. A recon
update. There's hurricane force winds. Maybe.
So they've
Probably.
captured hurricane force flight level winds there on approach to the eye, northwest. Difference between flight level, of course, winds tend to be quite a bit higher. Obviously, the higher up in the atmosphere, these planes tend to fly relatively low, usually at about 1,000 to 3,000 feet when they're moving through these, generally towards the lower end of that. On some occasions, I think they fly at 500 feet, but there's no bona fide way of doing the conversion, but you have a general conversion rate probably to knock it down by about 80 to 90%. So we're looking on the ground there of probably winds of 65 miles per hour in those last few wind barbs on that screen, and I expect they'll find surface hurricane force wind equivalent very shortly as they get closer to that eye. That's the northwestern side. I have reservations on whether that side might be very strong or not yet, but I think northeast is the one that we really want to take a look at. You've posted another chart here as well, and I wanted to see some of these yesterday on the stream. We never got to see any, but this is a viewpoint. Let me try and get a wider shot of that so that we can actually see it properly. That's a little bit better. So the top left viewpoint there, the flight level wind is that blue area, and you just saw there a 70 knot reading on that latest part. Mean sea level pressure there as well is the red line. That's down to 995 millibars on that latest update. And then on the top right panel, you've got the rain rate and surface wind, although a lot of these can get contaminated. But right now it looks like they've got 10-second surface winds approaching 60 knots, which averaged out over the 1 minute winds that we look out for is about 50 knots. So we'll wait to see more information on that perspective. And then the bottom two charts there, you've got the temperature and dew point, and you've got the aircraft pressure and altitude. Gives you an indication of how high the plane's been flying. Actually still quite high right now. They're about 3,000 meters, so there's still about 7,000 feet there. So this is our continuing coverage of Hurricane Beryl right now, and just a reminder that we also have Tropical Storm Chris, which made landfall in Veracruz, Mexico, and was a very brief tropical storm. Well, it still is, although I expect it's going to be weakening a lot very soon. But right now, that tropical storm just made landfall and producing lots of rain over the area, up to 12 inches, 300 millimeters possible. Latest update on the storm's position. We now have it 75 kilometers from the northeastern tip of Tobago and 152 kilometers from Barbados, 182 from Grenada, and 180 from Mystique, which is where this camera is. Once again, this is a camera that we'll be watching very closely a little bit later on, because this is right in the path of the strongest winds of the storm a little bit later on, and given that it could be strengthening, it could be a category 4 by the time it rolls through here in just 4 or 5 hours. We're going to try our luck with another camera. Well, I don't know what that is. That's somewhere supposed to be Barbados, but it doesn't appear to be working. This is Martinique now. Looks like they might be getting a little bit of early sun there, indeed. I'm not sure. But actually looking relatively calm still. They're under a tropical storm warning. They're not got a hurricane warning there. A storm will be passing quite far to the south of them, but they could still get storm force winds. And this is once again back at that view in Barbados, and a nice look there at some of those clouds. And it literally is. It's right there. The hurricane is right in front of it. They're just but the south coast of Barbados, right on the very edge of those the main rain bands that are forming the core of the storm. Are those people out in the water? Or something's out in the water? I don't know. They're just floating things. I'm not sure what they are, but possibly a little bit of debris, maybe. But that's the view in Barbados right now, with the waves continuing to move in. But nothing too crazy on that particular picture, apart from the menacing-looking clouds in the distance. And the trees, of course, blowing about a bit as well at times, probably being up to storm force gusts here, and definitely the possibility to get sustained tropical storm conditions for a good while in Barbados this morning. But that is the view there at just about reaching 5:49 a.m. in Barbados, getting light. And pretty soon we'll start to see visible imagery on satellite as well. So once again, that's a live view of Barbados looking into the storm from just outside. And once again, I can't emphasize enough really that Barbados has dodged a big bullet with this storm. It was expected to move much, much closer to the island, but at this rate, it doesn't look like they're going to get hurricane force winds. So good news for Barbados, but usually with these things, good news for one location is bad news for another, and that is true in this case with Tobago getting stronger winds. And we're talking more about Grenada and St Vincent, which are going to be getting the strongest winds of this storm. And once again, if it fails to take that expected northwesterly turn, as it has done time and time again in the last couple of days, we could be looking at a direct landfall in Grenada later on this morning. So, watching very closely that as this storm continues, and we are expecting strengthening to be occurring very shortly, if not already. We'll get some concrete data from those recon flights throughout the course of this morning. It's good to have those direct observations. Second best choice is this radar imagery, which has continued to improve as well. Once again, the beginning of that loop, you can see the back end of that eye roll replacement cycle, which completed, and now in those latest frames, still maybe a little bit of cloud in the center of the eye. And this is the low levels, of course. The higher levels we're seeing on satellite imagery, there's not much of the eye to be seen right now. There's a lot of mid to high level cloud in the eye. But moving west-northwestwards there, those latest frames showing that that yellow zone is completely wrapped around, and that is a sure sign of strengthening there. There's a new recon update.
Good morning.
Oh, that's Orlando. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, I just got to see that new recon data, and the extrapolated pressure is about 958.2 millibars is what they found at the lowest.
Okay.
So it dropped quite a bit. The winds, of course, are a little on the lower side, because, of course, it just completed an eye wall replacement cycle. So it's going to take a little minute to regain that intensity that it once had. However, it's still a formidable cyclone, still a Category 3 hurricane. Based on reconnaissance data. However, it is re-intensifying, and by a good bit too.
First visible images of the storm right now as we have daybreak, and there you can see it. It is very much a cloud-filled eye and not very impressive to look at from the satellites, but obviously let's not let that fool us. Radar is looking very impressive. And we've just got a new chart from Recon as well, showing flight level winds up to 105 knots there. Is that right? 120 miles per hour. That's flight level, though. And that's 10-second flight level.
They have 105 knots as well, and what's called SFMRs on both sides, uncontaminated.
Yes. Yeah, up the top
I
right there.
very yeah, I'm very curious about the drop zone data, both in uh, the northwestern and southeastern eye wall that we'll probably be getting in the next 30 minutes or so, hopefully.
Well, Orlando, it sounds like to me as though wind-wise, it's gonna still be 120 miles per hour then.
Yeah, I think they have enough data right now. I mean, um I would keep it personally at what you call it, 120 miles per hour, and I'd be very concerned that this storm has the potential to regain Category 4 intensity right before it makes its closest approach to Grenada.
Yep, that is the biggest concern right now, and of course that is forecasted by the National Hurricane Center, calling for that second Category 4 peak. Geo says that the eye is opening up. Satellite
Yeah,
imagery is showing signs of the eye popping out again, yeah.
I think the eye is going to pop back out again once those darker -70 cloud tops, -60, -70 cloud tops, that ring that's been building. I mean, it's just been clearly evident, especially looking at radar, that the eye wall replacement cycle has not only completed, but the system is just pretty much going back into rapid intensification all over again, it seems. I
Yeah,
mean,
not good.
it's just what you call it. Uh, I think they recorded the last reconnaissance drop. They recorded, let's see, last reconnaissance, which was sometime earlier in the evening. They found a pressure of 967 millibars, and now they have extrapolated pressures of about 958 with what you call it, 958 with about uh, 10 to 20 knot winds. So
Not a surprise to see that the that the pressure is decreasing there.
yeah, it's very alarming. There's only a handful of hours, I'd say. I'd reckon like less than how many hours is there to landfall
Probably about
or
4
close to
hours,
approach?
maybe 4 hours.
Yeah, that's pretty concerning. I mean, it has the potential to really crank things up during that time frame.
Well, if you've just joined us this morning, I'm trying to reposition that, but that's not working so well. I was hoping to have a nice multi-screen there, but this is Hurricane Beryl right now, a very powerful Category 3 hurricane at this point, and it looks like it is on its way to intensifying. First visible imagery has appeared of the storm, of course, now that we've got daylight, and it is still starting, well, it's starting to look better again, starting to get a little bit clearer on that eye there that we're looking at. So it's still a massive concern, and you know, given that it used to be a Category 4, but still at this point, when you were looking a few days ago, and you would have freaked out at seeing a Category 3, never mind a Category 4. So it's a very dangerous situation that we are. I'm sure everyone's aware of that as we're heading into these morning hours. Hurricane force winds likely in Tobago as it gets even closer to the center of the storm. Let's see if we can get just a quick location update there. It's now about let me figure this out. It's 74 kilometers away from the center of the storm. Those numbers are ticking down more slowly now. I think that's because it's just starting to make it more of its closest approach. And it's not going to be hitting it dead on. So it will be on the edge of the hurricane force winds, I'm pretty sure, in Tobago. And once again, as we've been saying, Barbados the whole time here has been on the very edge of the storm conditions. Although looking at this imagery, it looking like it's getting visibility is decreasing there, and the rainfall, probably in a little bit of a shower right now on this camera, and the trees are blowing about a little bit as well. Live view there from the south coast of Barbados, looking out into the hurricane.
Yeah, it's Barbados definitely dodged a bullet with this one. I mean, yesterday we noted that it was moving pretty much mostly closer to due west than west northwest, and although it was gaining latitude, it just simply wasn't gaining enough. So right now it just seems as though Grenada is the next place up for direct impacts for hurricane force winds, and I even believe St. Vincent's still on the table for that still.
Yeah, those places that we've been talking about. Basically, Grenada drawing a line up to St. Vincent, including those two islands and all the small ones in between there. To give you a guide, just looking at the maps myself, you've got Grenada, then you've got a small group of sparse islands, Ronde Island being one of them, and then you get up to Hillsborough, which is on, I always forget the name of that island. It is, and I always forget the pronunciation as well, Kyriakou, I think it is. And then Petite Martinique, which is a small island just off there to the northeast. That's the northernmost extent of Grenada. And then you're into the Grenadines, where you have Union Island, and then you have Mayro, and then you have Canoan, and then eventually you get up to Mustique, which is where this camera is, which could also get the strongest winds, and then up towards Bikia, and then it's finally St. Vincent. So all of those islands that I've just mentioned are in with a chance of getting the worst conditions, the eye wall and the eye of the storm in the course of the next 4 or 5 hours as we continue to watch this situation progress. As we've been saying the whole time, Beryl is still a fairly small system, even after the eye wall replacement cycle, although it has grown a little bit. And that means, more than anything, if you are getting the main part of the storm, the eye wall, that conditions will deteriorate very quickly and may possibly catch people by surprise. I'm still watching comments there as well. Start your message with Force 13 if you want to catch our attention there. With a little bit of teamwork going on. If you got anything you'd like to share with us over there as well, that we may not be aware of, then that would obviously help us out. But from what we're seeing in front of us right now, the eye is opening up on this satellite imagery. Let's see if we can get some first visibles on this particular viewpoint. And, well, there's that. Not much to see there just yet. But we're just starting to get those first little viewpoints. But this is a better view of those first visible images from satellite as we're watching this hurricane wrap up once again. If you've just joined us waking up this morning, of course, it's just past 6 a.m. in this region. It weakened a little bit last night from Category 4 status down to 120 miles per hour Category 3. It is still 120 miles per hour, but it really looks like it's starting to intensify again. It's certainly deepened with recon observations there suggesting possibly 958 millibars once again. But the winds haven't caught up yet, or after that eye wall replacement cycle. We are seeing indications that the highest winds are still around that 120 mile per hour mark. And if you haven't seen the updated forecast yet, it is calling for strengthening again to a Category 4 later today, staying as a Category 4 until early tomorrow morning, and then starting to weaken again, passing by Jamaica as a Category 2 on Wednesday, and staying at Category 2 strength until it reaches the Yucatan Peninsula. Right near the border with Belize now and Mexico, Chetumal possibly getting the eye, and then moving into the Bay of Campeche. Of course, the cone is there for a reason, and it still could change either off to the left or to the right of its track and so we can't rule out that the storm will maybe move through Cozumel or Cancun and then move off towards the northwest, and that would still put Texas in play. But the model consensus is shifting again further south, pointing towards possibly more of a southern Gulf of Mexico threat into the same area of region where Chris is right now, which made landfall in Veracruz a little bit earlier. And that's right, Tropical Storm Chris formed late last night, early hours of this morning, and made landfall and should be down to a depression very soon. A recon update, Geo, a new viewpoint there. So they sampled the southeastern side in that latest selection, a little bit closer in there, and that was the run or the flight that just got that 958 millibar pass. Interesting to see that it's a very tight eye wall on that southeastern side still, with those winds really tapering off quite quickly as the plane progressed through southeastwards. You can just about see Tobago just on the edge of that big burst of convection on that southwest side. Very fine margins here. I expect though on Tobago they will be getting hurricane force winds soon. Another view of the first visibles of the storm, although it's not the greatest view just yet. So we'll stick with the infrared on this particular selection for a little bit longer. And again, in real time, we are seeing there that the eye is starting to reappear on that satellite imagery. It never disappeared. It was just an illusion from all of that cloud cover, and it is on its way back. Let's check that radar again and see if we can discern anything from that very latest imagery. And whilst we do that, I can give you another position estimate, 72 kilometers away from the northeastern tip of Tobago, 150 kilometers away from Barbados, so it's actually moved slightly closer again there, and 171 kilometers now from Grenada. So those kilometers ticking by very quickly. 191 from St Vincent. Once again, this radar imagery still showing the storm moving in a similar direction, west-northwestwards, but a fantastic looking eye in those latest frames. Meanwhile, another view of a fantastic eye, Orlando, on microwave imagery.
Yes, we have some impressive microwave imagery from Hurricane Beryl. Very strong, definitely a larger eye, and definitely very intense. Apparently in the northeastern quadrant, which has not yet been sampled.
Now that will be interesting to see what they come up with there. But you're right, of course the Iowa replacement cycle happened. It was less than 10 miles wide when it succumbed. And this new eye is something like 25 miles wide. So it's definitely of a significant size. Let's see, Jose is with us right now as well, and I think you've actually got sound from that webcam actually. So we'll pop over to Jose's view. Oh, we're looking at the same stuff, but with added sound this time from Barbados as we're watching that view from St Lawrence Bay looking into the hurricane. And inclement conditions definitely there. The trees blowing about quite a bit. A little bit of wave action. And those clouds moving by quite quickly from left to right. So whilst we're looking at that, open floor right now for our team. I don't know if anyone else wants to bring up anything right now. Go right ahead.
I mean, Only thing I could mention right now is the fact that the eye continues to seem to clear on satellite imagery. Um, Definitely getting some warmer temperatures right now, but of course, watched pot never boils, so probably going to be another hour or so before we actually start seeing more clear eye take shape.
A lot of people asking about St. Lucia. We have neglected to mention it a little bit today. It is under hurricane warning still, of course. 232 kilometers from the center of the eye, and they've just the southern coast just got clipped by a bit of a storm from the outer bands there. Looks like that's just passed through, and so it will be relatively quiet again for a little bit longer. Winds will gradually get up there, and eventually we will start to see some more stormy conditions popping in there as one of those closer bands start to reach the area. So pretty crazy conditions expected over there as well. They have a decent chance in St. Lucia getting hurricane force winds, although the storm is still south of expected, which is good news for you over there. Back to Jose, who was having a bit of difficulty getting up another camera there that we're looking at. That's a live view once again, and you can hear the wind there. Looking at Dover Beach. Now, I'm not familiar with the geography here. I imagine that is either on the south or southwest side of Barbados. Looking out there to the waves that are pushing ashore once again, and the winds getting up there as well. Looking quite gusty at this location. Once again, that's a live shot right now in Barbados, along with the other viewpoint that we're looking at here as well, which has gotten very much inclement here. Looks like the rain is on the increase as well. Let me just refresh my geography there. So this camera that we're looking at, St. Lawrence Bay, is where I thought it was. It's right along the southwest coast there. And then you had that other camera that we looked at briefly on Dover Beach, which is actually in the same area. And we're just listening on to some of that wind right now. Another comment there as to whether there's any live imagery from Jamaica. Well, there probably are cameras, I should think so, but they won't be showing anything interesting. Jamaica is still very, very far away from the storm. It's still 2 days away. And what can it expect? Well, that's a more pertinent question. They could see some significant winds in Jamaica on Wednesday morning. We could be looking at significant hurricane force winds possible for Jamaica. Currently expected to pass close to the island as a Category 2 early into the day on Wednesday morning. But again, we're looking at a various array of cameras in some of these locations that are very close to the hurricane now. Mystique is one that we're really going to be watching closely in a couple of hours, as the storm is likely to make a very close pass to this island. It's the closest camera we've got to the track of the storm. Feel free to send in your comments and questions live. We're here for the whole duration of the storm as it moves through the Lesser Antilles. And thank you for joining us on this stream. Very important coverage as we continue to watch how this is evolving in lots of different ways. On satellite imagery, radar, and on-the-ground views, and of course recon data updates as soon as we get them. Some more visible imagery there appearing as well. Now we've got some more recon data that's still being pressed through, and Orlando, you made the comment that it's got a bigger tropical storm wind field, which we pretty much established, but why don't you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so pretty much, I mean, it seems pretty clear based off of convection on satellite imagery. Definitely more intense cloud tops around the eye and the eye wall, and fanning out outwards. It pretty much seems as though once you get into those darker cloud tops, I mean, immediately just they recorded 40 knot winds down at the surface, pretty far from the center.
Do we know how far?
I have not done the math work yet.
Yeah, okay.
If I'm going to be quite frank. But I will get that to you as soon as I can.
And Geo, the second recon plane is, well, it's on its way. It's getting close to reaching the Leeward Island, close to the Leeward Islands, more towards the Windward Islands now. So that's another tool that we're going to get fairly shortly. In the background, I think it's the Mustique camera that we're hearing the wind from. And once again, here is the viewpoint there. It's either that one or the Barbados one. Either way, it probably sounds the same in both locations. That's Mustique once again, and there's the view from Barbados looking out straight into the hurricane with the really heavy rainfall staying just offshore, just clipping the south coast right now actually, with a few edges of the band, the first real band in the main part of the storm. This will probably be the most impactful couple of hours for Barbados. It is making its closest pass. It will have gone by pretty soon. So just to hunker down a little bit longer this morning over there, but for the same can't be said for most of those other islands that the storm is still getting closer to. It is now 68 kilometers away from Tobago. That's the center of the eye, 68 kilometers away from Tobago. And if we're talking about the eye wall, that's probably only about 30 kilometers away from Tobago. So it certainly looks like they're going to get some hurricane conditions. Unfortunately, we don't have any viewpoints there, I'm afraid. But the storm is getting real close to that small island, which is going to be the primary concern for the next couple of hours. And then after that, it's straight to Grenada and St Vincent and the Grenadines. At the moment, we still can't be any more specific about a potential landfall location. We're just pointing out that it could be anywhere from Grenada still. It could still be Grenada if it's a little bit more of a westward shift, which would be unexpected, I have to say. But anywhere from Grenada to St Vincent and any of those islands in between are the places to watch out for, possibly getting the strongest winds and the worst conditions, extremely heavy rainfall, and potentially winds of up to 130 miles per hour. I'm going to try and switch radar in a moment. Go ahead.
I was just going to mention that latest satellite imagery shows about some negative 30 to about negative 20 cloud tops poking through now.
Towards the eye,
yeah. It looks like it's really trying to clear that out as quickly as possible. We'll probably see that within the hour.
There's a better view for all of the other islands that we've been looking at here, of the storm drawing nearer, and a lot of rainfall occurring in the last couple of hours on those islands, and now another wave, a band that's just slammed into Grenada there with some probably squally rainfall I would have expected in the last half hour. After that, there is a little gap, and then eventually it's going to be the main part of the storm. Even in that gap of rain there, in that slot, those winds will start to get up. So we'll be starting to see those conditions get worse in all of those islands. But as of right now, this storm is still packing winds near the center of 120 miles per hour. Sustained winds, and estimated pressure we're thinking might be down to about 958 based on that latest recon pass. There's going to be more recon very shortly. Did we confirm that there's 3 planes heading in there? There's at least
I don't know
2.
exactly. I know there's 2, but if there is a third one, it has not taken off yet.
Oh, okay. Well, 2 is plenty to be going on with right now. One of them already in the storm has been sampling it, and at the moment it's supporting the current intensity in terms of winds around 120 miles per hour, and that pressure down a little bit to around 958. And it certainly wasn't still going to be about 965, which is what they caught earlier in the night. What are the chances of Beryl going just west to Grenada, says Buh. It is, it shouldn't. As in, it shouldn't make a direct landfall there. But I think at this point, I would be expecting hurricane force winds, definitely. And probably the eye wall. But at the moment, it's looking as though the landfall zone will be north of Grenada, on those islands just to the north there. And at the moment, I'm wondering whether it might be Kiriakou that might get the actual landfall, or maybe just getting up north to those southernmost Grenadines. We're talking places like Union Island, Mayro, and a northwestward shift might turn it more towards Canoan or Mustique. But right now, these are the early visible images of the storm that we're looking at during our live coverage of this very dangerous hurricane, Hurricane Beryl. And if you missed the activity of last night, we squeezed out another named storm, Tropical Storm Chris, which formed late last night and made landfall in Mexico in the early hours of this morning in Veracruz. Now moving inland, still a tropical storm, and will probably weaken to a depression shortly. It looks horrific on satellite imagery, and should be devolving very soon, but it is producing very high amounts of rain.
So, I just like to say we have new reconnaissance data from Dropsonde within the eye. 961 millibars at the surface with a southeast wind at 24 knots. So you could probably take that about 959, 960 millibars.
So pretty steady then.
Yeah, it's compared to before. I mean, that would be about 7 to 8 millibar drop since the last reconnaissance flight.
But I really think, Orlando, that most of that would have happened earlier.
Yeah, I think a lot of that would have been rather recent. I mean, it's just now getting itself together over the past couple of hours with that eye wall replacement cycle finishing up, as well as new convection fire around the eye wall, as well as that eye wall on radar intensifying with heavier bands all across the board.
It is looking much better, but what I was saying, Orlando, is that it seems to me as though most of the deepening that happened earlier was quite a while ago, that it hasn't done much deepening since. Even though the rest of the parameters have drastically improved.
Yeah, I think we'd see a good confirmation on how that deepening process is going right now during the next pass, which should be the northeast to southwestern eye walls. So that'll be interesting, at least wind-wise.
And there's a view back at Mustique right now, which is getting closer and closer to the center of the storm. Looks like there'll be a little phase there where it's going to be dry for a bit, maybe a little bit of rain, before the main bulk of the storm arrives. Now, once again, this area, this location is a contender for the eye wall of the storm, as we watch that tree shake about there on the right hand side. So it's definitely breezy at this location, as well as all of the others that we've been looking at so far. Mainly this camera that we're looking at in Barbados, looking out at the storm right there. I am still trying to get one or two other cameras loaded up as well, but it's proving to be tricky.
So
yeah, go ahead.
it appears the data from the southeastern eye wall has come in, and long story short, they've found 999 knot winds, pretty much maintaining that Category 3 intensity. Combine that with SFMRs, I say 115, 120 so far is fine to maintain, especially since the northeastern eye wall has not been sampled yet. But we do have surface confirmation of those winds now.
So surface winds of 115 miles per hour reported there. Just trying to get some of our cameras rolling again. Visibility actually looks to have dropped on the Mustique camera, so maybe radar just isn't telling us the full story. There you can see once again that viewpoint. Must be heavier rain there right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you'd like to get in touch with us during this stream. We are covering this storm at least until it reaches the islands and passes over them. It is a very dangerous situation, and we're obviously here to cover it in as much detail as possible and hopefully be as much use as we can. This is Force 13 Live, extensive coverage on this storm throughout. Josiah says, can we get an update about Trinidad? Looking back at radar imagery, it would appear that northern Trinidad is got a band of rain there that weakened as it moves south, and again a few more actually now as well. In fact, that northeastern tip there, just about getting one of the more gnarly looking bands, probably getting some squally showers there right now on that northeastern tip, and I expect winds are starting to get up there a little bit as well. It's on the south side, so I don't think those winds are going to be too crazy yet. But still, we are expecting tropical storm force winds on Trinidad. There's a tropical storm warning. Now then, let's see if we've got any new position estimates here. I do wonder whether it's taking a northwest jog. I can't quite tell at the minute. It is still 68 kilometers away from Tobago, and it's 151 kilometers away from Barbados. But the areas where it's really closing in, it's now just 166 kilometers away from Grenada, and it's only 160 kilometers away from one of the other islands to the northeast there. I can't tell which one, but it is getting much closer to the Grenadines right now, that's for sure. If I'm going to try and project its movement, assuming it's still moving at about 20 miles per hour, which I think was the last update, just double check that. Yeah, 20. So 31 kilometers per hour, they're saying, is its movement. So do the math, and that's less than 5 hours until this potential landfall. Of course, it may speed up a little bit during that time as well. So I would say less than 4 hours until the main part of the storm arrives in, well, wherever it makes its closest pass. Check out that satellite imagery on the infrared band, and you'll see that it is vastly improving once again, with the eye popping out there and showing that it means business once again. Despite that, though, we're still not seeing any strengthening in observational data. A reminder that we'll have another update from the National Hurricane Center at 8 a.m. So that's coming up in just over an hour. But in the meantime, you're hearing a lot of wind in the background from one of the cameras. I think it was the Barbados one that's producing that noise. And once again, these are the conditions that we're looking at right now. Overcast skies. Rain here and there, heavy at times. Barbados riding the very edge of the main part of this hurricane. And they've gotten away with one, it has to be said. It doesn't look like they're going to get hurricane force winds. And that is thanks to the storm's progressive southward movement compared to what the forecast was. Because earlier forecasts would have had this storm right next to it, you know, to the point where you might have been seeing the eye wall at this location at this point, and winds of up to 120 miles per hour sustained. So Barbados will be spending this morning very thankful, I think, for only getting sporadic tropical storm force winds here, rather than the very worst of what Beryl had to offer. But like I said earlier, it's bad news for a lot of the other locations that are ahead of the storm still and nearby. Tobago, which is just 68 kilometers from the center of the eye and only about 30 kilometers from the inner eye wall. Very dangerously close to the storm. And those islands of St Vincent and the Grenadines and onto Grenada, obviously very dangerous conditions expected there, coming up pretty soon. Let's try and get some comments right now. Yeah, I know we forgot to put Chris as green on the naming list on the left. I can't change that anymore, unfortunately, because I'm right here and the graphics are sort of over there. It won't work. But just pretend it's coloured green. Chris formed earlier this morning, last night, and now moving overland into Mexico. Craig Figg says, what are the chances of the Invest taking the same track as Beryl, developing as intensively as this storm? For those who are not in the know, there is another area of interest behind Beryl that we've been tracking for several days. And earlier models were suggesting that it could become another substantial hurricane. But
sorry to interrupt, Nathan. I think you should look at this. Look at the rain.
Yep.
I forgot what they call these.
Visibility is way down there.
Yeah, like look all those rain they start rushing in at this point.
Now I did wonder whether there might have been a new squall line developing, and it may well be this.
Yeah, you could see like mostly all the, you can't even see this little building over here and some other buildings nearby. Like visibility has dropped like a lot.
So heavy rain and some locally strong winds there by the looks of things.
Yeah.
But regarding the earlier question about the other area of interest behind Beryl, models earlier were very excited about it becoming another strong hurricane, and thankfully so far they've backed off quite a bit. the GFS at least is only calling for a tropical storm to form after it passes the Lesser Antilles into the Caribbean Sea, and for it to not last very long, actually, to struggle. So fingers crossed that system is not going to be anywhere near a Beryl repeat. Of course, this storm in of itself has exceedingly overperformed, and I think it's a little bit heartening that the system behind it hasn't formed yet and doesn't look like forming anytime maybe today, because it is in the same position that Beryl was when it formed. So the fact that it hasn't yet has already put it a little bit behind schedule, so maybe some better news with that second system. I'll try and get comments as much as possible, but if you've got any observations to let us know about as well, wherever you are watching this stream, and thanks for tuning in. We hope for all the best for anyone watching in these zones. If it's safe to do so, let us know what your conditions are, and it might help us in some way or help other people watching as well. Let's take a look at some comments that are coming in right now. What conditions are Trinidad likely to experience as a result of Hurricane Beryl? Well, I said a few moments ago, it's probably going to be tropical storm force winds. The northern side of Trinidad right now getting hit with quite a few rain bands. Another one currently in progress right now, according to radar. So, could be getting some significant rain accumulations. Darren Williams apparently a friend Eddie from New Zealand yachting in Grenada right now. Well, he's had his shout out. I hope he's out of the way, or at least hunkered down. And what are our thoughts on the high wind readings on the southeast eye wall drop sond? What have we got over there, Orlando? What happened? I'm not sure if he's ready
As far
for
as
it.
I'm concerned, nothing new. I mean, it's just the same old when it comes to 115 mile per hour winds at the surface, and SFMR supporting 120. So no change in intensity besides pressure falls, and beyond that, we're just waiting right now with northeastern quadrant, which seems to be likely the most intense part of the cyclone.
Cheryl says that they're experiencing gusty winds in Tobago. Best of luck over there. You're very, very close to the eye wall of the storm right now, and things could get a lot worse very quickly. Hopefully not. It might just pass far enough away to avoid hurricane force winds, but I don't know. I would still expect hurricane force winds there. St. Lucia is apparently cool right now, and what was that?
I think I saw the camera shake for a little bit.
You're still looking at Mystique?
Yeah, I was just looking at it, and then I saw the camera start wiggling up and down. Not too hard, but like it was kind of not noticeable.
Yeah. Grenada, Grenville in St Andrews, some rain, thunder, and lightning, but not too significant at the moment, is a comment there. Thank you for that. Eldon wants to know if there's any cameras in St Lucia. I didn't come across any, unfortunately. The closest we've got really is this. This is Mystique looking out towards a squall line, we think, that, or a band from this storm right now that's continuing to affect that area. You can clearly see on the satellite imagery, convection on that western band has increased markedly, but look at the eye wall region. Just watch those black areas swirl round and light up all around the eye there as it starts to pop out again. Real sure signs of intensification that we're looking at on these images. And radar supports it too. If we go back to that radar imagery, let me just reload that radar. Looking back at it here, there it is. Those last few frames once again, and conditions looking worse in Barbados again right now. Look at this. They're getting a significant chunk of that edge of the storm now by the looks of things here. Lots of heavy rain there. The trees swaying quite a bit more. So these are possibly the... Yep, and waves crashing there as well up in the distance. So this is certainly the worst we've seen of it so far along the south coast of Barbados. And again, northeast quadrant, it has got the most wide-ranging winds, and so definitely not out of the woods for Barbados, even though the storm has already made its closest approach. But you could still get the strongest winds still in this next couple of hours. Going to try and get a position update now. Position estimate still has it around 69 kilometers away from Tobago and about 149 from Barbados. So it looks like it's doing a... I can't tell yet, but perhaps it's jogged northwestwards a little bit. I think radar supports that actually. Look back at the radar here and concentrate on those last frames. Right here. Possibly a little turn to the northwest. That has big implications. It would take the storm very much towards Mustique, I would say, rather than the islands just north of Grenada and into the... right along the edge of Grenada into St Vincent and the Grenadines. There's another view from Barbados right now. That must be on another side of the island because it's much different to what we're seeing here. As you can see, not quite as bad as it was a few minutes ago, but squally conditions along the south coast of Barbados. Again, you see all the rain moving across there, very heavy rainfall by the looks of things, and those trees swaying. As we keep looking at this imagery, keep sending in your comments and questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be happy to take your questions on the air. Might be a bit difficult right now with a lot of comments coming in. And a comment on what Beryl's forward speed is right now. Well, the last Hurricane Center update was 20 miles per hour in a west-northwesterly direction, and that is 31 kilometers per hour. Another comment there, why has the eye of Hurricane Beryl been kept opening and closing? Well, the reason for the most recent incident really was the eye wall replacement cycle, and that means that the inner eye wall it kept shrinking and shrinking yesterday, and it was unsustainable, and so I didn't actually see it collapse, or it didn't really collapse at all, did it? It just got a new eye wall formed around it and replaced it eventually, and sometimes that takes a little bit of time, and it can hold off the storm's intensity for quite a while, and that's why it didn't intensify, actually weakened slightly overnight. Of course, it is still 120 miles per hour category 3, and is look with the eye wall replacement cycle complete. You look at the satellite imagery, it's looking much better, and radar imagery improving. Recon planes in the storm right now getting new information suggesting that it's only just starting on that road to strengthening, but still indicating that it is a category 3. There's some early visibles on the other software that I'm using, but let's take a look back at this view showing the best look on visible right now of Beryl, and once again looking extremely good, and the eye clearing out for a second time as we continue to watch it. But again, you can see it is making its closest pass to Tobago right now, very shortly, and I'm hopeful that Tobago will just slightly avoid the inner eye wall and those strongest winds, which will be up to over 100 miles per hour sustained. But of course, that means bad news for those other islands that are just up the northwest there. Again, what I said earlier. Anywhere from Grenada up that chain of islands to St Vincent, anywhere along there could receive the eye of this storm in the next few hours. And once again, it is getting much, much closer. Latest position update, if we can get it, from Grenada now. It is only 156 kilometers. From St Vincent, it's 176 kilometers. And from St Lucia, it is 220. And again, in Barbados, it's right near its closest pass right now. It hasn't really gotten further away or really any closer. It's just stayed about the same. I just saw another camera wobble on the Mustique cam there. Let's go back to that, where we just have looks like that rain has slackened up a little bit, but once again really quite breezy there on that image, and this is still ahead of the storm by a few hours. Well, 2 or 3 hours at this point, probably, until they get some really serious hurricane force winds. Don't know how long the camera will hold out, but that's the viewpoint that we're looking at right now on Mustique. It's by far the closest camera that we've got to where the storm will track. If you've just joined us, this is Force 13 Live. We're talking all about Beryl. Of course, we have to acknowledge every so often Tropical Storm Chris, which formed late last night, and you might be shocked to hear that, but it did get named. That's the system that's in the Bay of Campeche right now in the southern Gulf of Mexico, right near, well, sort of near where the cone for Beryl is going. It made landfall in Mexico in Veracruz, is now moving inland, should be weakening shortly. But this is the latest forecast cone for Beryl, if you've just laid eyes on it for the first time. 5 a.m. advisory, showing the storm there heading, likely to turn a little bit more west-northwest very shortly, and the track of it takes it just north of Grenada, expected to strengthen again to Category 4 status for a second time later this morning, and hold that intensity until tonight or early tomorrow morning, and then gradually weaken due to high wind shear or increasing wind shear, back down to Category 2 by the time it passes by Jamaica, and then holds on to Category 2 status all the way through until that final, well, not final, but that next landfall in along the Yucatan Peninsula. Let me just give you a roundup of all the warnings that are currently in effect. First of all, for Chris, a tropical storm warning for Cabo Rojo and Puerto Veracruz. For Beryl, it's a hurricane warning for Barbados, St Lucia, St Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago. Tropical storm warning for Martinique and Trinidad. And a reminder that we still have a viewpoint from Martinique as well. Here it is. And a tropical storm watch for Dominica and for the south coast of the Dominican Republic, extending from Punta Palenque westwards into Haiti and round the western to the western tip of Haiti at Anse de Haino, which I have no idea about the pronunciation of that one, but that's along the western fringe of Haiti there. That's a tropical storm watch. Just to read out some of the hazards from the National Hurricane Center once again, a storm surge could be up as much as 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds near where the eye makes landfall in the hurricane warning area. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Rainfall expecting up to 6 inches across Barbados and the Windward Islands. Localized maximums of up to 10 inches possible, especially in the Grenadines and Grenada. That's 250 millimeters. This rainfall may cause flash flooding in vulnerable areas. And of course, large swells caused by the storm as well, expected across the Windward and southern Leeward Islands during the next couple of days. Also expected to reach the southern coast of Puerto Rico and Hispaniola in the next day or so. Expected to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. And then of course you've got the winds. Hurricane conditions expected early this morning. potentially catastrophic wind damage expected where the core of Beryl moves through portions of the Windward Islands, with the highest risk of the core in St Vincent and the Grenadines and in Grenada. So that's a roundup of the National Hurricane Center's update there, and some new or early visible imagery there with the enhancement applied, showing this storm starting to take on more of a beastly appearance once again as we enter these morning hours. If you missed what happened to it overnight, it weakened due to an eyewall replacement cycle. It reached Category 4 status yesterday, and my goodness, didn't it look amazing during the visible hours. Then it weakened slightly with the eyewall replacement cycle. The eye went missing just for a short moment, and it's appeared again on satellite now. It was always there on radar. It was quite a good eyewall replacement cycle, really an effective one. And it would appear at this point that we are back on to a strengthening phase. Any more news from Recon right now? I know that there are 2 planes in the area.
Yes,
Go ahead.
it's entered the northeastern quadrant.
They're in the northeastern quadrant.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of 15 non-orbs.
How much?
A bunch.
Sorry, at what speed?
50.
Oh, 50. Okay. Yeah, they're still quite far away, actually, aren't they? Looking at that, I assume that
Yeah.
image was posted quite recently. We're just going to take a look at it now. There's that
4 minutes
latest
ago.
from the first recon plane moving in there. All those oranges there that they've just captured are 50 to 55 knot flight level winds. So on the ground, that translates to a little bit weaker than that. Curious to note there some of those ground observations as well whilst that's going on. Looks like they're getting 40 knot winds in Barbados there. Is that the airport? What on earth was that? That was sounded very odd. Very irregular. Yeah, that's at the airport there where they're getting 40 knot winds at the at Grantley Adams International Airport there. So that's intriguing considering that, well, not too surprising to be honest, given that the storm force winds in the northeastern side are quite substantial, certainly in its size. Let's see if we can get back to the camera at Mustique right now. We had a few views from Barbados, of course, earlier on, which we'll go back to, but it's brightened up a little bit there at Mustique for the time being. This is the gap I've been talking about in between the bands that have just passed through, delivering those squally showers, and the main bulk of the hurricane. So I think Gio's suitably embarrassed for the strange noise that was emitted just before. But we're back with the webcams and looking back at Barbados once again. To be honest, I thought it came from an ad from Jose, but never mind. We had 1 or 2 of those earlier on. But there we go. Once again, Barbados looking a little bit better than it was earlier on when visibility went way down. And they got some really heavy rainfall by the looks of things and some waves that crashed up against the coastline there. Trees still swaying a little bit as well. Yep.
I got a recon update again.
Oh, another update.
Yep. There's now a bunch of red barbs.
So 55 to 60 knot winds there
Yep.
being detected in a large area. Really, again, showing that the maximum winds are very tightly concentrated near the center of the storm. But once again, we're going to be very interested to see what they find in that northeastern quadrant. It should theoretically be the strongest side, and so whatever winds they get in there, it's going to be quite telling to see just how strong this storm is. We heard before supporting maybe 115 mile per hour winds on that southeast quadrant, so we think it should be higher than that it should be at least 120, but what we're really looking out for here, signs of strengthening. especially when they do multiple passes in the eye. Will we see the pressure be decreasing at every pass? That would obviously be a sign of at least an intensifying storm, maybe a rapidly intensifying storm. That's really what we're looking out for, because obviously it means a lot for these islands. If it's strengthening, it doesn't take very much for it to get to Category 4 status by the time it reaches those Windward Islands. We hope that doesn't happen, but that is currently on the forecast, and we'll have to prepare accordingly. Let's see if we can get some more comments right now. Feel free to send in your questions live. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. And feel free to send in your observations if it's safe to do so. Comments there, but quite a few people asking about various different places. Barbados, whether it will actually get a direct hit. Well, the answer is no. Barbados has missed a direct hit, which is excellent news for the island. But as it is right now, the storm has already made its closest pass. It is now starting to move away, but the northeastern quadrant there, the side that's facing Barbados, is still the largest, and so the strong winds will be continuing for a little while. But yes, Barbados shouldn't be getting any hurricane force winds, and I've said it before, they've dodged a bullet with this one, because it was helped by the storm's trajectory shifting south. Most of the advisories in earlier forecasts, it was pointing directly towards Barbados, but as it happens, it's looking as though they're going to really get away with one. Not true for some of the other islands, though, which is what we're really more concerned about. Once again, just a little screenshot from Geo showing the webcam view in Trinidad right now, looking out towards quite a lot of cloud in the area. Some sporadic rain showers from some of these bands occurring over Trinidad right now. We'll have the update, the intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center in an hour, and we'll have some more news on that. We'll also have news from Tropical Storm Chris, whether they may downgrade it at the next hour. I know I would. It looks appalling on satellite imagery. So just another thing that we're looking at as well. Turbulence Mode says, have we had the worst of it in Barbados? It doesn't seem too strong right now. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, really, but it does look like Barbados is probably getting the worst that they will see right now, and if it's not very much, then I guess it's not very much. But let's not forget that you can get some very squally rain showers in these storms. It can cause localized flash flooding, but from a wind point of view, you are pretty much at the worst of it right now. And Geo, you're also pointing out lots of lightning somewhere. Where is that? Oh, it's on the west side, I think. I'm trying to figure out
Pretty
which
sure
island that
that's
is.
Grenada, I think.
Yes. Tons of lightning near Grenada right now, apparently. But is that current or is it old info? I'm sure that
That's
that was
current, I think.
I'll have to double check that info, but they've certainly
Okay.
had a lot of lightning. I think that was from the band that just passed through about half an hour ago.
Oh,
But it certainly did produce a lot of lightning strikes, apparently, according to... I don't know, you're looking at some kind of lightning mapper there? But lightning, of course, are quite common in the outer parts of the storm. What we really look for is lightning that occurs in the eye wall of the storm, the inner eye wall there, because that can be a significant sign of strengthening. Let me just reload this radar imagery, see if there's any new frames out. Once again, you can see the movement of this storm here has still been quite towards the west more than it is northwest. Check those latest frames. And okay. Well, we had the yellows wrapping round there, and I thought, well, let's go. This is going to be rapidly intensifying, but in fact, it's opened up again a little bit on that western side. It could be part of the radar, maybe. That's the far side of what the radar's looking at. But it does look like there might still be a little bit of a weakness there on that western side. It'll be interesting to see what Recon find if they sample that area. I don't know, it might just be a fleeting thing there, but it does look like a little bit of a gap in that eye wall. We'll look for good news wherever it comes, and we'll see. We'll see if it might be being held off again by possibly some dry air intrusion.
I'll look at some of that vortex data from the drop zone to confirm if it's closed or not. Pretty confident it's closed, but
I think
always
so.
good to double check.
I think so. We're going to try and bring to you a video that's been sent in from Geo. I'm not sure how this will look on the stream. It might be too zoomed in. Let me try and get this working. Oh, there we go. Well, there is a viewpoint from, was this Trinidad? You can see a little bit of rustling there. It's quite zoomed in. I need to try and... I have my cameras in a particular... well, that's slightly zoomed out. Vehicle going by there. So, looking pretty pretty sedate, actually, in that imagery. Looks like they're getting some... fair bit of rainfall. Doesn't look particularly heavy, more like fine rainfall probably. But that's one point of view right now that we're also looking at. That was Trinidad, northeast Trinidad. Let's take a look at some of the other cameras again right now then. Let's see if we can go back to the camera at Mustique, which is one of the Grenadines, for those who are unfamiliar with it. It's just south of St Vincent. So here it is, and the winds are still gradually getting up there as well as the storm draws ever nearer. Let's have a position update right now, actually, and see if we can give you some distances. So currently 66 kilometers away from Tobago. 66 kilometers. Not very far at all. It is still 150 kilometers away from Barbados. This is the center of the eye, by the way. 154 kilometers now from Grenada. It is 175 from St Vincent and 220 from St Lucia. And looking back at Barbados again, at times, on some occasions, there were some very blustery conditions here and heavy rainfall. Right now it's just the wind, I think. Again, prowling right along the edge of the main part of the storm, Barbados. But again, they've certainly gotten away with one today. Start your message with 413 all in text if you'd like to get in touch with us, or anything you'd like to notify us of. Camille says, what about St Vincent? Will we be getting a direct hit? It cannot be ruled out, although at this point it would need quite a bit of a northward shift if it was going to hit St Vincent directly. I would say it's quite unlikely at this point, but I would still just err on the side of caution. It still could definitely see hurricane force conditions there, and that's of course why there's a hurricane warning. Even St Lucia, hurricane warning still there as well. They could still get hurricane force winds, although it is looking more and more unlikely as time goes by, and it's getting closer and closer to those islands here. Is there a recon update? I just saw that someone said that there was a recon update. I don't know. A comment about eye temperature. yes, I can get that info for you. The eye temperature right now is about 1 or 2 Celsius, so it's just entered the positives again. And for the in layman's terms, it's what we're looking at there is the temperature that the satellites detect inside the eye there, beaming down. And usually once it enters the positives, it starts to really denote a clearing, quite a clear eye. When the satellites take a look down at the Earth, they capture the temperature of the cloud tops, and the first thing that the satellite hits, which is the cloud tops, it beams back the temperature, which is also a indication of how high they are, given that the atmospheric temperature changes so much, of course. And so it's also an indication with a warmer eye that it's also a deeper eye, because the satellites just picked or sometimes shoot straight through to the ocean rather than any cloud cover. So it's a sign that the eye is absolutely improving. Of course, recon data will be able to tell you the actual temperature in the eye, which always tends to be quite a bit higher than what they capture from satellites. And of course, direct observations are much more important. More important than satellite.
We do
and
have
radar.
some new recon information. They're currently going through the northeastern eye wall. They haven't passed completely through, but so far they've recorded 80 knot SFMRs, as well as I believe above 105 knots, and they have not completely passed through yet.
Northeast, is that?
Yep.
But they're not in the eye yet.
No, they're not. They just entered the deepest part of the northeastern eye wall, at least from the last update. We'll probably have a full scan of the northeast to southwest pass within the next 15-20 minutes.
You got to think they're going to get a bit higher than that. It sounds really low.
Yeah. They just started going through it, so hopefully we'll have a complete data set afterwards shortly.
If you've just joined us, it's 7:05 a.m. in the Lesser Antilles, and we are watching Hurricane Beryl, which is still a very powerful storm. It did weaken a little bit overnight, but it is still a 120 mile per hour Category 3, and it is heading straight for the southern Windward Islands there, Grenada and St Vincent and the Grenadines. At the moment, it still isn't turning as northwest as we thought, which means that we are expecting landfall, and it's becoming more and more likely here that landfall will probably be very close to the island of Veracruz to the north of Grenada. And that is probably going to be one for the record books. The only other storm in any time of year to really hit these areas as a major hurricane are few and far between. Of course, everyone talks about Hurricane Ivan, which struck Grenada in 2004 as a major hurricane as well. And apart from that, there really isn't any other comparison. So the only comparison we've got to this storm is one that occurred in the peak season, and this is the 1st of July. The closest impact or comparison for the island of Veracruz to the north would be Hurricane Janet in 1955, which impacted the island as a Category 2, almost a direct landfall during its first peak. Of course, Janet weakened after that to a tropical storm and then became a very powerful Category 5 as it smacked into the coast of the Yucatan. It's not going to do a Janet in that regard. Of course, that was another storm that was in peak season, and this one definitely isn't. Of course, it's been all kinds of record breaking with its development in the last day of June, becoming the strongest storm in June outside of the Gulf of Mexico, which I still regard Audrey as being as strong as Beryl, but on official data it is actually the strongest. And I guess we got to say we might have been a little bit surprised that Beryl didn't manage to intensify a bit further the first time around. It got to 130 miles per hour, which is still plenty enough for everyone. And a bad situation, and still could intensify back to that strength, which indeed is what's being forecasted. Let's see if we've got any more comments right now. James there saying good morning from Antigua. Apparently Wendell, heavy rainfall just started in northwest Trinidad. Probably not for the first time this morning. I think you had a few other bands earlier. And seeing anything else, Artemis wants to take a look at Dvorak imagery. Does anyone have that right now? I don't know if any of our team can show us that. I might be able to get it up on the Forster team website, show you how it's looking. The Dvorak imagery is one of the oldest types of infrared satellite imagery. It's what we have been using for decades to come up with satellite intensities for these storms. And so we'll take another look at it shortly. It's not a pretty kind of imagery, I can tell you that. But what it does tell you is quite a lot if you know how to read it. I'm just going to grab it here. Okay, we've got it. So this is the latest Dvorak picture of the hurricane, and what you can see there is that big white banding all around the center of the storm. Usually denotes a substantial major hurricane when you see that wrapping all the way around, and you have some gray in there as well within that too, showing a little bit stronger, although certainly not the strongest in terms of cloud tops. And then in the middle of that you have the eye that is starting to clear out. So again, even on Dvorak, looking quite impressive there on that latest imagery. And you can find all this on the Force 13 website in real time. You can get it animated and all kinds of other imagery as well. Let's have a little look at the true color. There's some early images of true color on Beryl right now, again on the Force 13 website, and water vapor imagery too. I wonder if it's picking up on the radar as well. I think, well, it doesn't have the Barbados. Oh, there it is. It just popped up at the last minute. So that's another view of that latest radar there from Beryl. Really looks very fascinating on that imagery. So you can mosey on over there and have a look at all of that imagery on your own. But in the meantime, we're showing all of these different perspectives of the storm as it ticks down those kilometers towards its biggest impacts that we're expecting on some of those lesser Antilles. We'll shoot back to some of these cameras right now. This once again is on the south coast of Barbados over Horseshoe Bay. Not Horseshoe Bay, what was it called? St Lawrence Bay. Horseshoe was where Idalia hit, wasn't it, I think? This is St Lawrence Bay, looking out towards the southwest, and you can still see the clouds very close at hand from the hurricane. So still very close for comfort there in Barbados. Martinique, which is much further north in the tropical storm warning zone, they could still get some strong winds later on today. And back at Mustique, if it starts playing, there it is. Some new imagery. Again, like I said before, looking a little bit brighter there, which isn't too much of a surprise. It is still getting windier though as well. There's just a little bit of a gap in the storm right now for Mustique before it gets the really heavy stuff, which will be approaching pretty soon. And I imagine the next follow-up question would be how soon? Assuming that we've still got a storm moving at 31 kilometers per hour, which is what the National Hurricane Center had at their last advisory, we are about 4 hours from landfall. And that would be of the actual center of the eye making landfall. And if we're talking about the eye wall for Grenada and the Grenadines, we're talking about 3 hours. I'm not so sure about that. I think it might just accelerate a little bit. It feels like it might be happening a bit sooner than that, but we'll wait and see. So Recon still in the storm all the while right now. 2 planes in there.
Yeah, I got some new news. We
Okay.
have confirmed the pressure is definitely still falling in the cyclone. Um, that being said, we won't find out till accurate information until we get the drops on data on that. But we do have 125 knot SFMRs
Oh,
from that northeast pass.
well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
And it really is
and
blowing up.
130 knot. Yeah, 130 knot flight level winds as well.
Wow, blowing up on that northeastern side. So that would justify at least a borderline category 4 then.
Yeah, I'd say so. Till we get some drops on data that would measure more accurately on the surface. National Hurricane
Yeah.
Center will compare the two, see which one's more reliable. That's a lot, honestly. Big jump.
I'm actually going to take a short break here from my desk. So, team, if you could just fill in for a few minutes here, just let us know what your thoughts are on the storm as we've been watching it, and I'll be back in just a sec.
All right.
Yeah, so honestly, still same story. The storm's still intensifying. Falling pressures, reconnaissance flights found 130 knot, about 130 knot flight level winds, 125 knot SMRs. Same story, pressures falling. Found about 957 millibar pressure within the storm. That 957 millibar pressure, though, has about between a 20 knot to 30 knot wind to it. So pressure is probably more like 950, 956, about 956 or 955. But that's really dependent on drops on data on that. That being said, though, it does indicate that this storm is going through maybe a potential rapid intensification phase, but we'll have to see a couple more passes to really verify that. But it is definitely intensifying rather quickly. So same effects remain in areas of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Barbados got lucky with about just tropical storm force winds and squall lines, as well as downpours. That'll probably be the worst. That's been reiterated before. But definitely seems as though the Grenadines is going to be the target within the next 4 to 6 hours or so.
All right, we're back here. Have we seen any more developments with regard expanding wind field? We heard about it earlier. You couldn't give us any concrete numbers. I don't know.
I am not sure exactly how to properly calibrate that, but
Sure.
From the section that I did measure, I think it was extending about 60, 65 nautical miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds on the northwestern quadrant, I believe.
Okay.
So it's still a tight core. It's still small, but definitely looks like the St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be feeling those effects rather shortly.
Okay. So, if you've just joined us, what areas are we most concerned about right now? Well, let's give you a little sit rep on all of the islands that are being impacted by this storm. At the moment, it's just made its closest pass to Barbados, and I thought it was more zoomed out than that. Well, can I not? Okay. Well, there's a storm continuing to move towards the west-northwest towards the Windward Islands. Barbados, well, it's gotten away with one or two little squally showers that have been moving through this morning, but it has remained just outside of the main part of the hurricane. Tobago, I think the storm has actually just done a little bit of a northwestward turn, which has just about bailed out Tobago there. I think they may just be on the very edge of hurricane force winds, but they may not get any. But they are getting some strong winds nonetheless and heavy rainfall. Trinidad, the northern part of the island, really getting into some more extensive rainfall coverage now. Mainly from a band, but it's starting to become part of the storm itself. And then we're talking about the line of islands, of course. Grenada, there was a squall line that moved through there earlier, produced a lot of lightning apparently. 1 or 2 more little showers just about to reach you, but in general it's clearing up a little bit just before the main part of the storm arrives, I'm afraid. And then a similar story for all of the other islands up there, really, through the Grenadines and the St Vincent. For St Lucia, there's been 1 or 2 smaller bands over there. It's just been struck by the edge of a band, and another one there that just moved through. So we're getting sporadic heavy rainfall, and that is set to continue. It would have to jump quite far to the north now if St Lucia was going to get hurricane force winds. And then further north, you're talking about Martinique and Dominica and up to Guadeloupe. We're looking at some rainfall currently over Dominica right now, just about to clear off a little bit. Some quite heavy periods in the last hour or 2 there. Martinique hasn't seen very much. There is a little line moving through right now, or just moved through. And Guadeloupe is getting little bits here and there as well. At times heavy, but generally not too crazy there. Of course, they're not under any watches or warnings that far north. It ends at Dominica, who are under tropical storm watches. Martinique under a tropical storm warning. And then the rest of those islands under a hurricane warning. And Trinidad under a tropical storm warning. The next update from the National Hurricane Center is coming up in about 40 minutes' time. They'll probably wait pretty much until the release time comes. They're often early, but I think on this occasion they'll wait because they will be getting data from the recon planes. But just looking at satellite once again, and a big blow up on that whole northern semicircle there, really throwing up lots of heavy convection, some of the highest that we've seen during this whole storm's life actually. So another sign here that we may be seeing some substantial intensification beginning. Did I miss any data when I was away, Orlando? And if not,
Nothing,
just reiterate what
new.
they found.
Yeah, it's just the same thing. Right now, actually, there's going to be, I believe, let me double check on that. Air Force is about to be inside the eye. It's probably going to give us a good sample reading, but I think they're going to be doing a west to east pass, based on the looks of things. But besides that, same readings as usual. 130 knot flight level winds, 125 knot SFMRs. It's still going to be curious to see what that northeastern eye wall drop zone is going to read, if we hopefully get a reliable reading on that. Besides that, though, there is no new drop zone data or any other information available, besides the fact that we're about to have another intercept into the eye shortly from the Air Force flight.
Yep, so what we're really looking at when we get this eye pass is whether and how much the pressure may have fallen, which is going to be a surefire indicator as to if and how much it's strengthening. And we think it's going to be more than if, we think it is going to be strengthening.
I was going to mention, actually, I'm not sure I got that through to you, but there was, I believe, a 957 millibar extrapolated pressure with about 20 to 30 knot winds. So pretty indicative of still storm intensifying. Beforehand, I think they had about 959. Yeah, so probably more like 956 if this holds.
And that would be a new low as well for the storm.
Yeah, and I mean, it's usually, I mean, what we often see is the pressures fall before the winds actually catch up to it. Um, so it's likely that this storm will be re-intensifying. I mean, that northeastern eye wall is definitely indicative of potentially a borderline Category 4 hurricane.
Yeah.
Not sure if the National Hurricane Center will go with that, but we'll find out shortly within the next 30 minutes or so.
Well, as it is right now, it'd probably be 125, but you know, the whole game could change if we get new recon data supporting higher. And that's what they'll be waiting for when they're compiling their advisory, the intermediate coming up at 8 a.m. They may change some warning data. I don't know if they will. They might introduce a tropical or hurricane watch in Jamaica at some point today, you would think. And, well, it would have to be today, but this morning, I would think. And apart from that, there's probably not going to be huge changes, but unless we have something big from the recon plane in just a few minutes. They don't change the cone forecast on the ATM advisory, they just do a position update. We'll be able to see there whether whether it has gone further south than expected. I think it was at first, but I think more recently it has started to turn a little bit further northwestwards. It looks to me as though it is heading directly for the small island of Kiriakou to the northeast of Grenada. It looks to me as though it's going to be very close to there that's going to get this eye pass, and a very dangerous storm it will be, particularly in those locations.
I was just going to add that, speaking of that, some of the models coming out for the hurricane models, they are indicating that the storm may be moving slightly more northerly than, so we might be seeing a little bit of a reversal come for the 12Z, model suite.
Well, the 6C GFS came out just over an hour ago. I've only just checking it for the first time here. They have a little bit more strengthening of the storm right now. Of course, as it always has done, it's initialized the storm way too weak, but it does forecast a bit of strengthening just now, and then very gradual weakening. It takes a storm into... It actually takes a storm along the north coast of Jamaica in their latest forecast, latest update. And actually, it has pivoted northwards a little bit again, the latest GFS. It almost makes it to intersect pretty much where Hurricane Alex made landfall in 2010 is now what the GFS is pulling at. Although, very hard to get an intensity on that, suggests that it would only be a tropical storm. As for that second system that we're still watching, the GFS at their 6C update has continued to downtrend on Invest 96L, the one behind Beryl. So hopefully some good news there. And as a matter of fact, it only, on the GFS, takes it to brief tropical depression status in the early phases, although it does form into a significant tropical storm near Texas towards the end of the 10-day period. I'm not going to get into that at this stage, but that's just a little indicator there of at least the Lesser Antilles. It's looking less likely that we're going to see a double whammy right here, which is obviously a bit of good news, but Beryl itself is appearing to intensify, and the satellite imagery is very foreboding as we continue to watch it here, and just move the screen over just a little bit more as the storm moves on, making its closest pass to Trinidad right now. Let me just get a new reading and see if we can figure out... I've actually just turned the whole thing off. Let me just try and get that back again. I will be just a sec with this. Just going to try and get a new reading on this in terms of distances from land. Yes, in the chat says a drop sond in the northeast had 109 knot reading. Did you collect that one?
Yeah, there's a new drop zone reading. Actually, it's not 109. Think at the surface they found 104 knots.
Okay, well that supports the current intensity.
Yeah. That said, I think very curious to see if the National Hurricane Center goes with about a mean average between the SFMR and the latest dropzone data. So they might just nudge it up a little bit or maintain it. Very curious to see what decision they make.
Okay, current distances from land. The eye of the storm, the center of it, 70 kilometers from Tobago. It is 151 from Barbados, and it is now only 129 from Grenada, and 121 from Veracruz to the northeast, and 153 from St Vincent, and 200 kilometers away from St Lucia. We're here for the whole duration of this storm as it piles through the Windward Islands. It has already, looks like it's made its closest pass to Tobago now. So it's already made its closest pass to 2 of the islands. And Tobago may have briefly gotten hurricane force winds and may still be getting some right now. But another place that's narrowly avoided the worst conditions of this hurricane. But unfortunately, our collective luck is not going to hold. There really is no way that this storm could avoid substantially any of these other islands that it's heading towards, because they're all just in a line, aren't they? So it does look like that some of these places are going to get some serious impacts fairly shortly in the next 3 hours. This is Force 13 Live. Our coverage continues, and we have the National Hurricane Center's advisory on its way shortly, and plenty of updates from Recon that are coming through the whole time, which they'll be using, of course, to help figure out what info they're going to put out at their next advisory. We should get the update on Tropical Storm Chris first. I imagine they'll want to get that out of the way. And if you've just joined us and wondering what on earth we're talking about, Tropical Storm Chris was named last night. A storm that developed, maybe a little bit of a surprise, a quick developer in the Gulf of Mexico, Bay of Campeche region. And I can show you it again now, just briefly. This is Chris, and it moved inland quite quickly after it first formed. And this was all overnight, and now this morning it's moving inland there. This is actually old imagery. I need to go and update this, but even at this point a few hours ago, it was already looking pretty poor. Let me see if I can just get this updated. It was pretty poor, and only getting more and more disheveled as it goes on. But what it is doing is producing a lot of rain. All of those cloud tops in there could be causing some localized flash flooding. Let's look back east, and you see the first geocolor daylight imagery from this perspective of Beryl, and again it's looking very ferocious once again as it moves towards these islands, just like it did yesterday. Really amazing appearance that it had yesterday when it reached its first category 4 peak. Here it is today, still at category 3, but it's our understanding really that it's probably going to reach category 4 status again as it reaches these islands in just a couple of hours. So this storm strengthening, Recon seems to be indicating that. Maybe not as fast as some people might expect it to be looking at satellite, but intensifying nonetheless. Just looking at more charts that have been posted through our internal comms here, and this one from Recon indicated a 130 knot flight level wind at 10-second flight level winds. That's really about probably still high-end category 3 on the ground, and then you've got some surface winds there as well, SFMR winds into the 120s. That's 10-second wind as well, so it'd be a little bit less than that. Borderline category 4, I think, is definitely the order of the day here. And I think the National Hurricane Center will run with 125 miles per hour at their next update, unless we get some new data that has even higher than that, maybe.
Isn't this a Cat 4?
Not yet.
Because what's this?
Just a sec. What are we looking at here? Can't quite read the text.
I don't know, maybe tripping. But...
Some high winds there into the Category 4 range at flight level. I can't tell if it's higher than that though. What are those? I can't tell what those wind barbs are saying. Is that 135?
There has been 160-mile-an-hour gusts. So
Okay.
I don't know.
And the pressure they got there that time, is that 958? I can't quite read that text.
958. With the one in the center or
The lowest one.
the lowest? 956, 958. Yeah,
956. That's
956,
extrapolated.
958.
So again, we're still looking at similar pressures in the upper 950s probably for this update when it comes out. So slight strengthening at the moment, but it could be a harbinger of more rapid strengthening a little bit later on. Either way, they are still expecting a Category 4 storm out of this fairly soon. And again, we're looking at some of these cameras, still looking at Barbados. The storm is still right on your doorstep with some strong winds again, throwing those trees around a little bit. It's nothing too crazy, but there have been a few times of squally rain showers that have just been perched on the very edge of the main part of the storm, which really just missed Barbados. It could have been a much worse situation for them today. Let's go back to latest radar imagery and take a look, and turn myself off because I'm in the way, at what's going on here. So again, movement west-northwestwards. That eye wall still looking very good. A few reds appearing there now in those later frames as well. So real signs, especially on the northern rim there, that it's really getting itself together. And in terms of other places being impacted by rainfall there, well, Tobago getting its fair share under that hurricane warning, just narrowly missing the core of the storm. But of course the places we're looking out towards next, Grenada towards St Vincent, some of these places are going to get maximum winds out of this. That would be, by that point, probably a Category 4. So, a dangerous situation as we continue to watch Beryl. Not too much else to say about it right now as we wait for that update and wait for any more recon data. So let's see if we can take some questions. Hagen Dars, thanks for joining us and becoming a member. It's great to have you on board with us. Appreciate that. Hurricane Altony Bronze says, what time will Beryl make landfall? Well, at the moment it looks like it's going to be around 3 to 4 hours, possibly. Maybe a little bit less now, as it on those islands. And it's going to be a very serious problem for some of these islands, of course. It could be a Category 4 by that point. And what's the size of the eye at the moment? Indications are showing that the eye size is somewhere near 25 miles wide, okay? About 40 kilometers wide. So it is a much wider eye than it was when it was before it underwent its eye wall replacement cycle. Candid says that someone said lots of lightning and fluctuation of electricity in Tobago. Now that wouldn't surprise me. They may well see power outages out of this. Do we think the Grenadines population will have the worst effects from Beryl than what happened with Ivan on Grenada? Could be marginally worse, yes. I'm not really sure. Ivan, of course, was a notably bad storm in the collective memory in Grenada. Of course, it hopefully will go a little bit further north to spare the larger populations. Go ahead.
The National Hurricane Center has downgraded Tropical Storm Chris to Tropical Depression.
Okay.
And they said heavy rainfall and flooding continues over a portion of eastern Mexico.
So no surprise to find that Chris is down to a tropical depression. 35 miles per hour, 1007 millibars, moving inland over eastern Mexico, Veracruz, and moving into neighboring states pretty shortly. So Chris, a bit of a formality right there, down to a tropical depression.
What's the rainfall totals on there? Because I'm not sure if I can pull it up or not.
They'll probably get up to 12 inches of rain from Chris, 300 millimeters.
All right.
And we're just waiting for any news on Beryl there as well, but they'll probably take their time with it, especially if we've still got recon. Where are they up to now? Are we getting any intercepts anytime soon?
I'll try to look.
Geo's just posted about a peak 10-second wind of 116 knots.
160 or 16?
16. Again, that's a 10-second wind, and of course we go for 1 minute sustained winds on all of the intensities, so it's probably still not a category 4 by that data. But I think 125 will be a safe bet for the next update, which is just short of category 4 status, unless Orlando has anything to the contrary. But at
I
this
don't
time,
think there's gonna be any recons. I'm not sure. Probably more might come in later on.
so what we heard before, an extrapolated reading
weird.
of 956.5 it was. So
Hold up.
Yeah, I want to also add about that northeastern quadrant. I believe I failed to mention above the surface there are some impressive readings there. And when I mean by impressive, I am talking higher echelon category 4 and slightly even above.
I think I'm bearing. Hold up. Hold up.
We await the update from the Hurricane Center, but it might take a little while yet as they get all of their data together and hold out for any more that comes in at the last minute. But it sounds like it's going to be a borderline Category 4 at the update. They've got a choice to go for 125 or whether to bump it up to 130 and make it a Category 4 storm once again. Certainly the satellite imagery is pretty much borderline on that count as well. Either way, it's very strong winds, very dangerous winds here from this powerful hurricane with sustained winds of, it's going to be over 120 miles per hour, which is nearly 200 kilometers per hour. If we get any more information, we'll let you know pronto. Miss, thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate that. We've been working hard, but we do it because it's necessary and because we want to put all this out. We want to be as reliable as possible. What hurricane made the same track as Beryl in the past is a question there. Well, are we talking just track or track and intensity? Because track and intensity, it's only comparable really, well, at the moment, it's only comparable to Ivan, actually. But obviously it won't do the rest of what Ivan did. But in terms of adjust its track, then we've probably got a few much weaker options. Let me have a little look. I am not sure on what to compare this one to. Perhaps it's... No, I'm clutching at straws. I'm not really sure what we can compare it to, and it's probably not helpful to do that anyway. So right now, if you've just joined us, we're awaiting the new update from the National Hurricane Center. We just got confirmation of the update for Chris. Heavy rainfall and flooding continues over portions of eastern Mexico. 35 miles per hour, 1007 millibars. The tropical storm warning discontinued because it doesn't have those winds anymore. It's going to dissipate pretty soon. Expecting another 4 to 8 inches of rainfall, maximum rainfall totals of 12 inches possible across the higher terrain of the Mexican states of Guanajuato, Querétaro and San Luis Potosi. The rainfall will result in areas of flooding with mudslides possible in areas of higher terrain. That's Chris out the way, so we wait for the update on Beryl at this point and whatever information they bring out. But as of the last update, the warnings were as such: a hurricane warning for Barbados, St Lucia, St Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago, a tropical storm warning for Martinique and Trinidad, and a tropical storm watch for Dominica, the Dominican Republic from Punta Palenque westward to the border with Haiti and into Haiti, westwards to Anstahino, along the western tip of that southern leg of Haiti. So that was at the last update. I imagine not much will change. They may consider starting out watches for Jamaica. If it's not going to be at 8 a.m, I fully expect it will be by 11 a.m. So I think we'll start to see that come into play pretty soon, because Jamaica is getting very close to the 48-hour cone. I don't know, they may even wait a little bit longer with the track record this storm has had. They seem to issue warnings across the board quite late during this storm. I get that it intensified much quicker than people expected, but it took a very long time for hurricane watches to go into effect for these islands. Let's go back to some cameras then. This was that view from Barbados once again, looking back out to sea, straight towards the storm. Although I think things will start to improve here pretty soon. It's still quite gusty and blowy. You can see it from the trees there on the right hand side. But I think it is starting to get a bit brighter. Certainly in terms of rainfall, I think that will be on its way out soon. And the winds will start to get down a little bit later. Here's the viewpoint from Martinique, if we've still got it. There it is. A little bit blowy, bit breezy. Still people out and about there. Tropical storm warning here for Martinique. And if it continues to go a bit further south, then there may not be much to worry about here. But nonetheless, there is a viewpoint. Here's another view from Barbados. I'm not sure exactly where this one is, but it looks much quieter here, so it may be on the far side of the island. And once again, this is Mustique, which may well end up in the strongest part of the storm later on this morning. It will happen rapidly as the storm arrives. We're talking just about a couple of hours until we really start to see those extremely strong winds reach islands like these along the Grenadines chain, extending from St Vincent to Grenada. Do we think 96L behind Hurricane Beryl will be our next named storm? I think it will at some point. It's got plenty of opportunity. Even if it fails in the Caribbean, it may manage it in the Gulf. That's the most realistic take that we can give on that one right now. But certainly model support has dropped for that system in the initial phase. So the double whammy scare that we had, certainly that it will be 2 hurricanes back to back, is diminishing a lot, and hopefully it won't come to anything like that. More visible imagery then that we're looking at here of the storm slowly appearing even better on visible. Infrared really is where the story's at. Some really high cloud tops swirling all around the north side of that storm there. A sure sign of intensification, although I do note on that northwestern side it's looking quite jagged. I think there may be quite a bit of wind shear up there. But in the meantime, it is still looking good for Beryl, I'm afraid, because that's bad news for everyone in its path. And it is still expected to become a Category 4 hurricane. Already it would appear to be a borderline Category 4 now, as we wait for that next advisory, which is due out shortly. And we'll see what kind of winds they go with. Certainly, they'll be reducing the pressure to the upper 950s. And I fully expect we'll see at least a 5 mile per hour increase. And Category 4 starts at 130 miles per hour. We're currently at 120. But if you started out, you know, when Beryl first started to form and you saw this coming up, Category 3 about to reach these islands, it would have still been a mind-blowing thing to see. And this is already just off that earlier peak that it had yesterday, but it can easily retain that during the course of the next few hours unless wind shear comes in at the last minute. But there's really nothing averting major hurricane impacts along those southern islands now. Stick with us for our live coverage. We'll continue to be monitoring and plotting the progress of this storm as it happens. You can join in on the chat there as well, and if you've got any important information for us, you might want to tag us there too. And they also at this time update the chances of development as well, and they've actually dropped Invest 96 slightly. They were at 70%, they're now down to 60% in the next 7 days. So a little bit of encouraging news there. Still more likely than not to form, but they have dropped the chances just a tad to 60% for Invest 96. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Pacific, we should also point out there's a 40% chance of development there. Possibly our first storm of the season in the Pacific Ocean coming up later in the week. And boy, it needs one, because we've entered July the 1st now, which means it's the slowest start to the Eastern Pacific since 1964. And in the Atlantic, it had quite a slow start. It was the slowest start since 2014. We're not quite accustomed to that, are we? But of course, now it's really paying that back. And you just got the feeling, didn't you, that with such a quiet start that it might rebound quite strongly, and it really is doing that right now. We're just watching this satellite imagery frame by frame, more and more of those high cloud tops encircling the eye now, looking very impressive on this latest imagery.
I feel like
Yeah,
this is just like a. Sorry, I'm just gonna say.
Go ahead. Sorry.
that, I was gonna say, like, after hearing Beryl becoming Category 4 at the first time in June ever, I just feel like this is just a wake-up call. And I think Beryl's telling us that this season, even though it might be active, but we don't know how active it will be. But I feel like Beryl's just telling us to keep an eye and to get ready, because the Atlantic may have something for us that we don't know. We don't know how strong it can be, but it's just a warning that Beryl's telling us to get ready after showing us how early it became. And mostly for me, the first Cat 4 ever in June. Like, I never seen anything like that ever in my life. But like, yeah, again, I feel like this is just a warning or a heads up to like get prepared, get ready, and be aware of any tropical systems that can form off the coast, probably of the United States or probably off the coast of Africa. So
Orlando?
yeah. So we just only time can tell, and we can just have to wait and see what the Atlantic has for us.
Did you want to come in there, Orlando?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this next week or so, I mean, we still have 96L to watch, and beyond that, who really knows? I think there's a good chance we'll see a little bit of a lull in the middle of July, which is actually something we'd expect climatologically speaking. So hopefully that stays that way. But beyond that, reconnaissance flights have confirmed through dropson data that the system has a pressure of about 959 millibars. The NOAA confirmed 960, but Air Force has confirmed 959.
National
the
Hurricane
Air
Center
Force
just
Marine
tweeted out a new advisory. I think a new advisory just came out, Nathan.
The new update dropped on the Twitter?
Cat 4.
I follow the National Hurricane Center on Twitter, and I'm looking at the
Beryl is
National
the Category
Hurricane
4 hurricane.
Wow. So
Yeah,
they
the
did go and push the button then.
Yeah, Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicated Beryl has strengthened to an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane.
So back to Category 4 status again, everyone. 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 959 millibars, moving west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. So once again, we're back with the status that we had yesterday, really. A very powerful storm, as it always was, and still remains, and now even stronger once again, now at Category 4 status. So that's the latest news right now. Beryl, back to Category 4. It'll take me a little while, but all the stuff on our graphics will get updated in just a little bit.
So I have something to mention. Just above the surface, I believe the Air Force reconnaissance flight found 133 knot winds just above the surface.
Wow.
And that's from dropson data.
And it's still moving nearly west. It's 280 degrees at 20 miles per hour. It still hasn't made that turn. By the way, there were no changes. Actually, no, I've not seen. That's the old update. Sorry about that. It is west-northwest at 20. It is still a little bit north. I was on the old advisory there. I'm just waiting to see if there's any new warnings that have been issued. There certainly won't be any for the Lesser Antilles because all the ones that have warnings already have. But at the 8 AM advisory, if you've just joined us, Beryl is back up to Category 4 status after losing it for a little while. But it had an IWO replacement cycle, a successful one, and satellite imagery shows little to argue against with regards its intensity right now, and is drawing very close to the Lesser Antilles, which it will be hitting in just a couple of hours by the looks of it. Whilst we wait for the full text of that advisory again, let's see if we can just get a new position estimate compared to all these land areas. So right now it's actually getting further away again from Tobago. It's made its closest pass. It's 75 kilometers away now. Barbados 152 kilometers. St Grenada 119 kilometers. Kirkaroo 111, and for St Vincent 143, and for St Lucia 194. So again, it is still getting closer and closer to some of those islands, but in particular Kirikoo is the area that we're most concerned about right now for a potential landfall, or some of those islands nearby like Petite Martinique or Union Island or Mayro or Canoan. all those areas around the border region between Grenada and St Vincent and the Grenadines. So that's what we're looking at ahead of us right now with this Category 4 update for Hurricane Beryl. I've got the information now. Interestingly, St. Lucia, in fact, the only warning changes are downgrades. St. Lucia have downgraded their hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning, and Dominica have discontinued the tropical storm watch. So that's the update at 8 a.m. So good news for Dominica there, out of the threat now, and St. Lucia revised down to a tropical storm warning. So that's the update there at 8 a.m. And you'll want to bear with me for a little while now whilst I update all the info on some of our graphics. But team, feel free to go ahead and provide your thoughts on this. I suppose you're not really that surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it only was a matter of time. I mean, it's good for some islands. It's always a guessing game with small cyclones and these islands. I mean, not all of them were expected to receive hurricane force winds given the size of Beryl. So not shocked by any of the downgrades that we've seen. But the areas that will be impacted are going to be facing winds that they haven't seen, at least in the past 20 years. So very, very, very concerning. And it's even more concerning that this would be the case any time of year, and it's just happening so soon.
Not much else to say apart from that. Just working. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's just shocking. Like I wasn't. Well, I mean, I did have a little feeling that it will probably reach back up Category 4, but still, I pretty much stayed with Category 3, probably 125 miles per hour. But when I heard the National Hurricane Center saying it bumped up to Category 4, I was like, oh, okay, not again.
Yeah, and it's not very shocking, unfortunately. I mean, the drop zone data is extremely impressive. If this thing keeps deepening before passing by the islands or even by the islands without any breaks, we can probably see a pretty significant storm on its closest approach. It still has a couple of hours left, and a lot can change in that time. A lot has changed within that time, and we'll see how much things will go.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, just to reiterate the warnings right now, a hurricane warning then for Barbados, St Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago, a tropical storm warning for Martinique, Trinidad and St Lucia, and a tropical storm watch now only for Hispaniola, the south coast of the Dominican Republic, from Punta Palenque westward to the border with Haiti, and then into Haiti as far west as Anstahino. That's a tropical storm watch, and I personally, by the next full advisory at 11 a.m., I would want to start seeing some watches get put up in Jamaica if it were me.
Was the forward speed still 20 miles per hour before?
It is, and it's just taken a slight nick further northwards, now up to 285 degrees, which is west-northwest. Still very slight, too slight for some of those islands. So quite a few places are still going to get slammed, although a direct landfall in Grenada seems less likely at this point. You can clearly see on this satellite imagery, it looks like it's taken a bit of a northerly jog. That was the last National Hurricane Center cone, and there's the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory, and you may just notice there, it has actually ended up very slightly north of that initial forecast as to where it is right now. So yes, it's really going to be one here for the southern islands of St Vincent and the Grenadines and the northern islands of Grenada, and it will probably pass in between the two main islands themselves. Next full update at 11.
Yeah, and I was also going to mention beyond Hispaniola, the models seem to have shifted back. I mean, it's this windshield wiper effect of just going north or south, and right now the models have trended back significantly more north towards the Yucatan Peninsula versus going more towards Belize. Something's going to be definitely worth watching, especially once we get to 12Z, and we're able to also include the European, Canadian, and German models.
Yeah. There's Mustique, one of the places that could get barreled with the very strong winds, the strongest winds of this hurricane. We will be updating our graphics whenever we get the chance, so it can take a little bit of time, especially when I'm the one that's updating the graphics whilst talking about the graphics and different things. Let's take some more questions. Vanny, yes, St. Lucia did downgrade to a tropical storm warning. Still could get dangerous conditions there. Luke says, what do we think about the amount of lightning right around the eye? Pretty unusual concentration of lightning strikes as of recent. I haven't seen it, but if there is, then that is another real sign of rapid intensification, possibly.
Yeah, it's very impressive. The overall structure is great. The satellite imagery is great. Radar still pretty impressive, and that reconnaissance data we've been getting, especially at flight level winds, that mixes down to the surface. We're looking at a very powerful Category 4 hurricane, at the least.
It's not good. You think that
Yeah.
we could be getting towards a high-end Category 4 later then?
I think it's possible. I mean, the conditions aren't going to necessarily deteriorate too much, even after the islands. Once you get towards, of course, past, I guess, the ABC Islands and Hispaniola, of course, there's a good chance that things will definitely taper off and not be as prime for intensification or maintaining of intensification. But right now, between the Windward Islands before and after, yeah, I think there is definitely room for it to continue intensifying, and the Windward Islands are definitely not going to interrupt the system whatsoever
Oh, no.
at this point.
Wind shear might, though. I mean, just looking
Yeah,
at the
that's
cloud
the
tops, they're already quite jagged up there towards the northwest, a sign of wind shear.
Yeah, it really
there
depends. I mean, it's on borrowed time.
It is.
That said, though,
Yeah, I
Um,
just looked at the windshield right now.
based off the dropsonde data that we've had, I mean, it continues to intensify, even despite that.
Is right now.
We might be looking at that. We might be looking at those 125 knot, 130 mixed down to the surface.
Wow.
Well, the eye
Yeah.
becoming much more better in terms of its satellite appearance in those last couple of hours, and the cloud top still really blowing up almost all the way around.
That's very impressive structure.
Yeah, I think the winds are start picking up on the camera, and I forgot the location of this.
Are you still looking at Mystique?
Dovers. Dovers, I think that's how you call it.
Who? Yeah, you're still. I think you were still looking at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely can see that more northerly jog on satellite imagery.
Yeah, it does look like.
So it might be, yeah, Grenada's looking to be quite lucky if this continues.
Let's look back at the radar imagery right now and see if we can corroborate that. Well, there it is. westward jog, northwest jog just there near the end. It's still going to get very close for comfort and probably still deliver hurricane force winds to Grenada, but probably not the strongest winds, which is good news, or better news for them. But it's the islands north of there that look like they're really going to get slammed with the worst of this storm and an eye pass, and it's getting quite close. That radar showing that the sort of outer eye wall area is starting to reach those islands now, so it really is, time is ticking. It's getting really close now, and it's the inner bands that are reaching those islands. Those winds will really start to get to sustained tropical storm force, probably for the whole duration now, and after that, well, all hell might break loose when the main eye wall, inner eye wall, arrives. As we've mentioned, 130 mile per hour winds. It is extremely dangerous, category 4, and strengthening.
What's the central pressure again?
They went
Nine.
with 959 there.
959.
Though I think it may have been slightly lower.
Yeah. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so reconnaissance is about to go in again. They're going to be doing a south to north pass, it seems. So we're going to probably get some more data in regards to that soon. They did just do a drop sonde. The drop sonde data shows about not too intense winds all the way in this by Trinidad and Tobago. But yeah, it's about to go ahead and do that north-south pass soon.
So there we go, that's one of the flights, and there's just still 2 flights in the storm.
Yeah, there's still 2 of them. I see that the one that's going in right now is the NOAA plane, and then you also have the Air Force flight that's still going through. They just did a southwest to northeast pass, and it seems like they're going to wrap around and do another one. Not sure which quadrant though yet.
We've got our left bar updated now, so everyone will be happy to see that Chris is now lit up. That storm formed last night, moved inland over Mexico, already down to a tropical depression now, and we'll be updating our bottom captions in just a couple minutes here. It's something that I've got to do multitasking here and hope that the this temperamental machine doesn't completely break down whilst I do it. But we're looking at a few different things, of course, as we're watching this radar imagery, the satellite that we've been looking at, and our array of cameras that are active right now as well. A few spots. There's another few in Barbados, although not much to see there. This is Martinique, where there's a tropical storm warning still in effect there as well. But I think the biggest threat will be some heavy flooding rain possible at this location. Still relatively calm, and this was the location in Barbados again, looking brighter there now, still gusty, but the hurricane is, it's making its closest approach. It's starting to move away. Barbados, as I've mentioned a few times, really dodging the worst of this storm, which was supposed to move further north, much closer to the island. Well, it hasn't, so that's some critical good news for Barbados, but still very bad news in other locations, and our attention homes in on those other islands that are going to get impacted, as mentioned. All points from Grenada northwards to St Vincent, and the islands in between especially are going to get hit hard by this hurricane in a pretty short order. We've not seen too much going on these cameras so far, really, but it's something that's going to happen very quickly as the storm moves in. Serious impacts, extremely strong winds, and because of the storm's relatively small size and wind field, it's going to be something that happens quite suddenly. You'll hear me doing a lot of clicking here, so pardon that just for a few moments, but we're just updating a few things as we keep looking at this radar imagery. Feel free to send in comments and questions whilst we're going at it right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take some of those questions. In fact, Hurricane Osney Bronze says, any new areas of interest in the Atlantic besides the 3 we've already got, basically? Well, how much do you want? No, there aren't any more expected. Do we think... Well, we're not going to discuss whether Beryl will be retired or not at this point, because it seems a little bit insensitive. Why does Chris look like a frontal system? It probably will be soon. Chris isn't looking very good. I can't show you on this imagery at the moment, but we'll take a look at it at some point.
Any recon update from Orlando?
Any
Right
recon
now,
update?
right now the Air Force flight is just going due west. It seems like they might do a north-south pass. Not so sure yet. Not sure their intentions. When it comes to the NOAA flight, though, they are currently doing their south to north pass and might be able to get into that eye wall pretty soon. So next up, they will probably get a pass through the core again. Don't know which angle they're going at, because sometimes they might change their mind and go through a different quadrant, but right now they're entering from the south, and we'll be getting that side in the next 15 minutes or so.
All right. And they'll be the ones that have the best data throughout the course of this event this morning. So we really wait with some amount of trepidation to see just what this storm is up to, because it's more likely than not that the news is not going to be very good, with the storm appearing to intensify substantially during the course of this morning, and still doing so right now. Satellite imagery is just one giveaway. So if you missed the news at the top of the hour, Beryl, of course, got upgraded to a Category 4, but some of the warnings were revised downwards. In St Lucia, the hurricane warning was reduced to a tropical storm warning. Still could get some impacts. And the tropical storm watch was discontinued in Dominica. So Dominica is in the clear. And I'm just working on updating all of that data for our bottom bar right now, as well as its latest distances to land, which it really is closing in, starting to get much less in terms of mileage now. Just an update. It is starting to move away from Tobago, 83 kilometers away now. It is 115 from Grenada. It is 103 kilometers from Veracruz, and it is 134 from St Vincent, 183 from St Lucia. So it is getting much closer now, and quite small amounts there. 103 kilometers from the nearest, from Veracruz ahead of it. That is about just over 65 miles. It looking more and more as though that island in particular could be the one that gets hit with the storm's eye. Yeah, it's been one of those days, hasn't it?
Yeah. Woke up 6, then got time to drink coffee.
So, interestingly enough, just a note from the hurricane models that we have, the HWRF, the HAPS-A, HAPS-B, and HMON They all forecast peak intensity right after the islands, ranging from 145 miles per hour to 155.
Wow.
Well, at this point again, where you can't rule anything out, like it was yesterday before we got the eye wall replacement cycle. We're stuck in this phase where we've got a well-established eye wall, maybe signs of wind shear creeping in the distant northwest of the storm's influence, but inside the storm right now, looking really good, and still a fair bit of time. What timestamp was that though, Orlando? Is that in 12 hours?
Timestamp for give me 1 second. I'll be able to give that information to you.
Because it must be pretty soon.
Actually, based off the 60 runs, they all have varying points, but about the half A has a peak at about 21 hours. Half B has a peak in about 33. HMON
Wow.
27 and HWRF 33 hours from now.
Mustique getting quite a bit more rainfall again there and more blustery winds. We're seeing that tree just on the side of the screen. Let's just take a look at some. Well, I'm just going to look on my other screen as to what the radar's looking like there at this point. And it is, yeah, it's getting into the main bulk of the storm now. So this is going to be pretty much constant rainfall and strong winds until we get to the eye wall here. It is still possible that the eye wall will pass over this camera, although it is looking a bit more like it might pass just slightly south. But this camera, I think, will at least get the edge of the eye wall, so things could get pretty crazy here, and who knows, the camera might end up going down. Wouldn't be surprising if it did. But that's the current view at Mustique, and this is, you know, it's happening quite quickly now. We're within 2 hours, probably 2 hours of the eye wall reaching these islands. It's going to be sometime around probably near the 11 o'clock advisory that this whole thing will be really taking place.
Hello, Nathan.
That's Ethan in the background there. You sound a bit distant there. Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Beryl's back to Category 4 status, and no one's surprised.
I'm not either. Let me have a look at the latest recon data. I know we were expecting one. And the NOAA. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. This is just fantastic. The NOAA plane has made their south to north pass, and they've gotten flight level winds of 133 knots and SFMRs of 133 knots. This supports an intensity right now of at least 145 miles an hour for Beryl.
Wow.
Wow.
What's going on there? Which side is that?
Yeah,
I believe that's the northern
south-
side.
Due north.
Yeah.
I believe, yes. But to repeat, the recon pass has just gotten winds of 133 knots on both the flight level and the SFMR values. Yes, the northern eye wall. It's quite likely that stronger winds are in the northeastern eye wall right now.
How is that
For those
possible
that-
with such a high pressure? I mean, it's
I
just
mean,
an insane
I
pressure
was-
relationship.
Well, the
I was just mentioning.
extrapolated pressure is down to 953 millibars.
Okay, bit lower, bit lower.
Yeah.
I was going to mention something
If
interesting was the dropson data that it just had 133 knots, just 134 knots actually, just above the surface, not on the surface, but just above before mixing down. So I guess it's starting to make that mix going on, and probably going to see a bump up at about 11 a.m.
Or an update statement.
And And there's not a rain spike with this at all. I mean, there is a little bit of a rain spike, but it's with the 115 not SFMR that is right afterwards with it.
Oh.
So it's probably likely that there's not exactly 133 knot winds at the surface of the system, obviously, because that would mean intensity of like if you take the SFMRs for what they are, that would mean an intensity of 155 miles an hour, which is knocking on the doorstep of a Category 5. Obviously, we don't have that because the flight level winds are nowhere near as high supporting Category 5 status right now. So it's quite likely that the SFMRs are overdoing the values a little bit. If I had to guess right now, I'd wait for the drop sound for the pressure and to see what that says for the winds down there as well. And then we can have a much more accurate representation of an estimate for the storm now. But at least a intensifying Category 4 headed towards Grenada and the islands further north in between Dominica.
There's a question about how big is the storm now compared to yesterday. Looking first of all at eye size, it was at the start it was about 25 miles. It's now maybe shrunk just a very tiny bit. It's still over 20 miles wide, a substantial size. As for the whole storm, I don't actually know. I've not been monitoring those numbers. It's increased, definitely. Probably doubled in the last 24 hours or more. And that little ding that you heard means that the update is ready on our bottom bar there, showing you the new info from the National Hurricane Center when they did that update not long ago. And it sounds like we might have to do an update again at some point soon with that 130 mile per hour update, bumping Beryl back up to Category 4 status. Moving west-northwest and heading very close now, dangerously close to these islands of St Vincent and the Grenadines and down to Grenada. Extremely dangerous situation unfolding, and we're here to cover it until at least when it gets through those islands, which means we'll probably be on the air until the 2 p.m. advisory. So a serious situation once again, as it always was. We're back at least level with what the peak intensity was on yesterday's showing of Beryl, and then it weakened a little bit with an IWO replacement cycle, and it's back.
So that I'm just doing some reductions of those of that recon pass that we just had. Reducing those flight level winds because they're at the 850 millibar height. That would lead to a winds based on only the flight level winds down to the surface of 115 knots, which is 130 miles an hour. But of course, then you've got the high SFMR values, which is right before a rain spike. So if I had to guess, it's probably around 140, 145 miles an hour right now.
Would you be tempted to go down the middle then? Because those SFMRs do keep us guessing, don't they, really, more than anything?
Yeah, it's I'd say about 140 wouldn't be a terrible idea at this point. It just really comes down to that drop zone data that I'm very curious of, because from there we can actually see how far away are those flight level winds from the surface, as well as what is actually going on the surface of the northern eye wall.
When might we expect that?
It really depends, but I'd say within 15 to 20 minutes, hopefully.
Okay, so sit tight, everyone. Still quite, still think the pressure is still pretty high, but it is going down. We've seen that. We just heard an extrapolate 953, but all indications showing that Beryl is once again intensifying. At what rate, we're not fully sure. Start your message with 413 all in text if you want to get in touch with us. We'll do our best to respond. Can't guarantee that at the moment, unfortunately. Any chances that this will become a Category 5? I would still say no. Well, almost no. Probably about a 2% chance. Then again, I don't know with this recon data. And radar shows that the eye contracted, which probably contributed to the winds cranking. And double check that radar. Let's look at it together here, and once again, this is the latest radar loop. And just look towards those late frames. Right there, it does look like it shrunk a little bit. But once again, those colours really started to get brighter towards the end there as well. Especially that northern semicircle. Really impressive. Looks like it's shifting more northeast now. And again, just shows just how close it was to Barbados as it was moving through there, with some of those showers, some inclement showers that were moving through, squally showers, increasing the winds a bit. It's still going to be gusty there right now, but really Barbados got off lightly there, but still getting some strong winds. Tobago could have been much worse there as well. Storm just passing north of there. They probably just avoided hurricane force winds, and now it's really on to these next islands, which won't be able to escape. It's just a matter of which ones are going to get the worst impacts, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be the islands just north of Grenada. Once again, for those who need to rehash their geography like I did near the start of coverage, you've got the island of Grenada, which is at the bottom, and then you've got some small islands just north of there, quite sparse islands, Ronde Island being the largest, and then you've got the island of Kiriakou, which is another significant island that could get the landfall at this rate. Right next to it is Petite Martinique, and then just over into the Grenadines now, you've got Petit St Vincent, and you've got Union Island, and you've got Mayro, and you've got Canoan. Any of these could receive the eye of the storm, and then up to Mustique, which is where that camera was earlier. It would need a little bit of a northward shift for Mustique to get the eye, but could still get the eye wall. And then you've got Bikia just north of there as well, and then on to St Vincent. Then, of course, up from St Vincent, we have St Lucia, which has just been reduced from a hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning, and Martinique after that, which is also under a tropical storm warning, and then Dominica, which had a tropical storm watch, and they're now in the clear. Let's go back to that view from Mustique, where we have this camera active, and it is still active, and the conditions appear to be getting worse. Obviously, the main bulk of the storm starting to move in. From this particular camera, the storm is now just 100 kilometers, and from some of the other islands, Kiriakou, it's 92 or 94 kilometers, and Grenada, it's 108. And from St Vincent, 125, St Lucia, 178. Wow, visibility's gone way down here now on Mustique. And that tree flopping about even more, so conditions getting worse on this camera right now in real time. Let's try and pan down a little bit. There we go, we can see a bit more the what's happening down there, as we see a few waves crashing in there as well. But conditions clearly getting quite miserable now as the main bulk of this hurricane starts to move in. I think we'll be looking at this camera a lot over the next couple of hours, if it's still with us by then. Let's see if we can get some more questions right now. When will St Lucia take the worst of it? It's a good question. It's going to be pretty soon that the storm starts to make its closest pass. It will probably be in the next 2 hours that you'll start to see the worst conditions. and it might hold on for a little bit longer than that because of its larger wind field in the northeast quadrant. Epic Solokin says in Barbados, wind gusts are every 20 minutes for about 3 minutes and rain every 25 minutes, which is interesting. And XZ's channel says, what could be the effects of the potential development of Invest 96L? Could it strike the same places at high intensity that Beryl is affecting right now? Well, it's trending away from that possibility. We were very worried about a double hurricane whammy in the Lesser Antilles, but models appear to be shying away from that now. GFS barely has a tropical depression out of the system in the Caribbean now, although it does develop it later on in the Gulf of Mexico. But that's for another day. I think someone wanted to interject just before.
Can you remind me again which island is Grenada or St. Lucia? Which island is that?
St. Lucia is... I don't know how to point it out to you without actually physically doing it, but it's north of St. Vincent. It's the one that just got downgraded to a tropical storm warning. So
Let
it's
me pull up my screen and
so
we
it's
can
the
point it out.
it's the southernmost island with the tropical storm warning now. Alright, Ethan's going to show us a graphic here, I think.
Yeah, you can see all the islands have watches and warnings. So obviously here's Barbados.
Yep.
That's Barbados. And down here, I believe this is Grenada, I believe, down here.
Yep, that's Grenada. And then you've got the Grenadines, those small things, and then St. Vincent at the top of it there, under that hurricane warning. And then you've got St. Lucia.
There's St. Lucia.
St. Lucia, and then Martinique.
And then obviously Martinique. Then to the north you have Dominica, which Dominica is going to be fine.
It is. All warnings lifted in Dominica. The Guardian 1, thank you very much for your support. Thanks for joining us as well. We appreciate it, and we hope we're doing a good job. We're doing our best with what we've got here. This storm continuing to press on. It's getting very, very close to these islands now. They're within the big bulk of cloud, the dense cloud coverage that will be affecting all of this area now. And next up is the eye wall and the eye. So we're getting closer and closer to this actually taking place. It's coming up pretty quick. And it might surprise some people as to how quick things will change. And you can actually see the sun has just popped out again there in Mustique, so must be a little bit of a gap there. But overall, it will be getting much worse, and it will happen quite quickly. Ayota wants us to show the forecast. We can throw it back to the National Hurricane Center cone again, yes. Mixing in with the 8 AM intermediate advisory update position there. And the forecast calling for it to remain a major hurricane, to peak as a Category 4, which it is now, and possibly get stronger as it enters the Eastern Caribbean. But then we do expect gradual weakening, passing by Jamaica as a Category 2 on Wednesday, and moving into the Yucatan also as a Category 2 on Friday, early Friday, maybe near Chetumal, and then over the Yucatan into the Bay of Campeche by early Saturday or late Friday night. And significant movement to the south on that cone because they expect stronger ridging in the Gulf of Mexico than what was originally expected. I would ask the team for thoughts on that, but it's not an immediate concern. We're really looking at Beryl right now because we are getting very close to the worst impacts of the storm, and if the forecasts are correct, it will be the worst impacts during its entire life. So it really is a big deal that we're heading in towards. Distance estimate position update now, 101 kilometers from Grenada and 89 kilometers from Kiriakou.
It appears that Beryl has a pressure of 957 millibars. We have a dropson pass, or dropson from the NOAA plane directly in the center of the eye.
Wow.
Got 958 millibars with 10 knots of wind at the surface.
Good work from the Dropson team then.
Fantastic job. 957 millibars is what the storm is down to now. Which that is, I think, a little bit lower than what the NHC went with at 2 millibars lower from the most recent advisory about 40 minutes ago.
It is, but then how do you that extrapolation was a bit off then, wasn't it?
I guess so.
957 sounds like what it's going to be here. Have we figured out what happened with those winds? Because if it's enough of an upgrade, they'll be prompted into doing an update statement. They might do one anyway at landfall.
Yeah, they haven't come out yet.
Now.
Sorry?
They should easily be doing hourly update statements now.
Well, it's the National Hurricane Center. They only really do hourly updates when the US is involved.
I mean, they did it for Otis.
Well,
that was nowhere near the US.
But
they did it for Maria.
Frederico was involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they have a set protocol on that or if they do it when they feel like, but
maybe it has
I don't
something
know.
to do with population.
Well, yes. They are comparatively small populations, but obviously, there are still plenty of people in these areas that are going to be seriously affected by this storm's impact. And again, latest infrared imagery, really quite... when you take a step back and you look at the wide shot, which is what I sometimes do, I take a look at the RAM imagery at the 4-kilometer level, and you look at that, that is pretty impressive compared to what it was earlier on. There it was, looking very ragged at one time when it was doing that eyewall replacement cycle, to its current position now with nearly a full red ring. What I did notice with this, though, compared to yesterday, is that the eye temperature isn't quite as good. In fact, it's a little way off. But nonetheless, maybe that is just a sign that the eye is still clearing. There's still a little bit more work to do. But again, showing it that it is still, when you look at the wider shot, just reminds everyone that this storm is rather small. But packing a big punch with 130 mile per hour winds inside of it right now. And then you can compare it to that imagery where it's just huge because I've zoomed right in on it. But a clearing eye and an improving appearance. Let's just take a quick look at visible. Also looking better on there as well. And again, another...
I mean, I'll zoom out here, Nathan, and you can just see just how... I mean, sure, Beryl is a hurricane by conventional standards, but look at how small it is compared to everything else. I mean, those thunderstorms over northwestern South America are almost as large as Beryl is.
And Chris was larger than Beryl.
Yeah.
In fact, could we have just a little quick look at Chris, if I may? Just to make sure that everyone's on top of that right now. Look how awful that looks. Down to a tropical depression now, warnings lifted. I don't think that's a certifiable cyclone at all at this point.
There's the center of circulation.
Where?
That spinning icon thingy.
I know,
Do you want
but
the
really...
NHC cone there? There it
nice
is.
cone.
It's right there.
Not good. Right next to the edge of Beryl's cone, by the way, that big area there. And that's where it's expected to end up, according to that forecast. That's Chris's best track. And following Beryl's cone back towards the storm. And there it is. So cloud top temperatures well into the minus 70s, almost all, if not absolutely all around the eye. And there's some more visible.
Beautiful. Look at that.
a monstrous-looking storm. Let's throw it back to the viewpoint from Mystique, which we'll be crossing back to more and more frequently as the storm draws ever nearer. Blowing about there, getting some stronger winds. Do you want to say something?
I did not.
Oh.
But the best track is out from the ATCF system.
What does it say?
130, 957.
All right. Andre's vid says that Chris looks like a weird cold front. You're right, it does. Okay, distance to land is really starting to drop now. From Kiriakou, the distance to land is now 82 kilometers. That is 51 miles. From Grenada, it is 94 kilometers. From St Vincent, it's 117. From Mystique, where this camera is, it is now just 90 kilometers away from the center of the eye. And obviously when we're talking about eye wall, it's an even less distance. Say from the eye wall to Mystique right now, it's about 56 kilometers. And the eye wall from Kiriakou is actually 54 kilometers. So getting very close with regards to the impacts of this storm. And once you get into that eye wall, you could expect to see winds of up to 130 miles per hour and over 200 kilometers per hour. That's sustained winds and even higher gusts, and we're starting to see signs of it on that camera. Bayesiot says that Beryl has a striking similarity to Andrew. Would you agree with that? I can see it in some ways.
I don't know about that.
In some ways, but not others. I don't think it's certainly not as round as Andrew was, is it? Andrew was sort of annular by the time it moved through Florida. And tiny.
They're both pretty small. Similar qualities, I guess, into structure, but in regards to intensity, not quite.
Sure.
But just very interesting when you look back at how similar some cyclones can be to each other.
Now you mention it, though, that visible imagery, when you look at it from a distance, it sort of looks like that visible image of Andrew when it was a Category 4.
Yeah.
Just before it got the Cat 5 status. But no, not making any direct comparisons. It's a completely different situation. We are expecting, from what we've heard so far, we're not having rapid intensification. It doesn't sound like with the pressures sticking around 957, but we are having intensification of a kind, and we could see a little bit higher in terms of wind speed by the time it reaches the islands. I think, given how little time it's got now, it's probably less than 2 hours until landfall here. I think the most it would get to is 140 at this point, unless obviously there's been underestimation and recon just come out and find something really crazy. So
I think that there's a decent chance that it could get higher than that.
So what are the planes up to now?
Well, neither of them are going in for an intercept at the moment. One's
why don't we just have a look at them?
Let's have a look at them.
One's going.
We can track them live here. Let's have a look. So I will do this.
You gotta help me, viewers. Ethan's in danger of going into full plane enthusiast mode.
Well, there they are.
There they are.
So no clue what the NOAA plane is doing. just appears to be just looping in circles. But the Air Force plane, which is Teal 76, there on the left, clearly going for a northwest to southeast pass.
Looks like.
I have no idea what the NOAA plane is doing.
Yeah, maybe it's search and rescue. Could be something going on over there near St. Lucia.
I mean, They are down. What altitude are they at? They are at 8,000 feet, so I don't know if they'd be able to
8,000.
see anybody at 8,000 feet.
Who knows? Depends what they're looking for, I suppose, but we'll have to wait and see what they do. So there's...
Just want to point out, over 1,500 people are tracking this NOAA plane right now on this website. Wow.
And that other plane there on the left, which one's that?
That's the Air Force plane.
Oh, right. I thought
This
that
is
was...
this is the one that made the most recent
Yeah.
patch where we got the 133 knot flight level in SFMRs. It was this plane. It's this one that is going to be our next pass.
That one's been around the storm. Wasn't there a third one coming straight in?
I don't think so. I don't see.
What was the other one that we were just looking at?
I don't see a
Here's that
third. I'm only seeing two recon recon
I
flights.
just got a little confused, I think. So that one's
radar.
heading in. It already did a southwest to northeast pass by the looks of it then. And there we go. So that's the current state of play with the recon planes. We should get some more data fairly soon.
There's a drop sound that was dropped at 1216Z that got winds of 132 knots at the surface.
What?
Really?
It's in reality it's not that high, but I think that there is still enough room to wiggle the winds up by 5 miles an hour. I do think that there is still some room to do that.
BJ
I think,
Daniels says Beryl is in Tobago right now. Half of the areas have got no electricity and heavy rain and wind. I hope you're well over there. Stay safe. Sounds like it's been a little bit of a pounding over there in Tobago. Heavy winds and rains. Actually, two people saying that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that drops on data is startling, but also, I mean, it's more at least it's designed to be more accurate than SFMRs are. And both the SFMR data and the dropson data are both equally impressive. I don't know how much more you can keep it lower than 140 miles an hour,
Okay.
even if you want to be conservative with it.
It seems like it's 140 miles per hour. I mean, if they were going off of appearance, I would. But, of course, it also depends on the utilities that they have in store.
Radar only seems to be improving on these latest frames. This is out of Barbados, at least the part that's looking at the storm, moving again. Possibly more towards the northwest in those latest frames. Yeah, I think it is. But I tell you what, it is making a beeline for Kirikou right now in the northern part of Grenada. Maybe those islands just north of there as well, Union Island. That area looks to be the place at this point. It looks like it will pass just south of Mustique, where that camera was, and we can switch back to it again now. This area could still get the eye wall, and it would be the northern eye wall, which is obviously the worst one right now. We've seen it verified. So things could still get very hectic here, but I expect that Mustique will probably not quite get the worst conditions unless we see a big jog north at the last minute. It looks like it will be islands just south of there, in the southernmost part of the Grenadines and into the northern islands of Grenada.
That temperature is back up to 17 degrees Celsius, Nathan.
Indicated by recon or satellite?
Satellite.
Really? Let's have a little look. Trying to find the right product.
And the eye is trying to become much more symmetrical in the latest few frames.
It sure is.
So this storm is definitely on a strengthening road right now.
Wow. Yeah, you're exactly right. 17 degrees Celsius I. Slowly, well, increasing about 1 degree every 10 minutes at this time.
Oh my gosh.
When we're talking about eye temperature, it's one of many indications of a storm's strength, or just how cleared out the eye is. The higher that temperature usually means the more impressive the storm's eye is, and coupled with cloud top temperatures all around it tells you more about the heights of the clouds, and usually correlates to its intensity. And what we've been seeing, of course, is more bright colors, the black and the white colors there wrapping around the eye. Just let off a little bit in those last few minutes, but overall much more well-rounded than it was a couple of hours ago. Let's see if we've got some more comments right now. Harmonica says that they're at the Mandarin Oriental on Canoan. Are they okay? Well, that location, that island, is one of those, like Mustique, that will get substantial hurricane force winds, most likely. I think, I'm just trying to figure out exactly where that island was again. Oh yeah, that one's further south. You could get the inner eye wall and eye of the storm still at this point. I would be extremely careful. Difficult to say exactly which island is going to get more of the eye yet, but definitely in contention over there on Canoan, if I'm saying it right. I hope I am. So the storm drawing ever nearer to land, as we've been finding out over the last few hours, and it is getting those miles are ticking down in kilometers, whichever metric you want to use. The closest point of land right now is Petite Martinique, which is a tiny island and the northest, one of the most northest islands of Grenada, and that's the closest to the storm. It's 73 kilometers away from the center of the eye. And then just on that north side, 74 kilometers away, you've got Petit St Vincent, which is the southernmost island of the Grenadines. And then after that, you've got the larger island of Kirikou, which is currently 75 kilometers away from the center of the eye. And then you have further north the island of Union Island, which is 81 kilometers away. And that's just over 50 miles and for Petite Martinique, it's about 45 miles away now from the center of the eye. Given its current movement, that's going to be 2 hours or less before you start to see the eye, and maybe an hour and a half for the eyeball. At this pace, so by the time we get to the 11 a.m. advisory, we are going to be looking at the landfall underway or occurring. They have actually issued an update statement. Yeah, there's an hourly update. Extremely dangerous Category 4 Beryl close to landfall in the Windward Islands. A 9 a.m. position update has been issued. Weather station in Barbados recently reported a sustained wind of 44 miles per hour and a gust of 60. And another position update at 10 a.m. So, Ethan, you got your wish there. You called it. 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 957 millibars. And as we've been saying, there are 55 miles on that update from Kirikou Island. So we're getting hourly updates, which is going to be helpful and I think merited because this storm is obviously extremely dangerous, Category 4, and we can't really understate it. The only storm it really compares to is Ivan. It's stronger than that. Ivan was a peak season storm.
And of course, Ivan, whenever it was passing through this area, it was intensifying Cat 2 into Cat 3.
Yeah. Just really insane. It is definitely going to be the most powerful storm to affect Grenada. for St Vincent and the Grenadines, the strongest storm, at least in modern times, in the record going back to 1851, to impact those islands is probably Janet, but it might have been another storm a very long time ago. Can't tell.
There's only been, in the history of record keeping in the Atlantic, there's only been 3 Category 4 hurricanes before August 1st, ever. Obviously, one is Beryl, obviously. Do you know what the other 2 are, Nathan?
Sorry, I was a bit distracted. What was the question?
There's only been 3 Category 4 plus storms before August 1st.
Yeah.
What are they?
Well,
obviously one's Beryl.
I still think Audrey was, but that's by the by. And apart from that, I am trying to think. Dennis and Emily.
Those are them.
Yep.
That's it.
Dennis and Emily in 2005, of course, that historic season. The strongest storm to ever affect St Vincent and the Grenadines, there were 2, one in 1886 and one in 1898, August and September storms, both at 110 miles per hour. So for St Vincent and the Grenadines, this will be the strongest storm in the modern record. I say modern record, there's plenty of old storms from very long times ago. I don't know if any of them were stronger or not. I don't recall any anomalies in the record books, so I would assume the answer is no on that.
While we're just waiting, just to lighten up the mood a little bit, yesterday we had a SMOS pass.
What's that?
That recorded. It's, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a measuring estimation tool for tropical cyclones, obviously, but it got winds of 210 knots in Beryl yesterday.
Could have been gusts.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Good. Okay.
I don't know about that.
Another comment then. Do we think Chris will interact with the area of interest in the Eastern Pacific, or will it dissipate before it gets there? I think it will dissipate. Not that I've been watching very closely.
Mountains of Mexico are hungry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. Let's go back to that camera then. A live look at Mystique right now, which is drawing awfully close to the center of the storm. It is now within 55 miles. And let me just get a rapid position update for you. From this particular location, it is 80 kilometers away from Mystique. And from Kirikou, it's now 72 kilometers. And from Grenada, it is 87. So getting closer and closer. It still looks quite bright there, actually, but once again, you just saw that tree flap about there, and we're seeing those larger ones down near the bottom of the screen moving a lot more as well. Those winds are really getting up at this location. I've no idea about the specifics of the camera, how sturdy it might be. It's holding up well so far, but once again, another viewpoint here, which we're going to keep watching closely. And I think we're seeing winds blowing across the water there as well. It's live right now on the island of Mystique, which is part of St Vincent and the Grenadines. Likely to receive, or it was going to be a very close run thing, but will probably receive the northern eye wall of Beryl within the next 2 hours. Recon still en route for more passes. Still a little bit to go until we get our next pass, Ethan. How long do you think it'll be?
I don't know, maybe about another half hour.
Half hour. Both of them are heading in, aren't they?
Yep.
So after the NOAA plane was fiddling about for a while near St. Lucia, maybe they were just hanging about so that they could both go in at the same time, maybe. I'm not sure what purpose that would serve, but they're both going in. I know that times in the past when one or two planes have had difficulties going into the storm, or during the eye wall being whacked about a bit. It was always a good protocol to have a second plane on hand to help if possible, if there was any issues. I assume that's a normal feature on that app, Ethan. The other planes disappeared suspiciously.
Yes, that does happen all the time.
Okay. Just thought I'd check. Yeah, I continuing to open out.
That's quite normal with these kind of recon passes, and it's quite likely that the NOAA plane will do the same.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll just get new information whenever it comes in. According to Faye D in Barbados, they have water and electricity, but lots of people around the island don't. And quite a lot of other comments there as well. What 96L is going to get up to, that's the area of interest that's far behind Beryl over the Central Atlantic. In fact, that system is very close to where Beryl first formed now, but it looks like it's going to have much more of a struggle on its hands than Beryl had. And people asking about Tobago, we're only hearing what some people in the chat said earlier, that about half of the island was without power, I think it was, and that very heavy winds and rain. The good news about Tobago is that the storm is already moving away, and as we know already, in Barbados the storm's been moving away for a while. It is still looking pretty overcast there, though. Obviously it's still well within the storm's influence. But apart from a few squally showers earlier on, and that could have caused some of those power outages, we are looking at generally a much more calmer scene. Let's have a quick look at Martinique right now. Looking quite cloudy there as well. I was just going to update that image. Oh look, it's raining quite heavily there now actually. So radar is showing pretty scattered showers in the area around Martinique. Tropical storm warning here, by the way. St Lucia, if you heard the news earlier, recently downgraded their hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning, and there's a big wave breaking there. That's an interesting view. So that's Martinique, where there's a tropical storm warning, and then of course the camera that we're really going to be looking at and homing in on a lot during this stream now is Mustique, which is right near the main part of this storm. It's radar, looking very impressive. We'll show you those radar loops again in just a sec. But for the time being, this is the view on Mustique, and it's getting increasingly to the point where we can't really do much else in terms of informing, apart from actually seeing the event unfold before us, which is quite often a sobering experience. Well, here is the storm on radar, continuing to press on in a west-northwesterly direction. National Hurricane Center says that it's moving at 20 miles per hour. And I'll just flick my tab over, just check that update statement to see if that changed at all. Yeah, still 20 miles per hour on that 9 AM position update. And as you see on that radar, encircling the eye with yellows and oranges, some very powerful conditions in there. Very high rain rates and very strong winds into the category 4 range. The eye is shrinking again. And it could be a very pinpoint, powerful storm pass over one of these islands. We're still not sure exactly which one it will be yet, but it obviously the angle is getting closed down, and we're getting more and more confident into where exactly we'll get it. It looks still looking to me as though it is heading squarely for the island of Veracruz in the northernmost part of Grenada. Floor's open for the team right now if anyone's got any further thoughts on this. They're gathering their thoughts, I think.
Just waiting on the next recon pass.
Yeah, I've been hawking those too. Honestly, still, I think I might. Actually, I think I know why they might be doing that south-north pass again. Might have something to do with that dropson data.
They've turned around.
Sorry?
They're
Who's turned
climbing.
around?
The NOAA plane. They're
Oh,
climbing
looks like
up to 14,000 feet.
looks like they've aborted it. At least this segment of their mission.
Perhaps.
Why could that be then, Ethan?
I'm not sure. Maybe they're having an issue on board the plane.
And that far out from the center of the storm, that they're only in the outer reaches of it. Really, it wasn't because of the conditions just being too much for them, was it?
I'm not sure.
And even then, you can probably only really fly straight into the eye and go through it rather than turn around.
Just gonna step away for a few minutes, Nathan.
Yeah, so that's an interesting development there from that recon flight, turning and ascending for some reason. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for any more passes, but we've still got the Air Force plane heading in there as well. It's going to be overflying probably some of those Grenadine Islands that we've been so concerned about, on its way to the center of the storm. We're just checking a new position estimate. These kilometers are ticking down pretty quickly now. 66 kilometers from Kirikou. It is 80 kilometers from Grenada, and it is 78 kilometers now from Mustique, which once again is that camera that we've been looking at there still. But once again, still quite bright there, it has to be said. I'm not sure how that's possible, because they're supposed to be under a huge amount of convective cloud cover. And if I'm just check the full picture, the timestamp is now, it is current, it's 9:10 a.m. So that really is what it looks like there at Mustique right now. Quite interesting to see that. Some more questions then. Do we think 96L will become a hurricane, or will it be a high-end tropical storm? Well, at the moment, it doesn't look like it will be much of a tropical storm, at least in its initial phases. It looks like it's going to be struggling. Of course, National Hurricane Center had a 70% chance on that for a good while, and they dropped it to 60% this morning. They still think it will form, obviously, more than it won't. But the chances of it becoming a back-to-back hurricane, thankfully, it looked to be decreasing. Rugged Rat says, is Beryl just a one-off anomaly, or is it a scary pre-show to a possible intense hurricane season to come? Well, no doubt everyone is going to be warning about this now. There's still no way to be sure. At least in the immediate phase after this, and after this potential next storm 96L, it looks like there will be a lull. But that happens in July anyway. Orlando said that not long ago. So it's still well up in the air. All we can really draw upon is that those sea surface temperatures are really warm. There's a lot of energy in the Caribbean Sea and out into the Gulf of Mexico and out into the open Atlantic. So there is a huge amount of opportunity for this upcoming hurricane season, well, ongoing hurricane season. So it's anyone's guess, but it still looks like it's going to be an active season. Andre wants to know what the chances are of this becoming a Category 5. Well, we're getting a little bit concerned that it's strengthening now. It's already a Category 4. So it is a concern that it could get towards the upper end of Category 4 status, and that really would be something pretty astonishing. Give you a latest update on the eye temperature right now. It is, I imagine it's holding steady. I'm just trying to get the actual number on this. It's not giving me a number. I think it's pretty stable. I don't think it's increased any. And what time will Beryl make landfall? Well, it's been moving at a decent speed. If we extrapolate that speed right now, 31 kilometers an hour, 65 kilometers to land. So that's just over 2 hours. That's for the center of the eye to make landfall. And if we're talking about the eye wall, obviously, which is where the strongest winds will be anyway, only 39 kilometers away now from Kiriakou, and that means it's just over an hour, and possibly less than that, given that the eye wall might be beefed up a bit, possibly less than an hour before we see the very strongest winds reach land areas. And at this rate, it's almost certain that it's going to be for the island of Kiriakou and the small islands nearby. Once again, the geography of that area, you've got Kiriakou, which is the main island. You've got a few small outlying islands to the south. I think they're mostly unpopulated. And then you've got Petite Martinique off to the east, which is a very small island as well, really. It's just a community that's on that island. And then to the north of it, over the border into St Vincent and the Grenadines, you've got Petit St Vincent, which is another very small island. And then further north, you've got Union Island, which is a little bit larger. And all of those places look like they're now going to see the very worst conditions of this storm. Not quite where this camera is. This is Mustique, which is a little bit further north, but it still appears as though they're going to get hurricane force winds at this location. But it does look like they are going to miss the main, the most destructive winds at this location. It's still going to be quite something to watch, though, I think, over the next couple of hours as we watch this storm. Very dangerous hurricane on its way through the Windward Islands, and will be entering the Eastern Caribbean, and is going to continue to be a powerful storm once it gets in there. Let's go back and have a quick look again at that National Hurricane Center forecast cone. For those joining us, want to get an overview of the situation. Well, there it is. There it was at 8 a.m. And as you can clearly see, moving through these islands now, major hurricane, Category 4, moving through the Windward Islands, entering the Eastern Caribbean, will stay as a Category 4 for a little while, and then start weakening on Tuesday morning, down to Category 3, and then down to Category 2 as it gets close to Jamaica, and then holding on to Category 2 status is the forecast until it gets to the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico and Belize, and then move inland there, close to Chetumal, and then end up in the southern part of the Gulf of Mexico. Artemis says that the latest radar is showing a hexagonal eye with mesovortices. That is a possibility. And Nadia with a message of thanks there as well. Thank you for joining us, and we hope we've been of some kind of use, if nothing else. But I can see how you think it might be a bit of a hexagonal eye there, at least on satellite depictions. I'm just going to check radar again. I've not seen anything looking like that on radar, but it is something that you sometimes see on mature hurricanes on satellite. Let's have a look at that latest radar view. And again, the progress of the storm there, marching towards those islands. And the latest frames there showing that it is still extremely strong and possibly still building. Oh yes, a complete full yellow ring there. Let me just see if I can freeze it at the last frame, just scrolling up here so I can just go and get that. Where's the last frame? Here it is. This is the latest frame there on that radar. I think it's better that we just stop it there, and we can show you everything that's going on. So there was a line of a squall line there that just went through St Vincent and is about to reach St Lucia on the south coast. There's another one just ahead of it as well that's about to reach Martinique. And then you've got, of course, the main outer eye wall of the storm, really, that's just about to reach the Grenadines now. And then you've got, of course, the inner eye wall right in the middle of all that, which is really showing some very impressive looking colors there on those radar returns. It's really looking very, very impressive once again. A sign of an intensifying storm, and that's been confirmed by Recon earlier on with their observations. At least one plane, I think, is still entering the storm right now. And we hope to have some more updates before we get to these landfalls. We really like the crunch right now. It's getting so close to these land areas. Time is running out to get any extra observations before the landfall actually occurs. The eye temperature is now up to 19 degrees. So 19 degree eye, 62 kilometers from... geez, I'm forgetting the names of these places already. 62 kilometers away from Veracruz in Grenada. It is 75 kilometers from Grenada itself, 70 kilometers from Union Island, and 77 from Mustique. That's the center of the eye, bearing in mind that the eye also takes up some space. We're really looking at about 30 kilometers or less now until the main part of the eye wall reaches some of these islands. And again, no change really in its direction. It's pretty resolute here, and it would appear almost certainly now that the Veracruz and the islands right next to it are all going to experience the eye of this storm. We're sticking with the Mustique camera as we open the floor once again to our team. I don't know if anyone has anything they want to report right now. I think we're just all waiting for any other info, which there isn't really any right now. But just to reiterate that update position earlier on, that a weather station in Barbados reported a sustained wind of 44 miles per hour and a gust of 60 miles per hour. So they definitely got those tropical storm force winds, but thankfully in Barbados they have avoided hurricane conditions by quite some way, when it was looking much worse for them. But a succession of forecast changes, and only small changes, that made a big difference here for Barbados, which with a small storm like this, that's what happens. So looking fairly inclement again there at Mustique with these trees being blown about. Visibility decreasing, quite a lot of rain in the area it would appear. Let's see if we can get some more comments and questions right now. Will Hurricane Beryl possibly affect Bonaire in the Caribbean Netherlands? Well, the chances there are very low, about 10 or 11% chance of tropical storm conditions there. Even though the storm is still drifting maybe a little bit south of forecast at times, it seems clear-cut that the ABC Islands aren't going to get anything substantial, but they could get some difficult surf conditions. Is it still possible for tornadoes to form in Hurricane Beryl? Absolutely, at any point we can see water spouts and tornadoes form from this storm. They're not extremely common, obviously, but it can still happen here. Although it would be more favourable that there would be water spouts rather than actual on-land tornadoes, given that thankfully we're dealing with not that much in terms of land masses. Obsa says, did the storm go through an eye wall replacement cycle overnight, or has it just failed to capitalise off the warm waters? See people joining all the time this morning, not knowing what happened overnight. Well, we did have an eye wall replacement cycle. It was shriveling up, wasn't it, last night's eye, and it got down to less than 10 miles wide before the eye wall replacement cycle began, probably a little bit after we went off the air last night. And that was continuing through the morning hours. It was just about finishing when we came on the air at 4 a.m. this morning, and of course it's been complete for quite a while now, and it's obviously much the better for it. Chloe has said that the wind speed has intensified there in Grenada. Rain is on and off. Diego Martin Trinidad has light rain. Overcast in Jamaica, although in Jamaica we won't be expecting any strong winds or anything really for a good while yet. You're still over 2 days away from the storm. And I'm wondering if we got any more recon updates, because they must surely be somewhere in and around that storm now. I'm obviously noting some of the commenters there. Yeah, some... Okay, let's show this graphic of this recon plane moving through, and they did just do an eye pass then by the looks of this. I'm assuming this is right now. They got a extrapolated pressure of 954.1, so still keeping pretty much in line with what it was earlier. And looking at those the winds that they got in there, a few category 4 wind areas, that's flight level, and that's the northwestern quadrant. So still looking pretty interesting, and quite a lot of an expansion by the looks of things in those winds is what I'm garnering from that latest recon pass. And that was the Air Force plane, that one that went in there, getting that 954 millibar extrapolated pressure. So it's probably still somewhere around the 956, 957 mark. Let me just double check what winds that was at the 954. It was still about 30 knots. So so it could be lower than that. Some more questions here. Apparently there's a little rotation in the southwest of Hurricane Beryl. I am not seeing one. I don't know what you're referring to exactly. I'm just wondering if you might be seeing a little bit of rotation in some of those outer bands. And sometimes it can get a little bit squiggly like that. It doesn't usually last very long. Andre said that its pressure's dropping very quickly, possibly. Camille says it's very windy in St Vincent. The rain is off and on. Has it re-strengthened? Well, it is in the process of doing that right now. St Vincent could get some dangerous hurricane force winds pretty soon. But as I've been saying, it's almost certain that the worst conditions now will be, and the eye pass is going to be in the northern islands of Grenada and the southernmost islands of the Grenadines, with a ground zero, by the looks of things, it's going to be on the island of Kiriakou, which it appears to be getting, which appears likely to get the eye of the storm and some very powerful winds. It in itself is quite a small island as well. I'm not sure of the population on it. I'll go and find out. The population there is 10,000. So it's still a significant number. Of course, it could be much worse. We could be talking some of these islands that have several hundreds of thousands of people. But we're talking about a population here of maybe 15 to 20,000 on all of these islands that will be seeing the eye of the storm. But obviously for these communities, it's still going to be a well, potentially devastating time for them. The positive things about this storm, the less bad things, is that one, it's moving quite quickly, 20 miles per hour, and coupled with the fact that it's tiny, means that you'll only be seeing the worst conditions for probably 2 or 3 hours, rather than sitting in a hurricane like Dorian, for instance, which was battering the Bahamas as a Category 5 for a whole day. So some silver lining there, but I'm not sure it's going to be that helpful for some of these locations. And either way, if you've just joined us, the update is that Hurricane Beryl has re-strengthened into a Category 4. It is 130 miles per hour strong and pressure estimate of 957 millibars at that last update statement. And they are updating every hour, so we'll have more info at 10 a.m. and from there we'll keep going and see what happens next. Let's get an eye temperature right now. The latest temperature indication is 18 degrees. Briefly touched 19 a minute ago. Now 18. And distance from the center of the eye to Kiriakou right now is 58 kilometers now. So really getting to lower numbers. 71 kilometers from Grenada. 75 kilometers from Mustique, and 104 from St Vincent. Ethan, are you back with us yet? He decided to take a little bit of time away there. I'm just wondering if someone can fill in for me for a few minutes here whilst I just step away. Are you with us right now, Orlando?
I am here.
There's Jose.
I might not be good at it, but I'll try.
All right, well,
I need to do really fast.
do your best.
If you need help, I'm back.
I always
okay.
I have to step away.
I had to
every
take
so
a
often,
second,
but
a few hours.
to
Being up at 4 in the morning is a little grueling.
well, it sure is. It was necessary for this storm coverage, absolutely. And look at the way that eye is clearing out even more in that satellite image, looking again like it was yesterday. All right, over to you guys just for a few minutes here whilst we continue to watch this storm.
All right. Well, as Nathan mentioned, that Beryl is now a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 130 miles per hour, and it's moving. I'm not sure what speed, but let me take a look. Probably
Moving
at
west, 20
west-
miles an hour.
20 miles per hour.
Yeah. West
And
northwest.
conditions right now are starting to drop rapidly as the storm gets closer and closer to the islands, with pretty much strong gust of winds. And right now, for anyone that wasn't ready, it's too late to get ready. Either they have to hunker down in a strong building if they can find one, or if there is, to get ready. So pretty much, it might pass over like how long? Probably like 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 or 3 hours. Is there any reports yet? Like, well, not pretty much reports on there, but like any wind speeds?
What's it called? Yeah, I'm pretty sure some what's called Windward Islands are already taking in tropical storm force winds, and we're within an hour or so for, I forget the name of the island. I'm blinking really hard, but hurricane force winds are approaching relatively rapidly. So for
Yeah.
anybody who hasn't already hunkered down and prepared, you're running out of time as this storm is barreling right towards you with with a really impressive appearance. I'm really surprised that how well this hour replacement cycle has gone, and how this storm has immediately bounced right back to where it was yesterday, and
Yeah.
we could see even more before it makes landfall.
Yeah, it can get stronger even by the time even if it makes landfall or not. But once it crosses over the islands, probably there's still some conditions that it could be stable enough for it to strengthen a little bit longer before I believe some wind shear is gonna start tearing it down little by little. Even though it
Eventually.
might,
Yeah.
yeah, even though it might hold on to its hurricane force wind speeds by the time it will probably the Yucatan.
The big
I'm not sure if
question
it's
is
far out.
when.
Oh yeah.
The question is when will the wind shear start? It's too late for these islands, though, unfortunately, and
Unfortunately, yes.
Not even dust can stop it near
Oh, no.
nor wind shear. Either the only
Right
thing
now,
is only thing it can weaken it if it goes over land, which we do not want to. We don't want that to happen. But pretty much land is the only option to weaken it a little bit.
well, that's with larger land masses. I really don't think.
larger land
I don't
masses,
think
yeah.
Beryl will
Yeah.
flinch moving through these small islands.
Yeah, I believe so.
yeah, it's not enough landmass to really disrupt the system as much as you'd want it to.
Once again, here's the view from Mustique right now, which is probably the closest view we're going to get of the storm. It's very close to where the storm is going to pass. It will probably get just the edge of the inner eye wall. It's 72 kilometers away from the center of the eye, but we're really looking at somewhere like Kiriakou for the actual landfall location, looking more and more likely by the minute. It is just 56 kilometers away from the center of the eye, and the tiny island to the east of it, aptly named Petite Martinique, I think it was it? Or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so.
Petite Martinique, Little Martinique, just off the east there, 54 kilometers away from the center of the eye, and that's the closest point of land now. Those who are wondering of how it's been in Barbados, which we were most concerned about in the earlier phases of this storm, well, the storm is on its way out from a Barbados perspective. There are still some reports of 44 mile per hour winds that happened recently, and a few waves crashing up against the coast there now, actually, that we didn't see earlier. Must have been a turn of the wind. So it is getting rather choppy along the coast. So just keep your distance from the coastline there. But that's Barbados right now, who really have gotten away with this storm without really getting very strong winds. 44 miles per hour is the maximum I've seen, but apparently there have been some substantial power and water outages. So that's the news out of Barbados. Here's another one of the cameras that we've got. This is Martinique. That was earlier. Just going to get an update. Some crashing waves there as well. Look at that go. Obviously getting a bit rougher now after with the presence of Beryl really moving into this area. Tropical storm warning for this location in Martinique, across the whole island of Martinique, as well as in St Lucia, where there was a hurricane warning earlier on, and that was downgraded to a tropical storm warning. That's Martinique right now.
Has every ship in the area have evacuated?
I don't know. Obviously,
That's why
I would assume so.
Because I remember yesterday live we were talking about the ships that were in the area in the path of Beryl.
Given how transport is in this area, a lot of people evacuated by boat, of course. And there was a big parade of boats heading down, I think, to Grenada or somewhere. But it's still going to be very close for Grenada, and it's going to be difficult there. They could still easily get hurricane force winds. I've just been watching those waves for a bit, even though this isn't in a hurricane warn zone. They're interesting to watch out there in Martinique right now. Well, let's go back to that camera again at Mustique, which is much closer to the actual center of Beryl. And you can see again the conditions getting worse. Visibility decreasing. It's getting very blurry. It's probably a lot of rain on the lens. And quite windy as well as we continue to watch this progression. If you've just joined us, Hurricane Beryl briefly overnight weakened to a Category 3, but is now back to exactly where it was yesterday at a Category 4 status, 130 mile per hour winds, and a pressure estimate of 957 millibars. It still says 959 on our graphic there. That was a little bit earlier, but it is now 957 indicated from recon planes, and we're expecting more updates to follow. National Hurricane Center are doing hourly advisories, and there aren't going to be many of them before it makes landfall, because we are expecting the landfall now to occur in about, to have the full landfall probably near 11 a.m. or a little bit after 11. But for the, let's say, the edge of the eye to make landfall, we're looking at about probably about just after 10:30 or getting towards 11:15. It looks like that's when we'll start to have the eye moving over land. People say, well, someone said the Mustique Cam is not live. I can tell you it is live. There is a timestamp at the top that has today's date and 9:38 a.m. on it, so it is pretty much live. Let's see if we've got some other comments right now. Opinions on new recon pressure data. What did they find? Have they found something new? I'm trying to see if they got anything right now. Apparently one recon has finished, and no new info as far as I can see regarding pressure, just that last pass that got an extrapolated 954 millibar in the center, but it won't be quite as, well, it might be nearly as low as that, but 957, maybe 956, somewhere around there. Quite similar to what it was at its first peak, and here we are running in for a second peak now at some point, whether it's now or whether there's still more strengthening to go, maybe. Let's go and take a look at the visible imagery right now and just look at how well polished the storm is appearing as well. Look at that, an evolving pinwheel eye starting to appear there on this imagery, and if you look at that at face value, it's almost moving due west on those latest frames actually. And you can see all of those islands mapped out as well. The largest one at the bottom there is Grenada, of course, and then you've got all of those small islands, the Grenadines, leading up to St Vincent right at the top, that larger island again. So it's, you know, obviously better news that one of these bigger islands with the higher populations is not going to get the eye of the storm, but still it's extremely close for Grenada. They're going to get hurricane conditions and damaging winds, destructive winds possibly, but those islands in between right now, it's going to be looking pretty bad for them in a few, well, it's almost into minutes now rather than hours, as it gets very, very close now to the core of the eye wall, I should say, reaching land. In fact, let's go and take a look at the very latest radar image if we can. We're just waiting a sec here, trying to get to the we're struggling a bit with radar right now, but I expect we'll see it in just a few moments. But it's clear to see that the main part of the storm is literally about to encroach onto those small islands. Mustique, a little bit further towards the north there, isn't going to get the very worst conditions of the storm, but it is going to get very treacherous at times here, I should imagine. Just trying to navigate to the last radar image, just a second here. So the eye wall, as of 10 minutes ago, is getting very close now to obviously the islands. You can see the impression there on that latest radar frame. Also, a little bit of word of caution. It might look weaker on that western side, but it is the Barbados radar, so it's the far side of that radar view, and it may be underestimating that because it just simply can't see it. So still a fantastic looking eye. I expect it's probably yellows all the way around at least, possibly into the oranges, and judging by that, it would appear that the inner eye wall is approximately 26 kilometers away from impacting Kirikou. So time really getting to a premium at this point with this storm about to reach these islands, and it's going to get pretty crazy for a time. But like I said earlier, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I've been speaking enough. You can go ahead.
All right. So, like I was saying, we could probably see landfall effects from the outer and inner eye wall within the next hour and a half, with how fast the storm is moving. So, time really, it's like sand slipping from your fingers right now. Honestly.
I think it's going to be less than that for the eye wall. It's it's so close, 26 kilometers roughly, and it's moving at 31 kilometers per hour. So, simple math there. We'll be looking at the eye wall reaching some of these islands, possibly as soon as 10:30.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a frightening prospect, that's for sure. Just a few words for some other locations as well. There are some bands that are moving through Martinique and St. Lucia, both a couple of bands evenly spaced at the moment, just affecting the south side of both of those islands. They'll be pushing through northwards in the next couple of hours. I'm not seeing too much on Trinidad, but it's probably because the radar doesn't see very much over there. But I imagine they're getting some pretty persistent rain in the northern part of Trinidad. Tobago, of course, they've had a lot. They've been very close to the storm. They may have briefly got hurricane force winds. I'm not sure on what the answer is to that. But I know that at least a report from viewers on our stream that some or maybe half of the island has been left without power.
I could imagine that.
And more questions about lightning strikes. I haven't seen any lightning graphics recently, but I know that people have said that there's been regular lightning in the eye, and that's a sure sign of intensification. Let's have a look at this right now. This is a new recon data chart. So they got a nearly 120 knot flight level winds, 10-second winds there. That would equate to, that doesn't even equate to Category 4 actually on that particular pass, but we did get one earlier obviously. Pressure there into the lower 950s maybe, 953 perhaps. And then on the right hand side you've got the surface wind estimates getting close to 140 miles per hour there on the SFMRs. So I think it's going to be somewhere in between 130 and 140 now if we go by that data. So interesting stuff. I think Geo wanted to cut in there. Was it you, Geo? Or was it someone else?
I think it was someone else.
What's up? What was?
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to say something.
I don't know.
Okay, I guess not. We have the next update from the National Hurricane Center through fairly soon. Within the next 15 minutes, they'll produce their 10 a.m. Hourly advisory, which is what they're doing now. Hourly advisories as this storm gets even closer to land. And just at those last few frames as we watch it, it really looks like that it's been on a little bit of a westward jog, which is terrible news for Grenada.
Yeah, I noticed that when you left. I think that's when it started jogging towards the west.
Let's
Hopefully
go to
it's
standard
just a
visible
jog.
entry here.
Oh,
What a
wow.
beautiful
Wait,
appearance.
is this Beryl?
Oh wow.
By the ISS.
Sorry?
Where's
What's
this?
that
Oh, it's
noise?
over the Indian Ocean.
Oh, you're watching an ISS feed.
Yeah. I thought I saw Beryl for a second. I just went over. But it's never mind. It's not even near it.
No. Yeah, I don't know what their
Sadly.
schedule is, but yeah, I don't know. But this is it right now, folks. Beryl on its final
This is a
approach to these islands and really looking extremely impressive on this satellite imagery.
show Barrel's putting on right here.
Very big
Oh
one.
my.
It's pinwheeling is what it's doing there on that imagery, looking extremely impressive.
That typical MDR hurricane look.
Raining quite heavily in St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago, apparently. So, thanks for letting us know about that. And apparently reports of roof damage on Tobago as well.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, you expect that. Strong
That's-
tropical storm force winds. Even hurricane force winds. That's gonna do that, especially with these islands. They're what's it called? A lot of them are not built as fortified as like you would see
Yeah.
here in the US. So they're way more susceptible to damage than, I don't know, let's say Texas.
JC, thanks for the comment. Appreciate your thanks there. Will coastal Venezuela get any impacts? It would seem to be very unlikely. There's a few spots of coastal Venezuela that has a 10% chance of storm force winds. It's unlikely, but you could get some rough seas there. Latest position estimate then, it is now the center of the eye is 47 kilometers from Kirikou, and from Grenada it is 62 kilometers, and from Mustique, where this camera is, it is 66 kilometers away from the center of the eye. But if we're talking about the eye wall where the strong winds are, we're now talking about probably 18 kilometers away from Kirikou. So the time really is now where we're seeing the elevation of the winds there on those islands. Unfortunately, I don't think we could get any viewpoints from Kirikou, but this is Mustique, which isn't too far away, relatively close to the main part of the storm. There could easily be hurricane force winds at this location, but what we're seeing right now, maybe a slight lull, but overall pretty strong winds at times. Let's go
Won't be
back
surprised
to-
if we lose some of these cameras by the end of today.
Probably just that one. The others, the other ones that we've been showing, should be far enough away.
Hopefully.
Polistes says, are we covering up to landfall? We're at least doing that. I mean, it's not very long to go. We'll probably stay on the air until the next full National Hurricane Center advisory. Then again, I'm not sure, because the 11 a.m. advisory will be just about the time of landfall by the looks of things. So we might stay on until maybe midday, and then we'll probably take a break and throw it back to our automated stream, which by then will be very out of date. So once you get redirected over there, you'll have to bear with us for at least a few minutes whilst we update all of the stuff on there. But that is still going as well, so if you get sick of our voices, you can just tune into our automated feed, which is showing all of the live satellite images of the storm as well. Okay, well, it's getting extremely close to making this landfall, which we expect will be on the island of Kirikou. But looking at that latest view on Visible, it really is diving a little bit further towards the west. Now that might be interesting, because in between Kirikou and Grenada, it's quite sparse. There's a few small little islands that aren't really very populated. If it slots through that gap, I think that would be marginally preferred, although it would bring stronger winds to Grenada. So I think at this point it's pretty much assured that Grenada are going to get some strong hurricane force winds here, especially further north. So the town of Sochers is going to get some serious winds, but further north, the island of Kirikou looks like it's going to get some really big impacts here, especially on the south side. But just checking frame by frame, it's looking more and more as though the storm might just be slotting along that south side of Kirikou rather than turning. And once again, that would be another slightly unexpected westward deviation and southward deviation if that trend continues right there. But from daybreak this morning up until now, what a progression it's been as we look at this visible imagery. It's been extremely impressive once again. I mean, the eye never really disappeared, obviously, but at this point it's looking even more impressive than it was looking yesterday. Give me real Isabel vibes looking at those, looking at that pinwheel.
Love to see it. It's mesmerizing, honestly.
Let's see if we can get a new eye temperature fix, and it is suggesting at least 19 degrees. Anything higher? Looks like a 19-degree eye, which is quite warm. Latest distance from land. The center of the eye, 43 kilometers from Kirikou now, and 59 from Grenada. And again, the eye wall probably about 16 kilometers from Kirikou now, possibly a little bit less. I do wonder whether the storm might be speeding up a bit. It feels like it is.
Let me see its speed right now.
Oh no, we've got the buffering view here. I thought it may have just crashed on us then, but nope, it's still going, that camera. Oh, maybe a little bit. It's struggling, I think it's suffering that viewpoint from Mustique right now. We'll see if we can get it back. Anytime now, we should get the update from the National Hurricane Center at 10 AM, and they'll bring us any further news. It looks like that Mustique camera may have just bitten the dust. And it wasn't even that bad there at that point. I imagine it may have gotten quite a bit worse. So our viewers really now are our eyes and ears, so stay safe during this storm. It's extremely dangerous if you're on these islands. I know we keep saying it, but it really is pertinent to repeat it because this is an upper echelon storm impact here, especially for this geographical area. This is by far the strongest storm to impact Grenada, and by far the strongest storm to impact St Vincent and the Grenadines. The previous strongest storm to hit St Vincent and the Grenadines was a 110 mile per hour storm twice, two category 2 hurricanes in 1886 and 1898. So that's pretty much what we're up against right now. Something, and all of the storms, like, and Ivan as well, of course, in Grenada, all those three examples were all peak season storms, and this is July 1st. We're still very far away from the peak of the hurricane season. We've still got about 85% of the activity ahead of us on average, which shows you just how we're really at the start of that hill rather than near the top of it. So it really is quite something to when you put it into that perspective. A question about Jamaica just there. I'm just yep, we've got time to take that. So Jamaica expected to get possibly hurricane impacts there on Wednesday. You can see it here on that last National Hurricane Center forecast cone. This will get updated in an hour, so look out for that, and we'll see if any changes to their forecast philosophy have taken place. But for Jamaica particularly, I certainly expect to see watches get issued today, and I would do it now. I would issue a hurricane watch by this point, because it sure looks like it's going to end up that way. How close it gets to Jamaica is another question. It's something we'll have to play by ear. A large part of Jamaica is in the cone, so the center of the storm could still hit. And if you want to follow the GFS model, it's saying that the storm will actually clip the north coast of Jamaica. So still, I think, all to play for with regards to your area, and that also in turn means the Cayman Islands, and of course the Yucatan and western Cuba. So stay alert on that. Obviously, we're going to have more updates on the Force 13 channel over the next few days regarding the rest of what this storm does, but already it's blown its way into the record books, as we've just been detailing. Looks like the eye's gone a little bit more ovular in the last couple of frames on infrared satellite imagery. I can switch to it just now actually and show you what it's been doing. There it is again. It just maybe gone a little bit ovally in those last few frames. Whether that is something that's just incidental, or whether it's a sign of it losing its shape a little bit, that's a question. We've seen less convection though as well, as we saw before in the original part of the strengthening phase. There's still quite a lot of those black areas around it right now, especially on that northern side. Those are minus 70 degree cloud tops and lower. We've got an update from National Hurricane Center now at 10 a.m. This is what they have to say. The eye wall of extremely dangerous Category 4 Beryl nearing the southern Windward Islands. It is expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. An extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take action now to protect your life. Residents in the Grenadine Islands and Veracruz Islands should not leave their shelter, as winds will rapidly increase within the eye wall of Beryl. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions and do not venture out into the eye of the storm. A weather station in Barbados at Grantley Adams International Airport reported a sustained wind of 52 miles per hour and a gust of 69. And the update has still 130 mile per hour winds and an estimated central pressure of 956. So that's gone down just a little bit. And movement still west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. That latest position update, 25 miles east-southeast of Veracruz Island, and they're saying it themselves, landfall expected within an hour or two. I think it's going to be closer to 1. So that's the update from the National Hurricane Center at 10 a.m. as we watch this really amazing picture of this storm strengthening again as it heads towards the Windward Islands. Well, maybe just a slight crumb of comfort there that it hasn't been upgraded any further, but it is still 130 miles per hour, and perhaps some question marks as to whether it may have warranted an upgrade or not, based on all of the recon data that we were looking at an hour or two ago, which may have supported that. Does anyone have any thoughts on this right now? Oh, they're all quiet. That's all right. The storm's still heading west-northwestwards, though, getting very close to land. Those miles are really ticking down now. But the official position from the National Hurricane Center still giving it 130 mile per hour winds. That's over 200 kilometers per hour, and that is sustained winds right now. View from Barbados. The storm's still heading away from here. That's actually stopped as well at the moment. So let's see if we can take a look at Martinique, where we've got some significant waves up there as well. Oh look, they're having another bout of heavy rain there. This is under a tropical storm warning, but apart from that, not too much else going on there. And I'm just checking again to see if we can raise the Mustique camera. I think it's gone for good, guys, so I don't think we're going to be seeing anything more out of there or anywhere where this storm is going to be making landfall, apart from what we can see from above. on satellite, and of course the radar. There's the view in Martinique. So, a reiteration then of that update statement. It is a 130 mile per hour hurricane, and it is a very impressive storm moving into these islands right now. Nadia, earlier on, I missed your message, but I've got it. Thanks for your support, by the way, and thanking us for our detailed coverage of the Caribbean islands. You know, we, as much as possible, we try not to have location bias. With a situation like this, it's absolutely imperative to be doing full coverage, as we have been doing for as much as humanly possible during this storm, really. I know we did a short live event last night. That was to allow us to start really early this morning. We've been live since 4 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, because we knew by that point the storm would really be harassing these islands, and so it has been. It's continued throughout the course of this morning, and here we are now at 10 a.m. just before this landfall. And it's pretty much right on time with what modelling was suggesting out back maybe 2 days ago. They were always going for a landfall at about 10 or 11 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, so it's been pretty much nailed on there. The only thing really with the models is that they were probably suggesting that it would be a little bit further north. That hasn't quite happened. It's been further south than expected. For a lot of its track, it has been further south than expected, and that's a bit of a surprise, because with stronger storms, more often than not, it tends to have a weakening effect on the ridge, and they tend to move a little bit further north and more likely to recurve. Maybe it's because Beryl's so small that hasn't happened this time around, or maybe it's just that the ridging wasn't predicted well enough. But as it is right now, it is heading straight for the Grenadines, the southern Grenadine Islands, northern part of Grenada, and landfall expected extremely soon now, with the eye wall estimated to be approximately 8 kilometers away from the island of Kirikou at this time.
Any minute now.
And that would be for the worst conditions of the storm. And then after that, you start to experience the 20 to 25 mile wide eye, where the center of the eye at this point is 36 kilometers away from Kirikou, and it is 36 kilometers away from Petite Martinique. Those are the closest points of land at this time. Other locations: 53 kilometers from Grenada, 91 kilometers from St Vincent, 61 from Mustique, 157 from St Lucia, and well and truly moving away from Barbados now, 183 kilometers away.
Nathan, the camera's down.
Yeah, the camera's down. It's been confirmed that the camera's down. So yeah, Mustique, we lost it. To be fair, it didn't really look that bad when it was when it went down. I saw worse during its period, but the camera's gone. They may have lost power. You know, could be something like that.
Yeah. Maybe it couldn't endure but so much.
The camera itself might be
only going to get worse.
It might just be the maybe a loss of power. I don't know.
Possible.
Son Kim says, what will be the effect of Beryl for the extreme south of the country of St Vincent and the Grenadines? Well, you're looking at it right now. That area is getting at least part of the eye. It's going to be really serious by the time it gets there. I didn't know you had a camera on Kirikou, Jose.
This is the one I showed, but it's not.
Doesn't look like that
live.
one's working either, does it?
It's not really live. It just loads the frames in every, I don't know,
It does what?
I don't know. It's not. It doesn't even look live to me. Even though when I click the live, it doesn't show anything.
That's a picture of Kirikuru.
Yeah.
Well, no, the time slide at the bottom says that was about 8:30 a.m. So that was an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, pretty much.
But
That's why I'm not using that camera.
fair enough. But that was a viewpoint there from Kirikuru at about 8:30 a.m. there, and I don't think they've had any signal since. So that looks like it's down as well. What is the chance of Beryl becoming a Category 5? I dread to think. If Recon aren't getting any new higher winds and stuff, then I would say the chances are low. But if they are starting to get some data getting up towards the higher end of Category 4, then I would be getting pretty nervous. But from what I've heard, there's no indication that it's, well, the NHC update haven't said that it's gotten any stronger. Suggestions from Recon that it may be. Category 5, I think, is still a stretch. We're certainly not going to get a Category 5 landfall. Let's thank goodness for that, shall we, at least. But it is still going to be at least a 130 mile per hour Category 4 there at landfall, which is coming up very soon indeed. We will probably stay on the air until about noon, and then we'll throw it back to our automated stream, which is also running on YouTube, where you can take a look at the live imagery of the storm in real time as well. And that's on 24/7. You can find that at any time.
Another thing, Nathan, is the intensity of the storm coming in. It really is going to start to matter less and less, especially now, because no matter what, you're still going to be seeing extremely destructive conditions across Kirikuru and some of the Western Antilles.
Anytime now for those islands. If the full force of the storm hasn't been realized yet at that location, then it is going to be within minutes. Radar images are frustratingly slow as well. The latest one I've got is 25 minutes old. That depicted that the inner eye wall was just about to, well, a little bit away from the islands. Looks like they might have been getting a bit of an outer eye wall at that point. But now with the speed of this storm, I would say the inner eye wall must only be a handful of kilometers offshore. My best guess right now would be about 7 kilometers from the coast of Kirikuru, and really sweeping through there with a ferocious intensity. Throw it back to infrared, and once again it is quite wide. Circular appearance has been overall improving, but you just wonder if it's gotten a little bit stretched a bit in those latest images. But you can't deny the visible view of this storm, and maybe if we threw it onto, that's not quite as good quality, we'll stick with that one, the very sharp imagery there. I do wonder what's going on with it in those latest frames on that south side. Looks like it's churning up a bit more convection, but it's looking a little bit tight, as if something's going on in there. I'm not sure what. But it feels to me as though it's holding strength, and that it's not really strengthening much. But the latest pressure estimate, 956 millibars, mean a Category 4 with a pressure in the 950s is pretty rare. It's quite a high pressure for such a strong storm. Part of that will be because Beryl is pretty small. But once again, another anomaly right there. And maybe it's because the environmental pressures are higher than what they would be because it's so early in the season as well.
Yep.
Another comment there about how high will the storm surge be in Grenada? Good question. I'm not sure. I would suggest probably 6 feet on the northern part of the island, maybe even more than that. Where the storm's making landfall on those small islands to the north, we could be looking at a storm surge of up to 9 feet there. That's what the National Hurricane Center was estimating.
Nathan,
yes, let's go.
The wave heights right now that I'm using on windy.com, pretty much around the center, probably around like 29 feet, 20, yeah, mostly 28, 29 around the center. Then along the coast, they're probably going to be seeing right now like 22 feet. And is this hills?
A few caveats to that,
Hillsborough?
though. Wave height isn't storm surge. That's one thing. Those will be
Yeah.
the highest waves, and generally it will be much lower along the coast than it is out over the high seas. And thirdly, this I think is a model projection, right?
I believe, yeah. ECM.
But interesting to look at nonetheless. It might give you a little idea, but it's clear that obviously the sides facing the storm, the east coasts of these islands, are going to get whacked with the highest storm surge there. Let's see what else we've got right now. Apparently plenty of rain in Trinidad, east-west corridor and northern range, loud thunder. A school roof blew away. Not experiencing high winds right now. Thank you for that information, by the way. Other people may rely on it just as much as us to broadcast that. But from what we've heard there, one or two reports of roof damage in Trinidad and Tobago. I imagine probably worse than that. Turbulence mode has a little update for us out of northwestern Barbados. Out of the horizon, we can just make out waves probably about 10 meters or more, literally rolling on the high seas. Let's just have another cursory look back at the viewpoint from southwest Barbados there, looking out at St Lawrence Bay. Actually, that has stopped updating as well. I don't know why that is. But there is another viewpoint from Barbados that's still working. I have no idea where this one is, but once again, you can see those waves. I think that one was in the same area. And again, a viewpoint here from Martinique, where they're getting a few little waves there as well. Conditions have been on and off with rain, as many people on those islands have been telling us in the lead up to this. They could still get tropical storm force winds on Martinique. They have a tropical storm warning. And in fact, let's just reiterate all the warnings that are currently in effect right now for those who maybe have just joined us. A hurricane warning right now, obviously, for Barbados, St Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Tobago. Tropical storm warning for Martinique, Trinidad and St Lucia. A tropical storm watch for the south coast of the Dominican Republic, extending from Punta Palenque westward through the border with Haiti, into western Haiti to Anstahino. And that's all the warnings that are currently in effect right now as we take a look, a zoomed in look at what's going on out there off the coast of Martinique under that tropical storm warning. But I'm afraid the Mustique camera that we had earlier was shut down, probably by a power outage, if I was to guess. In 45 minutes, we'll have another update from the National Hurricane Center, and it will be their main update. It will be their forecast advisory, and that's when they trim and chop and change that cone, the forecast there. So we'll be having a proper look at that at the end of this hour. And around then, and maybe sometime around that point, is when the storm's going to be making landfall. Latest update as of 10 past. I would estimate the main part of the eye wall is now just a mere 2 kilometers off the coast of Veracruz, and the center of the eye is now 33 kilometers from Veracruz, which means that the center of the eye will be over that island, especially since it's just done a little northwestward turn there, clear to see on that latest image. It jogged westwards and now a big jog northwestwards, so it looks very clear now that Kirikou will have the full force of the eye wall and eye, and they'll be in probably the full eye there for a whole 20 to 25 mile stretch, and that the center of the eye will pass over there at approximately 20 past 11. But the eye wall right now, which contains the strongest winds of that northwestern eye wall, is reaching the island of Kirikou right now. Also those islands right next to it as well. Petite Martinique, Petit St Vincent, some of those small islands to the south of it as well. Saline Island, Frigate Island, Large Island, and a little bit, just a few more minutes for places like Ronde Island, further south towards Grenada. All now will be within that eye wall, which will be delivering wind speeds of up to 130 miles per hour sustained. At this point, there's never very much that we can do when we see these storms during their landfall phases. Probably our biggest strength as a outlet here at Force 13 is early warning. We do obviously cover the events as they happen as well, but there's not a huge amount to say when you've got the actual event unfolding right now, and it could be very possible that some of these islands may be cut off from communication for a time. I imagine they'll certainly lose power. They may lose water supply for a fair amount of time as well. So it ends up very quickly after the storm passes becoming a humanitarian aid issue, and I think these areas are going to need a bit of support after this storm moves through. It could cause some serious damage, but again, the little silver linings in this is that it hasn't strengthened any further. It is still a Category 4. It is moving quickly. It will only be delivering the strongest winds for maybe 2 or 3 hours in total, rather than, say, a whole day, like during Hurricane Dorian. And the storm will be out of the way pretty quickly. The wind field has increased during the course of today, but still, overall, the very destructive winds are highly concentrated in that eye wall. But I'm not diminishing the threat of this storm at all, just that there are still some slightly less negative aspects of it there compared to what we might experience with some other storms that we've had in the past. Let's see if we can get a new radar frame. It's struggling right now, actually. I don't think I can.
Oh, yeah.
David Vella, welcome aboard. You're on Force 13 Live.
I'm looking at chat right now. Trying to confirm something that viewers have been are saying now.
Go ahead.
Confirm it, and then they're saying that. Well, I'm trying to confirm right now, but they're saying that recons confirm 150 mile per hour winds.
No chance.
I couldn't say either way without seeing the data
I mean,
myself. But I'd be surprised.
Especially with its appearance.
Now, they could be talking about anything. They could be talking 150 mile per hour flight level, 10-second winds, which obviously gets knocked down quite a bit when you convert it to 1 minute surface sustained winds. And we've had a few 150 mile per hour readings in the upper levels during this storm in both of its Category 4 phases. So it wouldn't be anything new, but if it is a confirmed 150 mile per hour at the surface, or something that correlates to that, then we really are in for something big. But as far as we know, there's nothing to substantiate that yet. Just wanted to show that latest radar image. That was from 20 minutes ago, and you just see the very rim of the eye wall about to press onto those islands of the Grenadines. And back to our latest satellite, and again, it's not fully opaque, this imagery, so you can just about make out Kirikou right underneath there, and just how close it's getting to the eye now in those latest pictures. It's
Yeah, pretty close.
Scared me, honestly.
the edge of the eye is now 5 kilometers from Kirikou.
This is it.
And the center of the eye 28 kilometers offshore. So 5 kilometers to go until we get the eye over, or the edge of the eye starts to move over the island, and it is making a beeline for it right now in that last little flinch towards the northwest there in that latest update. And that solidly puts the islands just north of it under the eye as well. We're talking places like Union Island in the southern part of the Grenadines, and just off to its east, Palm Island, Mayro just to its northwest there as well. All of those will be within the eye by the looks of things, unless it does a very last minute wobble again back towards the south. But Kirikou definitely is going to be in the full view of the eye there, and it's going to appear on satellite imagery in a few minutes.
It's really a crazy situation unfolding. For this time of year, this is just unprecedented.
It certainly is. Still 130 mile per hour winds on that last National Hurricane Center update. Pressure 956 millibars. I sort of am at the mercy of my team really to find out any new information on recon, because I've got too many other things loaded up here. So please let me know, guys, if anything's come up. But as far as we know, there's nothing new. And those who are wondering about what else is going on in the Atlantic, well, Tropical Depression Chris, we had Tropical Storm Chris last night. It's weakened back to a depression again, moving inland over Mexico. There it is, 35 miles per hour, 1007 millibars. Warnings have been lifted. And if we move around to this disturbance on that 7-day outlook, you can't see the icon, but that orange little thing there is the 60% chance of that storm heading up through that area and again affecting the Lesser Antilles as another tropical cyclone. It's the National Hurricane Center, and we have a new view that Alex has just sent in of recon. Is it, how recent is that? Let's say, I don't know, that isn't recent because it's just moved, that plane has moved to the right hand side. We covered those passes earlier, at 960 and at 956. The plane itself there has just been sampling the winds on that eastern side there. It's not been anywhere. It might be gearing up for another eye pass though in just a sec. But that's the latest from recon as far as we can establish. But they are not in the eye, and they are not near the strongest winds. At least that plane isn't, the Air Force One. Any idea where the NOAA planes got to?
Uh,
I don't know if anyone knows, but if it's anything, it would have been that plane that caught anything. I don't know where it is.
So,
look at it
as far as I'm concerned, the NOAA mission ended.
It ended?
Yeah, they left, they swirled around, and then dipped. The only reconnaissance flight there right now is from the Air Force.
Okay.
They might be going for northeast eye wall to southwest pass.
It looks like they might, yep. But as it stands there, really no new info. Certainly nothing that would corroborate 150 miles per hour that's happened since that pass, so I don't know what they're looking at. but we had some reports of numbers like that earlier on in the morning. But right now, the National Hurricane Center is holding at 130 miles per hour, pressure of 956 millibars. They'll have a full advisory within half an hour, in about half an hour, and they'll probably say that it's making landfall by that point, because it sure as hell is. This is a extremely powerful storm about to shift over the island of Veracruz in the northernmost reaches of Grenada. Just had a new update on the rapid scan imagery. The edge of the eye is still about 3 kilometers off the coast of Veracruz, and it looks like it's gotten more well-rounded again in the last frame, and it is the center of the eye is 24 kilometers away from Veracruz now, so it is still drawing in. It looks like the eye is getting really warm. Trying to get a temperature reading on this. It'll still be quite the same. It's still 19 degrees Celsius, which is a pretty warm eye.
Earlier, dropped to 18 back to 19.
And if we zoom back out and go back to the infrared and get a little bit of context, the cloud top temperatures around it as well. Well, they've been holding up pretty good too, looking at that imagery. They've been doing quite well. All those black zones, that's into the minus 70s, and you're starting to see a little area building back into it again near the eye. Really, really impressive by anyone's standards here. It did look a little bit squished a few moments ago, but it's it looks like it is rounding off again, that eye. Extremely impressive, we can't say it enough.
I don't know if you guys were live during that, but during this, but when the when it hit the eye wall replacement cycle around, I think maybe 1 in the morning, between 11 and 1 in the morning last night.
Yeah, we weren't live. We were live when we started at 4 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think one of the most remarkable things about the storm in general was how fast it recovered from the eye wall replacement cycle. Like the eye didn't even close at all, and it just started up, and it looks like right now the eye is still warming up.
It closed very briefly on satellite, but it was always, of course, it was there, and on radar it was almost a perfect eye wall replacement cycle, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we're really just waiting out for this next update. Just to reiterate what the info that came out at 10 a.m. Beryl is nearing the southern Windward Islands and expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take action now to protect your life. Residents in the Grenadine Islands and Veracruz Island should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the eye wall of Beryl. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions and do not venture out into the eye of the storm. And just to remind everyone, they did get a little bit stronger winds in Barbados just in the last hour. They reported a sustained wind at the airport of 52 miles per hour and a gust of 69. That was the information as of 10 a.m. and we're rapidly coming up towards the 11 a.m. advisory now, which will be a full advisory from the National Hurricane Center, where they'll publish a new forecast cone, and we'll see maybe later on down the line what that might mean for some of those locations, places like Jamaica, who could receive hurricane force winds on Wednesday, and eventually at the end of the week wherever it ends up going along the Yucatan Peninsula.
So, you have some news. Recon is definitely trying to book through that northeastern quadrant right now. They're going to be doing probably a northeastern pass of core of the system, probably within the next 15 minutes.
Yeah. They're probably, well, they're racing against time, aren't they, really? I know that they
Yeah.
don't like getting too close to any land areas when they're flying.
The interesting part is they did pass over Trinidad Tobago during one of their intercepts, so don't seem like they're too shy. At least not today.
But the winds were less down there. I mean, I don't know whether it's solely that they're concerned about flying objects or whatever that get caught up in the storm. And obviously, if you're in the inner eye wall where those islands are, then it could happen. But in Trinidad, we're just seeing probably barely tropical storm force winds. I don't know what they got down there, but I don't know.
Yeah,
we could do with an expert to tell us, but
yeah, I'll be paying attention to their flight level, the flight level readings, see what that's at. But I mean, regardless, the drop zone data will be very valuable.
Oh
Nathan,
yes.
The National Hurricane Center remnants of Chris advisory for Chris dissipated over the rugged terrain of eastern Mexico.
Well, Chris is gone. Chris is already dead, and some people waking up this morning probably didn't even know that it was born. It had formed late last night, became a tropical storm around, was it the 11 p.m. advisory last night? I think.
I'm not sure, because I didn't even know.
I think it was the 9
might have been a little bit earlier.
advisory.
I don't know. And then weakened to a depression this morning, and now it's a nothing. It's remnants of Chris. Could still drop quite a lot of rainfall low over Mexico.
Yeah.
Isolated maximums of 12 inches, 300 millimeters.
Yeah, the National Hurricane Center still said heavy rain continues in Mexico.
Yeah. Likely to continue for several more hours. 35 mile per hour winds at that last advisory. You won't hear anything more from Chris.
What is the next thing, Debbie?
The next name on the list is Debbie.
Wow. Already? We're down to D?
Yeah, we've had a burst, haven't we? We really have.
Yeah.
You know, it's just annoying, isn't it, when you hear about people.
I mean,
I wasn't. It's like the first week of June, and people were saying that the season's not going to be anything because we didn't have an early season storm. Like, really.
Yeah. I was inspecting Chris to form not until I woke up at 6 and I heard Nathan mention Chris, and I was like confused when I noticed Chris was a tropical storm already in Mexico. Like, oh, I overslept for this. But I thought it wasn't even going to be a thing.
It formed really
Yeah.
I think, the official advisories on Chris were I think they started at 11, and then the intermittent advisory had declared it Chris. But
yeah, I'm not sure about the other invest. I mean, it was dropped down right now to 30% in the next 2 days and 60% in the next 4 days.
That's the system behind Beryl.
Yeah, the one. Yeah, we're not sure if it. I mean, it might be like a probably tropical depression, tropical storm. Then it probably die off.
Let's see if we can take any comments right now. I'm sure there's been quite a lot. Spanky the Pug. Thanks very much for your support, by the way. Really appreciate it, and we hope we've been doing a good service for you as well as everyone else. They said that it was around 3:30 a.m. there in Massachusetts when they couldn't sleep and found our live broadcast. Certainly helped many in that area. I'm sure they're all grateful. I really appreciate that comment. Thank you very much. And it's nice to have you with us. Let's see if we've got some other comments here. Apparently, Petite Martinique is already in the eye. Maybe. It's hard to tell. It's right on the fringe right now. How is the dry air from the Sahara not affecting Beryl that much? Well, I guess it just didn't quite creep into it there. It's been pushing it all away for the whole time, really. And I suppose if it was a bigger storm, maybe it would have had a worse time with that. And thanks to Luke for your support as well. Will it make landfall before the advisory? Not what I would call a landfall. I'm very purist when it comes to that. I only go with the center of the storm. But if you want to say that part of the eye has made landfall by then, well, yes, that will be true because it's literally starting right now.
Absolutely is. I was going to say right before, I believe we were about to have landfall. In the last couple of frames, I saw the eye just about to come over what's called some of the smallest islands.
Quite a few more questions there as well. Whether it could make a run at Category 5 status. Well,
before landfall.
Oh no.
No, too late for that.
And the Eastern Caribbean.
And when will Beryl peak? Well, according to NHC, probably tonight.
Yeah, probably tonight it'll peak. After that, there's a lot of factors that are going into its forecasted progressive weakening, including the fact that there's still, I believe, at least from what I saw 2 days ago, there's still a lot of wind shear in the, or at least moderate wind shear in the Caribbean as a whole. And I think I've also heard that I think there's dry air from the Sahara, I believe, going into their forecast to be there.
In the build-up to Beryl, there was tons of Saharan dust in the Eastern Caribbean.
Well, there you go.
I don't know if it's still there, though.
Let me take a look really fast.
But as soon as we get the update from the National Hurricane Center, we'll let you know. It's probably going to be a big update here. If I was Jamaica, I'd put out hurricane watches now. And
yes, there is Saharan dust.
It'll be a big question for the National Hurricane Center whether they bump up the intensity again here at this full advisory, or whether they're content with keeping it, and then what the forecast is going to be, whether they think it's got, now that the storm has completely drastically had a makeover this morning, whether it's whether it can have a run towards the higher end Category 4 status. At the moment, they're not forecasting that, but they are going to be releasing their new update in about 20 minutes or less, but probably close to the hour because they're doing hourly updates. I don't think they'll do an early update today on this one. A Moment of Lovely also thanking us for the broadcast. It's great to see you as well. One of our chat mods there. Everyone's mostly behaving today, I think. Karma says it looks like the wind shear of Jamaica may be decreasing. Anyone seeing signs of that?
Let's look at that.
There's been There's been discrepancies and disagreements between the hurricane models of how detrimental this shear is going to be in the Western Caribbean. Right now, it's not like certain at all how intense it'll be, and it's a big variable in also determining its direction because a stronger cyclone has a higher chance of being pulled poleward. Which in other words means more northern Yucatan will be in play. But if it ends up actually being weaker, dry air intrusion, shear of the system, it'll likely crash into more central or even southern Yucatan Peninsula and keep away from Jamaica. But we're not going to have a clear answer to that until it's past these islands in the middle of the Eastern Caribbean.
Extremely dangerous storm, this Hurricane Beryl, making landfall as we speak here on Kiraku, one of the islands of Grenada, just to its northeast. Grenada itself will be getting hurricane force winds, as will all of the Grenadines, and possibly extending up to St Vincent as well. I think it was Jose. Do you want to go ahead there?
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's still probably some wind shear. I see 40 to 30 to 25 knots in the Caribbean right now, where Beryl is going to be going towards. But I'm not sure if the National Hurricane Center said anything about wind shear. It probably did.
Well, we'll get their forecast discussion at the next advisory to see what they think about the update to the wind shear. Of course, we got to look at modeling as well. I mean, I know GFS has been whack so far during this storm, but they still have it weakening quite a bit by the time it gets to the Western Caribbean. ECMWF is a little bit better. It still has a substantial storm, maybe a Category 1 hurricane landfall. They actually have it down in Belize, actually, for that landfall. And the CMC model, for what it's worth, that's hanging around north as well as the GFS. They both take it to northern Jamaica and eventually end up just about reaching Texas. And then the ICON model is also going quite far north too, through Jamaica and then out into the Gulf of Mexico. So I do wonder whether we might see a flip-flop back on that next National Hurricane Center forecast. It's a tough one to forecast in long term here.
And I forgot to mention that Saharan dust are found in the Caribbean Sea. So if it does, if it does run into wind shear, then that's going to give a good entrance for the dust to get into the eye, choking it.
There's a new update from Recon on the screen showing that the plane is getting tantalizingly close to making another eye pass. I think they might just get there before the advisory comes out, and they'll be holding everything back, I think. At least I think they will. Just to see what that last pass gets.
Just in case Beryl might have gotten a little bit stronger right before landfall.
So stay tuned. We're going to see what's going on with that. Alright, let's get the latest information on the storm's position. Distance from the center of the eye to land. It's now just 15 kilometers from Kirikou, which is now entering the eye. It is 15 kilometers also from Petite Martinique, which is also now in the eye. It is 26 kilometers from Union Island, which is very far south in the St Vincent and Grenadines. It is 38 kilometers from Grenada. It is 52 kilometers from Mustique. I forgot the name of it for a sec. 83 kilometers from St Vincent, 151 from St Lucia, and just about to clear 200 kilometers away from Barbados now in a few minutes. So it is starting to get further away from you there, although last hour there was a reported wind of 54 miles per hour or something along those lines.
I think it was 54.
52 at the airport there. This is Force 13 Live, waiting for the next advisory. It's 11:15, and this major hurricane is literally making landfall right now on some of these islands in the Lesser Antilles, the Windward Islands. Kirikou is the one right there, and its smaller neighbor, Petite Martinique.
Wow. Strong landfall. This very early.
Unheard of. You don't see major hurricanes in June of all times making major hurricane landfalls, especially in the Lesser Antilles of all places. This is mid July or August, September. Then you could expect something as devastating as this, but this fast, this early into the season is just unheard of.
Yeah.
Let's try and take some more questions then whilst we wait for the update. How strong will Beryl be when it passes near Jamaica? Currently the forecast is calling for it to be a Category 2 by the time it goes by there. Still really unsure about just where it will go and whether it will make a direct landfall. And another comment there that Beryl is at 130 right now and water temperature will increase. What's the chance it reaches Category 5? It's gonna... Well, it looks like wind shear will increase soon. Assuming it does, then the storm has just today, really, if it's going to try and make a run for Category 5 status. I am leaning towards no, but you can never be too sure with these crazy storms sometimes. Given how small it is, some crazy things can happen. Just had a new rapid scan update. The island of Kiriakou is almost entirely inside the eye now. The island of Petite Martinique is firmly inside the eye. The eye temperature is now still 19 degrees Celsius. The center of the eye is only 12 kilometers from Kiriakou, and as I said, most of the island now is in the eye.
Wow.
Just wow.
Can't even imagine the hellhole is going on over there.
No, this is otherworldly, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, even though they're going into the eye, which is more calm, but yet they still got to deal with the backside of it now.
Yep.
The backside of it will be the eastern side of the eye, and at the moment it looks maybe a little bit flaky, but I can't quite make a judgment on that. Radar looks much stronger, so I think it is safe to say that it will probably be more of the same of whatever they got on the first half of the storm.
That's what I'm thinking.
Was there
More
any
likely than
reports of
not.
structural damage yet in the area?
I don't know if they'll even have communications by this point, but
No chance.
definitely in the full flow of the eye wall on that last radar view. In fact, let's show you this. This was the last radar frame, and you can see that those little islands well in that inner eye wall. That was just before the eye reached it, and then the right hand side still looked very powerful as well, that east side of the storm. So Beryl extremely dangerous, making landfall as we speak right now on some of these Windward Islands as it starts to enter the Caribbean Sea proper. Should have the update within the next 10 minutes, but I'm wondering if there's any chance for that recon plane to get there in time. And someone else will have to answer that question because I don't know if they got there or not.
Still trying to wait for the NHC's update. 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, both both the tropical tidbits and tropical Atlantic sites still say that they haven't updated in regards to recon, so probably going to be another 2-3 minutes, maybe less.
Okay.
But yeah, we're still waiting.
Well, a nervous few minutes then, it would appear, but I don't know. Whatever happens is already happening. Whatever those wind speeds are, whether there are some areas there that might be up towards higher than 130 miles per hour.
All right, so it did update.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it only updated the partial entrance into the northeastern quadrant. So just the beginning. I mean, the latest I think they have is a little over 100 knot flight level winds and 75, a little above like 75, push into 80 SFMRs. So not a full pass of the northeastern quadrant, unfortunately, not yet.
Sounds like we're not going to get the data in time. And look at this. You'll note here on the northwest side of the eye, there's been a little bit of a disturbance going on. I'm pretty sure that's been directly caused by the island of Kiriakou, because it is right over it there. I've not seen a feature like that before. I know we're in the days of super res, so we haven't seen it very often, but I just wonder what that might be and how long it may last for.
Might just be a little bit of clouding just because of the land interaction.
Yeah.
But not just that, it looks like that northwest side of the eye just lost its shape a little bit there. But I think it will
Possibly.
come back pretty soon.
Yeah. Once again, whether it was caused by land or something else, it is relatively brief. It shouldn't be something that's going to affect the storm.
In a couple more frames, you'll probably see the island inside the eye there on that one that we were looking at.
Yeah. I mean, even though there are some clouds inside the eye, but yet still we might be able to see it.
New rapid scan
You
image
start to
from
see it kind of peek out.
2 minutes ago. The island of Kiriakou is entirely inside the eye now, as is the island of course, Petit Martinique, Petit St Vincent, and the Union Island is on the edge of the eye now. So continuing here to push through towards the northwest. Let me just get an eye temperature. It may have, nope, it's still the same. But it's still quite an impressive 19 degrees Celsius there inside the eye right now, indicated by satellite. Certainly towards the upper end of what we see on satellite imagery, although there's a few that have well exceeded that. But right now we are still waiting for the advisory, which should be out very soon, and we'll have all the updates that we need here. Let's see if we've got any comments right now. Yes reckons a hurricane watch will be issued for Jamaica at 11 a.m. I think it should. Is it plausible that 1933 Atlantic hurricane season had similar conditions to this Atlantic hurricane season? I can't remember what our analogs were now. I don't think we had any good analogs, but
the ocean was 1933. The ocean was a lot more cooler. The sea surface temperatures were a lot more cooler, actually a little bit below average, at least for this month, and at least for June in general. In that specific area, I think it was a little bit above average, but I think one of the seasons I've seen. One of the June seasons I've seen so far was 1878.
Got to interrupt you. The update is out, and they have upped it to 140 miles per hour and an estimated pressure of 956 millibars, and they're expecting a peak of 145 miles per hour shortly throughout tonight into tomorrow. And then they're expecting weakening to begin again, and they are now expecting only a Category 1 landfall for the Yucatan now. It was Category 2 before, and then weakening, moving inland and down to a tropical storm as it enters the Gulf of Mexico. I'm not sure on the exact track yet, but that is the update. Breaking news that Beryl is now up to 120 miles per hour, Category 4, which is a little bit higher than what it was earlier, pressure 956. I don't really think our team is surprised by that, although I did hear a little wow before. I suppose just to the fact that it is 140 miles per hour in the first place. But instant reaction from the team there, what are your thoughts?
Shocking. Even though we were thinking that it might strengthen before landfall, but still carrying that to 140 is just a whole new level of destruction right there.
And it is indeed a 140 mile per hour landfall. Someone said in the stream before that they were watching a stream in Kiriakou, and there were roofs lifting off just before the stream cut out.
I mean, this was a little bit to be expected. The conditions are there. The eyewall replacement cycle, the eye looked really good. It was still warming. Of course, the strengthening is obviously terrible for the people there. but in terms of what was forecasted and what was predicted and what we were seeing, in contrast to what the forecast was, this was a little bit to be expected. So what do they have it peaking as? 145?
That's the forecast now for the 12-hour point and the 24-hour point.
Okay.
And by 36 hours, it's down to Category 3, and by 48 hours, down to Category 2.
Okay, so yeah, it's a little bit more to be expected of. It's a little bit more to be expected for the peak. Eventually, we'll start. Again, there's a lot of factors and variables that go into that weakening process, but yeah, a little bit to be expected in my personal opinion.
What is the sustained gust right now for 140 mile per hour?
There's no such thing as a sustained gust.
I mean, no, I mean gust.
Gusts right now are up to 165 miles per hour here.
Oh, I have breaking news. The government of Jamaica has issued a hurricane watch for the entire island.
Rightly so. So good call. Okay. Yep, the update has just come out. The extremely dangerous eye wall of Beryl moving over Veracruz Island. Life-threatening winds and dangerous storm surge conditions are occurring. So just that update to the warning there. Just a hurricane watch issued for Jamaica. The rest of the warnings stay the same. If you've just joined us, that's the breaking news. Hurricane Beryl exceeds its first peak on this second run up now and has been upgraded to 140 miles per hour. I've put a little title there at the bottom because I don't think I'll have time to upgrade my other bars, which will still have the old info on it. To Crown Point, Tobago recently reported sustained winds of 46 miles per hour with a gust of 54. Multiple reports of downed trees, flooded streets, power outages, and storm surge flooding in the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados, and Tobago. So a lot going on there. Tons of warnings, and this misery is continuing with this very dangerous hurricane. Let's read out the discussion here, guys, and then hopefully we'll have the cone after that as we watch this storm literally making landfall right now. So the NHC say that it has completed an eye wall replacement cycle, obviously. Radar images from Barbados show a solid ring of deep convection surrounding the warming, well-defined eye of
Sorry, I have breaking
hurricane.
news. Recon has found 132 knot flight level winds with 149 knot SFMRs.
What?
Yep.
Huh?
That just sounds wild.
There we go.
We'll come back to that. Data collected by the NOAA and Air Force hurricane hunters this morning confirmed that Beryl has strengthened. Dropsondes indicate the central pressure fell to around 956 millibars, and the earlier flight level winds and SFMR data support intensity of around 115 knots a couple of hours ago. They're basically saying that they've updated it because the satellite appearance improved a little bit since then, and I wouldn't disagree with that. The core is approaching Veracruz Island in Grenada and the Grenadine Islands, where conditions are rapidly deteriorating. Residents should take action to protect their lives. I mean, to be honest, the eye is over that area now. Aircraft and radar fixes indicate that it jogged northwestward over the past several hours. We saw that live, and the initial estimated motion is west-northwest at 17 knots, so it's well, maybe slow down just a tad. The hurricane currently moving across the southern Windward Islands. Mid-level steering ridge to the north of Beryl should steer the hurricane quickly west-northwestward to westward across the Caribbean Sea during the next few days as a mid-level ridge strengthens to the north of the cyclone. This portion of the track forecast is very similar, but at days 3 to 5, some increased spread in the track guidance, likely regarding the strength of the steering ridge as Beryl approaches the northwestern Caribbean Sea and the Yucatan Peninsula. This portion of the forecast was nudged slightly north of the previous one, but still lies south of the consensus aids. So some additional near-term strengthening based on recent aircraft data and the improved satellite and radar structure of the hurricane seems obvious, doesn't it? As previously noted, an increase in westerly shear is expected by midweek, which is expected to induce some weakening whilst Beryl moves across the central and northwestern Caribbean Sea, and that's reflected in the latest prediction. Interested in northwestern Caribbean Yucatan Peninsula should continue to monitor the latest forecast updates. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that Recon has found an extrapolated pressure of 950.8 millibars, or 0.7
Ooh.
millibars.
So possibly more intensification here. Let's see if we have our new cone yet. Yes,
this one just
we
wants
do.
to pull out the show.
There's the latest forecast. So actually that let me just figure this out again. Oh, that's interesting. They have it all the way down to Category 1 by that 8 a.m. Thursday point, which I find curious. I mean, struggling in the Western Caribbean right there. But they still, of course, have it major hurricane all the way through, and then pretty quick weakening from Category 4 status on 8 a.m. Tuesday down to Category 2 status on 8 a.m. Wednesday as it approaches Jamaica. But there we have it. Not too much change in that cone. Jamaica put under a hurricane watch, and of course after the storm clears these islands, which it's currently bombarding right now, we will turn our attentions more towards Jamaica. Right now, the very center of the eye, approximate position, puts it less than 2 kilometers off the coast of Veracruz Island. 2 kilometers. The eye is now over the Union Island, and basically we'll be calling landfall in just a couple of minutes. So I don't know if any of our team are watching, but it would be great if we could put out a landfall sit rep or something to that effect on our social media, because it's a pretty big moment. So really insane.
I don't think I have.
That's the latest cone. Beryl about to make landfall on the island of Veracruz, which is apparently being seriously tormented by the storm right now, as we're not surprised to hear. Let's see if we can get some comments and questions right now, and possibly some viewer reaction to what was caused by that. Yes reckons that SFMR that you pointed out was possibly caused by shoaling. It's a possibility. I'm not really sure, having not seen the actual data myself, but sounds like people reckon it's contaminated. Okami Fan 2, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here. And if you want to send in any comments and questions right now, because I think we'll probably do most of that here, then we'll be happy to take them here. Any news from Recon, guys? What's going on with them?
So the SMFR might be a little bit contaminated, a little bit of land contamination. So, trying to look for that 135 knot reading could be land contaminated because it's super close to the island. So, just trying to see if it's confirmed contaminated or not, but.
We're just waiting here for a little bit longer to confirm this landfall, which should be occurring at any point here, any minute. So that's the biggest story right now. I don't know, it's so soon after the advisory, whether they'll do an update statement to say, hey, it's made landfall, but it is literally doing it right now, and they upgraded it to 140 miles per hour. Pressure of 956 millibars at the latest update, which has just come out, and they issued a hurricane watch in Jamaica. We're here for another hour, and then we will be finishing up after the storm's passed over the island there, and then we will have our automated feed, which will continue to run, and I fully expect, with the strength of this storm we'll probably have several more video updates and live streams on Force 13 later on today. I don't know if there'll be another live stream straight away or whether we might wait till tomorrow morning or something, but we'll definitely have some video updates on the channel, that's for sure. So tons going on, but right now we're just waiting a few moments for this potential landfall fix, and I don't know if anyone's got any recon updates there.
No, not yet. Nothing yet.
So run me by that pressure estimate then.
One of the extrapolated pressure values that came in was about a couple of miles from or kilometers from the island itself.
Very close.
It has it at 950. Well, it has the pressure extrapolation at 950.7 millibars, but it's a little bit consistent because a second reading of 950.8 was found for two more other additional flight readings. So it could actually be that the pressure is down to 950. Yeah, it could be that the pressure's down to 950. It could be that it's a little bit stronger given SFMRs, but it could be possible that it could be contaminated from land.
That would be a significant development.
It's a very complicated ordeal right now because the island can bring land interaction with a lot of the flight level winds.
Well, it's time to make the call. Hurricane Beryl has made a direct landfall. The center of the eye has made landfall over Veracruz Island, the southeastern part of the island, completely under the eye, of course, the whole island there and the islands nearby, but that is a direct landfall, a pure landfall, the center of the eye there, and that is confirmed there. 140 miles per hour at this landfall point, and that would have been at 5 minutes past 11.
Same. I think this is going to be one of the storms that I think for a lot of folks who have been tracking it will not forget for quite a while. From what I've read, this storm is a 1 in 200 year event, and that's not necessarily guaranteed because we don't have detailed records from the past, as far past. So it could be longer than that.
Yeah, hard to say. But extremely dangerous storm. I'm not sure what else to tell anyone at this point. This is where we're at right now. This landfall having just occurred, 140 miles per hour, and obviously it's been coming for quite a while. We've been tracking it all morning. An extremely dangerous storm. Apparently, what we've heard already, significant damage in multiple islands, but we're really looking at the Grenadines there, the southern Grenadines, as being a serious potential disaster zone right there. And we won't really know the full story for a little while when it emerges through the other side. So this is right now a landfall from Hurricane Beryl. Go ahead.
I was saying I'm looking at Twitter right now for damages. Pretty much there's not that much, but there is a video of looks like storm surge coming in on shore in Barbados.
Oh, really?
But this looks like during the nighttime of yesterday.
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah. So pretty much this was yesterday, but like you can see like the storm surge like of the waves coming on in. I'm not sure what kind of camera is this located.
Won't be able to take a look at that for a little bit there, but might be able to bring it up soon. I'm just working on doing a social media update here for the landfall of the storm.
Okay, I got some pictures.
So once again, if you've just joined us, the storm has just made landfall on Veracruz Island in Grenada.
So hurricane watches in Jamaica. Recon could possibly be confirming something else. This is now a complicated. This is now a complicated ordeal. Uh, so it's made landfall. We can confirm that, right?
Yeah, landfall.
Yes.
Okay.
Landfall has occurred.
There's some folks and another server that I'm in that are saying that. I mean, this storm is pretty much strengthening on all sides.
Is.
Well,
And that's what's kind of.
Let's go back to that infrared view.
Has been strengthening this entire time.
It sure is. Satellite appearance is still improving. Someone reckons in the chat that the eye might be shrinking. You could be onto something there.
Kind of looks like.
Could be the land interaction.
Yeah, I'm looking at the last frame and it looks like it kind of collapsed. I think it's because of lane interaction. I'm not sure. But it does look like
I think it could be from the land interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, although given it's a small island, any land interaction could affect the storm's progress.
Position update at 9 minutes past. The very centre of the eye is 2 kilometres southwest of Hillsborough on the island of Veracruz. But the storm has already made landfall on the southeastern part of that island and it is moving through west-northwesterly. 140 mile per hour winds, wind estimate of pressure estimate of 956 millibars, and our live coverage continues at least for this hour. But then we'll be finishing up for a bit and throwing it to an automated stream, so stick around for that. There'll be plenty more coming up as well. But right now...
Oh, wait. NHC has made a position update now.
Oh.
Extremely dangerous Category 4 Beryl makes landfall on Veracruz Island. 150 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 950 millibars. 150.
Yep.
Here's the discussion. Here's the thing in live discussion.
So 150 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 950 millibars here. I've never really seen a wind pressure relationship like that.
It's a bit high, don't you think?
Didn't Irma had a weird pressure when it actually peaked 185? I remember the pressure was 920.
180, 920. Yeah, 180, 920.
Yeah.
It was absurdly high for what's it called.
Yeah, I remember something about that in Irma in 2017 when it was a Cat 5, 185, but then the pressure was kind of high with 920 millibars, I believe.
Yeah, usually you see storms sub 900 at that point. But what? 150, 950?
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm just speechless right now after hearing 150.
That's a bombshell and a half.
I wonder how they figure that out from the recon plane.
How?
I don't know.
Wait. Okay. That
man.
is something.
Well, they can only have taken that SFMR on board, huh?
I mean, there wasn't much else that was gonna. There wasn't much else that the NHC could have used. I don't know. I'm just as shocked as you guys are.
Yeah, I'm just speechless. I can't process it correctly here in 150.
I don't believe it. I genuinely don't believe it.
But I don't want to at the same time.
I mean, like, seriously.
Wow.
I mean, the storm's been rapidly intensifying this entire time, ever since that hour replacement cycle happened.
How much more
Going
can
up since
Beryl
4 in the
throw at
morning.
us? What does Beryl even have?
So, since about 4 in the morning, since the hour replacement cycle finished up, the storm has been rapidly intensifying nonstop for the last What is that now? Like 7 hours?
I I don't remember when was the last. I think it was at 11 p.m. 11 p.m. advisory. I did read it, and it said something about a late IWO replacement cycle. So, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess 7 or 8 hours. I'm not sure. Or probably more.
Because it was finishing up just as soon as we got on screen.
Yeah. I mean, I did. Yeah, when I saw it was not really looking good. It was a Cat 3, then bumped up to 130 mile per hour Cat 4. Now at 140. Now 150.
It's climbed 30 miles per hour in 7 hours.
I mean, looking at the satellite,
There's Hurricane Beryl right now, an extremely powerful hurricane here. And 150 mile per hour winds has been given, a pressure of 950 millibars. We were in the process of updating all the graphics, but the whole thing broke down here, so we're just trying to get everything back right now. But it is an extremely powerful and dangerous storm, and is expected to... I don't know what they're going to do with the expectations of the storm now, because they only just produced a forecast advisory where they were expecting a peak of 145 miles per hour, and instead it's already beaten that. So 150 mile per hour winds, and still strengthening clearly as it moves over the island of Veracruz. Just before the stream crashed, we had the landfall confirmation, which was at 5 past, and the storm is still moving over the island right now. So we'll bring the team back in just a few seconds. In fact, we can talk to them right now.
Beryl ate something that made it stronger. Who fed Beryl right now?
Beryl crashed the PC.
So Beryl's there up to 150 miles per hour, and our team were in the middle of discussing it when it all went to crap here.
Yeah, my
back on air.
Yeah, we're here.
All right.
Yeah, but then you weren't here, and I was confused where you were.
Okay, so what I was saying, if it hasn't been obvious enough, I believe, I'm not necessarily sure, but I think this is now officially the strongest Windward Island landfall in the month of July in, I think, North Atlantic history.
It's actually, I think, the strongest Windward Island landfall ever.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
That's great.
That's okay.
This early into the season.
It's
It's
already
July
July
1st, 11 a.m., and we have a 150 mile per hour Hurricane Beryl crashing into the Windward Island. I did not put this on my 2024 bingo card.
Bro. First, it was the first major Category 4 on June. Now it kind of lost its strength because of the IWO replacement cycle, dropped it down to 120 Cat 3. Now it re-strengthened to 130, 140 at landfall. Now at 150. Like, how many peaks is this thing?
Sorry. Oh, wow.
It climbed 30 miles an hour in 7 hours. I need to crunch the numbers. I need to find out the intensification rate on that.
Yeah, this is actually wild.
This is beyond unprecedented. This is unheard of.
So Nathan, remember when I was talking about to the chat earlier about, like this was expected, we're expecting 140 miles per hour. I was getting 140 miles per hour. Yeah, well, I got no words anymore. I can't speak.
Neither can I. The first thing I know, the first ever major hurricane I heard of was Emily in 2005 in July. But now I'm seeing the first major Cat 4 hurricane in the month of June right now in front of me. Now in July. First.
Okay, so I think while Nathan is trying to set up his PC back at it again, let's just go
Yeah.
answer some questions. So
Sure,
I don't think they can hear.
you can do
Oh
that.
wait.
okay, let's see. Okay.
Let me see.
Would Beryl be served as a Category 5? It looks better than Lee in 2023. Would Beryl be served as a Category 5? Oh, it's just mail. Okay, so
It's
what do you
what?
think? What do you think? What?
Well, I
How
mean,
many-
I would give a fair chance of getting to Category 5 now.
Would
Yeah.
Beryl be
Yeah.
served as a Category 5? It looks better than Lee in
If-
2023, and they repeat it 3 times.
Okay. Beryl still has the west of today to intensify before conditions really start to fall apart for it, and it's going to be going against wind shear and dry air to try and sustain itself in the Caribbean. So if it has any shot for Cat 5, it's going to be within the next 12 hours.
Another question coming in from Tanisha Cohen asking update on Jamaica. Well, Tanisha, I don't know if you've gone the alert yet on your phone or anything like that, but the government of Jamaica has issued a hurricane watch for the entirety of the island. So
right.
that's the update there.
There's another
What's
question.
crazy?
For code. Sorry, there's another question. There's another code red. Is this the first Cat 5 in July history in the North Atlantic?
No.
Pretty
for
much
one,
no.
Beryl is not a
There's
Cat
only
5 yet.
one. Yeah.
And for two,
The only
you have
one
Emily in
category-
2005.
Ah,
Yeah. Yeah, the only hurricane that reached Cat 5 in the month of July was pretty much Emily back in 2005. Beryl is not Cat 5 right now. It has 150 mile per hour wind. I think it needs to be 157 or 56 to be classified as a Cat 5. 57 to be classified as Cat 5. So right now it's not a Cat 5, it's a Cat 4 right now.
well, it's definitely, well, one of you put it into words before, a bombshell that this is a
This is a bombshell report.
50 miles per hour a storm, and an incredible storm it is turning out to be right now, certainly beyond any expectations, and still strengthening at this point. And I don't know where we go next here, when you had the National Hurricane Center, who just did a forecast discussion suggesting a 145 mile an hour peak, and it's just beaten that. So good luck.
Shane
Nathan.
CP18 asks. Wait, hold up.
Oh, my bad. It's okay, go
No,
for
you're
it.
good. This is really quick. He said, expected peak for Beryl. Well, since we did see it reach category 4, 150 mile per hour winds, I think that it might peak a little extra more. We just don't know yet. I don't know if we're expecting more.
I don't think we
peaks.
need that.
Well, it's on the up.
Yeah,
It's only up.
something around-
Well, I think the original forecast. I think from the let's see, what time is it here? From the 11 a.m. advisory, I think they had it peaking at 145.
Yeah, they were. They were just peaking 145.
I can't really predict it anymore. I just can't predict. I can't predict it anymore. It's gone too far.
It's constantly defying expectations. It's unheard of.
Latest
And we was
position
talking
estimate
about this.
at 3:25. Sorry, at 11:25 local time. It's now 4 kilometers back offshore of the island of Veracruz, so it's moving. It's well within the Caribbean Sea now by a clear 4 kilometers, and those islands will all be heading back into the eye wall very shortly if they haven't already.
Oh dear God!
They got another round to go to before they go into the tropical storm force winds.
Interesting statistic from the North Atlantic's maximum wind knots from 1851 by day, so day of year, by from 1851 to 2023. Beryl for July 1st is now the wind. I guess it sounds corny, but the windiest day on Atlantic record. Made the Atlantic the windiest day on Atlantic record. I think the previous record was Uh, July 1st. July 1st. I'm not sure, but Beryl has pretty much destroyed that record by a
For, for the
significant
for
portion.
the
By
for the calendar day.
Indeed.
yeah,
Well, daily
I have a
records are
feeling
quite
it'll be
easy.
several.
Daily records are quite easy to beat. Monthly records much less easy to beat. And it's well, it's in the top 3 at least, isn't it? Depending on how strong you reckon Dennis is.
Dennis in
well,
2005.
at least for July 1st, it's the strongest for the. So far, if things
Yep.
continue to intensify the way they are, right now for the
Gonna
month,
be in-
it's third, tied with
Dennis.
I think July 15th and July. I think I'm not sure what that July one is, but it doesn't give you the specific.
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good.
It's just an interesting statistic, honestly. But this is just, I'm getting flashbacks from earlier this morning on stream. I think it was an hour in when we were talking about HMON calling for Cat 5. And how we were talking about how bullish that was, considering the storm was just coming off of an annual replacement cycle. And how this entire time, this storm has been rapidly intensifying without us really even noticing until now.
But there's so much we need to learn more about rapid gasification. Like, I'm gonna just say this, like, I don't know if everyone remember Hurricane Otis back in
Last year.
2023. Yeah, last year, how off the east coast of Mexico, it was a tropical storm, and then it jumped to a tropical storm to a category 5. I think in under 24 hours. I think that's how fast these storms can rapidly intensify without us even knowing. So, like the way how Beryl did, it just exploded to a Cat 3, then to a Cat 4, dropped down to Cat 3, then back to a Cat 4, but then more stronger now.
High in
Just
Cat
only
4.
a few more miles per hour off Cat 5.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we're only like that much mile per hour off for a Cat 5. Probably there's a chance that this storm may get a little bit more time for it to strengthen before it enters. Well, it's already over the Caribbean Sea right now, and the environment there is going to be not good for it, so it's going to start weakening.
Who knows?
Yeah, but yeah, again, this is how hurricanes are.
Is it just me, or is like the eye kind of shriveling up a little?
Yeah.
Oh. Maybe,
Yeah,
but
look,
it's still quite a deep eye there as well. It's actually just reached 20 degrees for the first time.
Oh,
Oh
wow.
my.
First it was
Wow.
19, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you counted like 19 about like four times.
Yep.
A couple hours ago.
Yep.
That's right.
Then now first 20.
I still can't get over how high this storm's pressure is. Like
The pressure is
950 millibars for a 150 mile per hour storm.
Yeah, it's just making me remember Irma back in 2017. 185 mile per hour peak, and then pressure was 920, which was unusual for a high hurricane with that max speeds like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just shocking hearing 150 mile per hour winds from Beryl.
I'm still trying to work on updating a lot of graphics here.
All right.
Oh wow.
Should we answer some questions? Or
Let's answer some questions.
Well, I'm sure there's
Yeah.
plenty coming in there. The first one
Yeah,
just
there's
I
plenty,
saw,
I can
why is
tell.
the eye shrinking? I mean,
Yeah, I think we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
now sometimes
Either
when a
it's-
storm hits land, it can instigate an eye wall replacement cycle or something along those lines. I'm not sure it'll happen straight away, but it might make an eye wall replacement cycle happen sooner.
Yeah, if it does do that, then that's gonna pretty much knock the wind speeds down more, and I think
Or at least for
windshield
now,
might-
there's not really.
Yeah,
Well, you
Pretty
know,
much,
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you're a normal
it's a little,
storm,
it's a
but-
little too late, honestly.
well,
Landfall
you
has
know,
already
if you're-
occurred.
Well, sure. We're talking more towards scientific basis, but yeah.
Song
You know,
Kim.
if you're Beryl, then
Sorry,
an
I know
hour
it's
replacement cycle might be light work.
Well, yeah, we saw the earlier one.
Song
But
Kim
it will run out of luck at some point, especially if
Yeah.
conditions start to turn.
Song Kim asks, "What do you think after seeing Beryl becoming the earliest Category 4 hurricane on record? Also, how do you think about the HMON and the HWRF performance on this?"
Oh, we're not going to hear the end of it, are we? All the you know,
Nailed
the
it. They really nailed it.
all the hurricane fans out there. They'll be well. Every time we see a little tropical storm try to get up there a little bit, they'll be well. HMON's saying Cat 5 every single time, so it surely will happen.
They always do. It's like gambling. Of course, it's gonna get it right at some point.
Sometimes they get it right, but usually
They did it with Dorian.
Well, that's true.
Well, you know, there was
They
this
did it
model that predicted 600 knots. I think it was predicted on Tuesday. What day is it today? Today's Monday. No, it was
600
predicted
knots?
on Saturday. A intensity guidance had a prediction of, I think there was two model errors that happened during the storm. One of them happened on Saturday, and that was a 600 knot prediction from, I think, one of the HWFI models.
Oh my god! What planet was that?
And then the second one happened. The second one happened yesterday, and it showed. That's a voice crack. It
Keep
showed
going.
200 knots being predicted by, I think, one of them. I'm not exactly sure what ensemble, but it had letter numbers.
I
in
should
its
mention
code
that
name.
this storm is still, due to how the geography is, it's still drawing very slightly nearer to Grenada. The center of the eye is only 26 kilometers away, and they are probably getting the eye wall.
They are.
There's another question. Baron, how long will the storm have to intensify until it will start weakening, and it's possible we can be dealing with a Cat 5?
12 to 24 hours.
Yeah,
That's how long Beryl has.
Pretty much.
As soon as tomorrow kicks off, conditions are going to begin to deteriorate. Wind shear is going to pick up. It's going to be a lot more Saharan dust in the Caribbean. And that's going to start to give Beryl some more barriers.
Yeah, and then the
we'll
wind
see.
shear is going to start being a problem.
It's been pretty defined so far.
Yeah.
So it might not strengthen anymore. It might have to hold its intensity or try to hold major hurricane status all the way through the Caribbean.
Yeah,
but
pretty
only
much
time will tell.
Yeah.
I mean,
Pretty
we're
much
dealing
it
with a
might hold-
very intense storm right now.
It might hold its Category 3 along the whole way in the Caribbean Sea, but yeah, it will still weaken by the time it makes it to the Yucatan Peninsula. And then from there, we don't know exactly if it's going to hold on after crossing over Yucatan, or is it going to fall apart right over land and turn into nothing.
I promise everyone you'll only hear one more ding, and then all of my graphics will be sorted out. We're still watching this hurricane, of course, extremely powerful, and I'm now completely finished with the graphics there. So we're seeing a much higher hurricane temperature, eye temperature in those latest satellite views, 20 degrees. Just moving off the coast of Kirikou, which it made a direct landfall over. So an extremely powerful storm. They expect that it hit land with winds of 150 miles per hour, which is 240 kilometers per hour sustained winds. It's an extremely dangerous storm. It, probably wiped away a lot there. Extremely dangerous. And more to the point, it really looks the part as well. Looks very powerful, and no surprise to find that it actually is.
Speaking of powerful, a new record has been shattered by Beryl.
Oh, here we go.
With winds of 150 miles per hour centered at 12.5 degrees north latitude. Hurricane Beryl is the strongest on record this far south of the Atlantic.
Wow. Look at this.
I was thinking about that yesterday too.
Yeah.
Visible
What's
imagery
it called?
showing you can clearly see the eye passing over that island in
Oh,
those
yeah.
last few frames there. That is
Oh,
some
my.
kind of imagery that you'll probably remember for a while. I don't know what's going
Yep.
on in the eye in those latest frames. Some of the
just
higher clouds appear to have gone a bit astray inside the eye there. And one of the mesovortices has really gone wacky there in those last few frames around the island. Goes to show how fast those winds are.
Nathan, I have a video up on Twitter. I think it's St. Lucia. I'm not sure if it's in the direct path of the hurricane, but there is some crazy winds right now in it, in a video.
I would try to limit videos.
Let's see what you got.
You'll get copyright struck.
We can't show anything anyway, it's not working. Like most of other things that haven't been working lately. But
15 minutes ago.
yeah, so we'll be able to... We'll have a quick look at it. There's a view from St. Lucia right now. And you can see quite clearly some serious winds there and extremely torrential rain occurring over St. Lucia. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are still there right now as well. I've seen many in the chat. If you want to let us know how things are at your place, if it's safe to do so, please let us know how things have gone. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and we can have a little chat there. We will be staying on the air a little bit longer because the nature of the storm, and we really want to see what they come up with their next. I assume another positional update should be on the way at the top of the hour, I think, but
yeah,
who knows? Can't really.
We have more hurricane hunters coming into the storm.
Right
We'll
now,
find out if it continues.
Do we?
To
No, I'm asking.
I have no idea.
I haven't been able to check all morning.
I think we have one more, but that's probably not the schedule for. I think another 2 hours.
Well, that's fine.
And also the new GFS model run is coming out, so that's gonna be exciting to watch.
I want to see what they do with the storm.
I guess
the GFS has been lowballing the storm this entire time.
Yeah.
There's a question. Tate Starvian has Beryl has dropped 6 millibars between 1 hour and 30. This means currently Beryl is depending at 4 millibars an hour.
Deepening at 4 millibars an hour.
That was the question.
Yeah,
it was
possibly.
I'm trying to figure that out. It's something like that, isn't it?
Yeah,
the way we've been watching it.
It should deepen quite a bit,
How similar
honestly.
is this to Category 5 Hurricane Maria? It's smaller and not as strong, and probably not quite
A little bit
as
way further
dangerous.
south.
Yeah, I think Maria was 175, right?
Incredibly
In the Caribbean.
powerful.
Yeah,
But
it
it made a direct hit on Dominica with 160, I want to say. 165 maybe?
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, that was when its first peak. Then the second peak was in
First peak.
Yeah,
In
second
the
peak
Eastern
was
Caribbean.
Yeah, then before making landfall in Puerto Rico as a Cat 4.
Feels like such a long time ago now, doesn't it?
Oh yes, that was like what, 5 years ago, almost about to be 6.
6
What?
years.
7.
Nearly.
Yeah, it's about
Actually, no, 7.
Yeah.
7? Damn,
7.
I was stuck in
Approaching
5
7.
years then.
Yeah.
Feel old yet?
Apparently, the ECMWF is forecasting 165 miles per hour. I'm not sure about that. I'd be
I don't know, I think
surprised
it mean-
if the Euro model actually forecasted that.
I mean, at this point, I don't think it's gonna strengthen anymore after going into the Caribbean Sea. I mean, it might, but like again, all the conditions in there are gonna start dropping really, really bad. So then it won't.
Well, everyone's been wrong at every turn so far.
Yep.
That's why I'm not willing to make a prediction.
My initial prediction was 115 miles per hour. I've been completely destroyed by this. So
It's caught me so off guard so many times.
After its intensification on Sunday, I was like, yeah, I quit.
Wow. Oh man, there's so much to take in right now.
I can't wait for Wikipedia to start editing this.
Oh dear.
I would. Yeah, all the models are showing that it's gonna drop in the next 24 to 36 hours.
Someone asked when was the last landfall for Grenada or Kirikou. There's actually only been
I have no idea.
only one storm has ever made landfall in Kirikou, and it was a tropical storm in August 1918.
Names weren't even a
the
thing
only
back
one to
then.
make a direct landfall, of course. It's very hard for storms to make direct landfalls on these islands, given how small they are. But of course, one of
And
the
they're
biggest
relatively far south too.
one of the biggest full landfalls for Grenada would have been Felix, which made landfall there, I think.
Back in 07.
Only I'm trying to find it.
Wait, so is Hurricane Andrew more bigger than Beryl, or the same size?
Beryl is definitely smaller.
Yeah, I
Barrel's-
feel like Andrew is more bigger than Beryl.
There is not a lot of storms that Beryl is relatively larger than. Beryl's a tiny, compact powerhouse.
Small, but like a killer actually.
Well, here's a
it's a
comparison
buzzsaw.
for you. I don't know if anyone remembers Hurricane Wilma when it made landfall on Cozumel and the whole island was in the eye.
Oh, yeah.
The whole
I remember
island
that.
of
yeah.
the whole
The
island
whole
of
island was in the eye.
Kirikou was in Beryl's eye for a brief moment there. Kirikou is 11 kilometers wide, and Cozumel is 46 kilometers wide. So a big difference between
Wilma
those
had
two eye sizes right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think not Irma. I mean Wilma had like a small eye at this peak. Then I think it
The eyewall replacement cycle,
Yeah.
it grew to have a massive eye.
yeah, and it had
I
a big
think it was
eye
like-
from Florida.
I think it was like 60 miles wide.
Mm.
That's just to put out there how small Beryl is actually.
Yeah. Oh man, what a day to start off.
This is how we start off the month of July, everybody.
First of July.
So happy July 1st.
Orlando, are you back with us? Just wondered if you had anything you wanted to share right now.
No, it's just took a little bit of a break for myself, and I just came back, and 150 miles per hour. Nothing much to say about that.
You can see it even better on the infrared how the eye passed over that island there.
Yeah. That's
Such
pretty
an
good.
insane storm. I still can't believe it.
It was a direct hit too.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be one of these storms that just don't make landfall, just passes through, but I'm wrong. Like this storm was proven
No.
wrong 15 different times.
Well, I think that
Direct
last
hit
one
on the
might have been a
island.
bit your fault because those southern islands between St Vincent and Grenada, they're just too close together. It was bound to hit one of them.
And the cloud tops are kind of coming back too. Looking
I
a
can't
little
even
bit
imagine
better
the
now.
destruction right now.
Mm.
I can't even imagine the destruction right now in that area right now where it made landfall.
Still not
They're
really
still
sure what the
they're still in
eye
the
is
eye
doing.
wall.
I don't
It's
know.
like playing games.
It split up. It decided that the other one should probably get sucked up by convection. Now we need to find out whether or not this is going to be an eye wall replacement cycle due to land interaction or not.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
I'd hope so.
Interaction.
For those who have just joined us, apart from the fact that Beryl has reached 150 miles per hour at the latest advisory, the other update was that Jamaica has entered a hurricane watch. They're expecting possible hurricane conditions during the course of Wednesday, mainly. And again, this forecast advisory, the National Hurricane Center, was issued just before their update, just 10 minutes later, calling it 150 miles per hour. And you got to wonder if that does anything to change that forecast advisory. Maybe not. Wind shear can do a proper number on these storms, but perhaps it's got a little bit extra intensity throughout that period. Maybe it means that it might pass Jamaica as a Category 3. Maybe it means it will still be a Category 2 by the time it reaches Mexico instead of a 1, which is what's being currently forecasted. So that's pretty much the roundup there from the National Hurricane Center there.
Nathan, with how strong Beryl is right now, you think that the track forecast is gonna start to have a more northern bias, considering it's gonna try to get pulled up way more?
It's a small storm, though. It's probably not as susceptible to that. It's more, and well, it looks like it's going to be. We're going to get some more ridging down the line, so I don't see it. It's staying south, and it still wants to stay south as well, because its current motion could easily have gone further north, even at this point, and it so far hasn't. It is still very far south. It is right now. It's at the same latitude as central Nicaragua and El Salvador. And I can hear myself somewhere as well. But a very low latitude storm still at this point.
Yeah, I'd agree. Honestly, it just really comes down to that ridging. The ridging I've noticed on the GFS has trended slightly weaker towards that end period, towards the Yucatan. So that's something that's going to be worth watching. Also, the ECMWF model should be coming out within the next 3 hours. And we'll also have our new model suite for the hurricane models. Hopefully they taken in all this data initialization. The latest shift was more towards the central Yucatan Peninsula, but Jamaica is definitely in play. And depending how close it gets to Jamaica may determine exactly what type of trajectory it'll take once it gets towards the Yucatan Peninsula.
Well, GFS certainly hasn't taken the new data on board. It's initialized the storm at 970 millibars.
Yeah,
Of course
it's
it
been
has.
very problematic. It's been very problematic, and I don't think that. I think that really does mess with the reliability of the model. Same with the ECMWF, and that's why I've been putting more of my attention towards the hurricane model, because they have more accurate initialization and they give a better image of structure. And with that recon data, they become increasingly more reliable. So that's the only thing that we have right now. And unfortunately, the global models aren't really doing much.
Oh man.
I almost just want to take like a timeout and just like really just take this all in.
Normally we see major hurricanes in the month of like September and August, not in the month of June or July.
And you know what's the interesting part to me is that the hurricane models expected this storm to peak after the islands in about 16 to between about 12 to 24 hours from now.
GFS wants
that's
the
what's
peak.
been irking me too.
GFS wants the peak to be shortly, in the next few hours.
And I could see it too. It has time to keep on intensifying. So we really just, how far is Beryl gonna go?
The update is out from the National Hurricane Center. No change to the intensity. Beryl continues to produce catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge to the Grenadine Islands, Curacao Island, and Grenada. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Residents should not leave their shelter and remain in place with the passage of these life-threatening conditions. A weather station in St Lucia recently reported a sustained wind of 58 miles per hour. Positional updates on the hour are continuing from the National Hurricane Center. 150 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 950 millibars. That's the 12 noon update from the National Hurricane Center.
Well, interesting that they didn't bring the wind speeds up.
No.
Yeah.
It just made landfall. Of course, it's not going to bring the wind speeds up. Storm's going to take maybe an hour or two. We build that structure,
that anything that might have lost after that landfall, and then just catch fire yet again.
Yeah.
That's what Beryl seems to do.
Well, latest position update puts the storm about 16 kilometers now away from Veracruz Island. It still means that they're getting the eye wall on the eastern side. Give it another half hour to an hour, and they should hopefully be back out of the eye wall, as will everyone else. And so the worst conditions won't be being felt anymore. But it's still going to be up to another hour yet before that happens. It was only just making landfall in the last hour, so I would say then that it has moved not that far in the last hour, about 25 kilometers, which is just over 15 miles, 16 miles. But the
Just remember that camera that I had earlier
yeah,
in Hillsborough.
yes,
I remember the camera was in there, but it still hasn't even loaded into the time it made landfall.
no,
It still shows the 8 a.m. hour.
yeah, well, it won't, will it?
I was done for.
Yeah, that's a little disappointing. But
I don't think it's going to be coming back on for a few days. I'm going to be honest.
yeah, probably not. I could try and see if it does. Nope, still stuck in the 8:30 a.m.
If Beryl continues to intensify, there's a decent chance it could have the highest pressure for a Cat 5 that we've seen in the Atlantic, basically.
One of, at least. It
Could be in the 940s.
It is a very odd balance right there.
Winter pressure relationship right there.
Quite an odd balance.
12 p.m. July. Extremely dangerous Beryl. Extremely dangerous Beryl is producing catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge in the southwestern Windward Islands. From the National Hurricane Center.
There you go. You got an answer actually, according to Scott Wilkes in the chat. Veracruz actually cut power to the island at 8:29 a.m.
Oh, so then okay. Then that explains why the cameras are down. Well, maybe.
If that's true, I mean, either way, they probably won't have it now.
It's fine then.
But it would make sense because they wouldn't have gotten anywhere near strong winds by that point. It wouldn't have knocked out power.
No. Probably as a precaution.
Yeah.
To preserve power.
Oh.
For recovery.
What was that?
I was thinking it's probably a precaution. So when the storms moved out, try to salvage what they can to expedite recovery.
And is there a chance of the remnants of Chris to reform in the Eastern Pacific? No, I really don't think so.
Chris is dead.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Chris been dead like how long ago already? Like 4 hours by now or 3?
But according to Cyclonism, says the HWRF is calling for the remnants of Chris to reform and become a hurricane in the Eastern Pacific.
Of course.
Is it though? That's the. I mean, sometimes those hurricane models can throw you a little bit, and it may not be picking up on Chris. It may actually be picking up on that other system that might form in the Eastern Pacific. I will double check that info. I'm just looking right now.
Yeah, it has a 40% chance in the next 7 days, and pretty much 0 chance right now for 2 days for the disturbance one in the Eastern Pacific. So I think, I don't know, probably it might fuse with the system down there.
Yeah, it may be.
Maybe they interact.
Might possibly have a hand in it.
Yeah, because all that cloud then it probably will help it probably strengthen a little better.
Looks like Barrow's gonna get his eye back together.
Oh, come on, bro. This thing just
Here's
died
how
already.
this sequence happened on radar imagery throughout the course of the last few hours, and you can see it's just been very resolute in that movement there during that period, and an extremely powerful eye as it moved along straight through those islands and out into the Caribbean eventually.
It's almost a textbook buzzsaw, honestly, a textbook buzzsaw right there. That just rips right through the lower Leeward Islands. Or Windward
As
Islands,
of
excuse me.
11:55, Kirikou Island is now 21 kilometers away from the center of the eye, obviously moving away, and they are probably still in the eye wall, and will be for about another maybe 20 to 30 minutes.
And they still got to deal with tropical force winds out of the eye wall then. So
Beryl knows no mercy.
Nope. Sometimes these storms show no mercy, but sometimes others do. Kind of reminds me of Dorian back in 2019, how it threatened Florida and then decided to go for the Bahamas.
Gee.
But it did not spare the Bahamas at all, but spared Florida. Just reminds me like that.
The way some storms track in the Atlantic, it is quite the baffling experience, seeing how things occur with steering currents and a lot of different setups. Like Beryl. Beryl is a quite literal walking anomaly. There is nothing like this that you could look back in the record books.
Yeah.
We are witnessing something for the first time.
Tons more comments right now. One that says Beryl is probably at its peak right now. Give it a couple of hours, and it probably will be. Do we think Ian was a Category 5? I sort of don't. 96L's chances have lowered slightly. Do we still think it could develop? It could, but I would agree with that 60% that they're still giving it. Brandon says, when's the next update? Well, the National Hurricane Center are updating every hour right now. George says, what do we think of Beryl's structure on the latest frame, specifically checking the bands blowing just outside of the outer wall and that it's a monster? Well, looking at those frames
Impressive.
again, I don't know what happened with that last frame of that image. It broke down or something, but still looking extremely good. Let's just cut back to the raw visible again, if we can, and see what's going on. Something went really wrong with those last couple of frames, but anyway, it's still looking good. You can see a lot of that cirrus was disrupted when it moved over that island, but it will easily overcome that, and probably already has. You see those clouds
Probably back on the races,
being thrown around back towards the sides, the rim of the hurricane eye again. We're almost back to where we were. So still very powerful. The structure leaves nothing left to be desired, really. Extremely powerful storm. The eye wall, from a radar perspective, was nigh perfect, and really unfortunately no surprise that we've seen this intensification continue, although we are a little bit surprised as to how, when we're really not sure about that recon data.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to figure out when the storm got a chance to really explode in the way it has throughout our coverage. It's just, I don't know, it's something that I'm not ready to process yet.
Apparently the HWRF is showing re-strengthening before landfall in the Yucatan, and do we agree? It's possible. We'll have to wait and see what it looks like.
Can't rule anything out yet.
In the Western Caribbean. From what we hear, wind shear will be a big problem, but whether that actually comes true and what Beryl looks like by then, don't know. Big question mark. What's the chance of a Category 5? You'll see down the bottom of our screen every so often we've actually given Cat 5 chances a 35%.
Wow.
Wait,
There.
what?
Yep.
Yep.
I think I
If you haven't heard the news,
Less than half chance, but it's a significant possibility at this point.
Wait, did it make landfall yet?
That was
Yes.
just over exactly
Yeah,
an
it
hour
just made
ago,
landfall.
actually.
and just over an hour ago,
Okay,
it made
so-
landfall with winds
I know.
of 150 miles an hour.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty crazy situation right there. Lucas Gonzalez, one of our own, saying about how good we've done. Thank you very much for the support there, Lucas, and your comment. Great to see you with us once again there. A regular on our Force 13 Sunday streams. And a second remark, apparently from George, seeing a change in direction on the last 5 frames, gaining a bit more of a northern turn and less of western, I assume you mean. I see what you mean. There's been a little northward jog there.
I see that.
Dorian says, how long until the wind eases up? That they're in Grenada right now. The northern tip of Grenada is probably still in the eye wall just about. The southern part of Grenada, well, I'll tell you what, let's switch to the... I want to try and find a transparent view. You can't see it underneath it. Hold on, let me go and try and get this. Let's go back to this one. You can see where Grenada is there. Looks like the floater's actually just repositioned, so that's why it's gone a little bit scatty there. But you can see that in terms of Grenada itself, it is directly north of you, which means that it is still quite close by and will take a bit longer to get further away from you here. So it's going to be probably another hour, just like in the islands that have just been hit, which are much closer to the storm still. Give it another hour. And still you'll have tropical storm force winds after that, but it will, you know, decrease more gradually after that. Well, how do we think, Yusuf says, how do we think that the structure of this storm is compared to Dennis back in 05? I don't remember very much about Dennis, but obviously Dennis was big.
Oh yeah, smaller. Barely smaller.
It had a great eye at times, Dennis. And, if it wasn't for all those land masses, it might have become a Category 5 maybe. But obviously it was stopped in its tracks more than once. How close do we think Beryl will get to Jamaica? Well, if we're following model consensus, really, it's a really fair chance that you might actually get a landfall. But the last National Hurricane Center cone, which we're now looking at, indicates that it will still stay to the south. But still could be hurricane force winds there in Jamaica. And I would fully expect that we'll have a hurricane warning at some point. And Dorian says that they're to the south of Grenada, which probably makes sense because if you're in the northern part, you probably wouldn't be able to speak to us by now. The wind's really heavy. It will start to decrease soon, but it won't be for another half hour to an hour. Is this the strongest hurricane for this time of year in the northern hemisphere? Oh no, the Western Pacific has got you beat there. It can produce all kinds of shenanigans at any time of year out there in the Western Pacific. We've seen Category 5s in every month of the year, I'm pretty sure. Western Pacific is where it's at.
And the EPAC as well usually gets going this time of year.
Not really with the very strongest storms, though, apart from that extraordinary outliner, Hurricane Ava.
Oh, yeah. But those outliners, they're not, I feel like they're a little bit more common than that. Especially for early July.
Oh, Lucas is on the air with us right now. Hello.
Hello.
And just in time for someone asking about Texas, specifically Houston, and whether it will get impacted by Beryl further down the line. You got any comment on that?
No, as of right now, no. It's still, to me, it's a little early though.
It certainly is.
But I am still keeping an eye on it since there have been some possibilities about it hitting Texas, like in the Corpus Christi area.
Yep. Can't be ruled out. 1 or 2 models suggesting that might happen. Curry Clips says, when will it reach Belize? Assuming it does, though, because the track is shifting just a little north, but certainly Belize in the cone, and that will be on late.
Friday?
Yeah, probably early Friday morning. Early hours of Friday morning there is what we're currently indicating. Will Central America get hurricane force winds and rain? I am not sure at this point. I assume you mean from Beryl?
Depends on how far south it goes.
If it does go along the southern periphery of that cone, then you are looking at places like Honduras and obviously the rest of Belize and into Guatemala. So something to look out for right there. And what's our estimated peak for Beryl? I would probably forecast 155 miles per hour. And I reckon that will happen soon. And that would probably be the peak.
I think I know that.
You're uncomfortable with that, aren't you?
No, I'm not uncomfortable with that. It's just the problem is a lot of the peaks that we've had, they've just been ending up being wrong because the system has intensified past our expectations. So it's fine to forecast 155 miles per hour if you're playing it safe.
Delta Trading, thanks very much for your support as well during our stream today. It's great to have you with us. Greetings from Arkansas, y'all. Interesting stuff being discussed here. Thank you for that. Has any hurricane ever had two eyes? No, it is impossible. Sometimes they can look like they might have two eyes. People always wheel out the picture from Hurricane Wilma at one point in its later life, after it passed the coast of Florida. It appeared to have what some people might call two eyes on satellite imagery, but it was just one, obviously, with a bit of cloud strewn across it, disorganized clouds inside the eye. According to the Blocks Fruit guys, 7 models are forecasting a Category 5, including the European model. It's not what I've seen. But what are our thoughts on that? I mean,
I gotta see. Let me see.
We won't be ruling out Category 5 out of this storm. Let's say that from the outset. But
yours not forecasting one.
No, not from what I saw.
Here, wait. Let me just make sure.
And Yes says there has been a storm with 3 concentric eye walls. You are right. I actually forgot what storm that is now, but it's happened once or twice. Felony X says, when does the next recon come back? Now, that's a very good question. Does anyone know the answer?
The next recon?
I want to see the eye temperature of this.
I'd very much like to know myself when the next recon
Isn't there still recon in this storm,
They
though?
are. Okay. And Lev says, when will the Western Pacific get active? That's also a good question because it is quite a bit below average right now. Just 2 storms so far this year. But usually we tend to see activity perk up in July almost always. So it should be soon. Skeletor says, where is the wind shear?
Oh, Lord.
Let me just say...
It's not here yet. That much is for sure.
Let me just say, all of the models are really downplaying this system. I mean, the GFS has it reaching 967 millibars. So, I don't think many models make it a Category 5, even though if it is possible, because, well, they just haven't kept track with this storm yet. Even the HMON doesn't. The HMON... Does it? It gets to 145 knots, so yeah, that's a Category 5.
There's one.
And then the HWRF, of course.
Maybe they counted the CHP 6 in that.
Yeah, maybe.
Hurricane Altony Braun, thanks very much for sending another message of thanks there as well. We're doing our level best here, and we're going to keep at it. We were going to finish at this at the start of this hour, but we're keeping going for a little longer whilst we watch this storm. Try and figure out what it's going to do next. I think we will finish at the end of this hour and throw it back to our automated stream, but I reckon if it got to Category 5 status, we'd be back again. I don't think we can really pass up on that.
It might.
No. Probably a good discussion right there.
I'd rather not.
About how
rather
historic
not say
Beryl has
that.
been.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Someone
I
in
mean,
the chat
it
there
would-
reckoning that it weakened slightly because the eye filled in a little bit. I don't know.
No, I didn't notice that, so I'm
Um,
unsure. Maybe it will weaken a little bit, but I don't know. It could also just be having a slight variation in the eye, and that might not mean
Well, the eye
much.
looks like it's clearing out.
The eye
Eye looks like it's
temperature has
clearing out
dropped
already.
by 1, back down to 19 degrees. It briefly reached 20 just as it was making landfall, and immediately went back down to 18, and now back to 19.
All right, so let's really, really hope that this is weakened, but I don't know.
No. It's just fluctuating along with the land interaction. The storm has been persistent this entire time since
It
the eyewall
probably
replacement
is
cycle.
due- It probably is due to land interaction. I mean, it does seem like the eye does like whenever a hurricane approaches over an island, the eye starts to wobble, and that's kind of exactly what it's doing. So I think it just interfered with some land, and
Yeah, it made a direct hit on
Throwing a wobble.
What's it
up is
called?
What it's doing. Tablet Games says we need to update our live tracker. Well, I can't really do that right now. I'm live streaming, but we'll try and do that as soon as we finish up here. And whenever we finish this stream, everyone will be redirected to the automated feed, and we'll have that updated as soon as we can. But as of right now, we're throwing all our resources into this coverage that we're running here with Beryl, continuing to plough through the Windward Islands. It's just starting very slowly to emerge clear of them, but really hasn't yet. As of 10 past 12, the storm, the center of the storm now was located 26 kilometers clear of Kiraku Island, but the eye wall was probably just about leaving at this moment, or a few minutes ago.
It looks like it's going on a northwestern jog at the
And
very end of that.
yes, I think you're right on that. Northwestward, by the looks of things, just for a little, at least for a little moment, but possibly a longer moment there. Certainly a few frames
Yeah.
now showing that northwest motion.
Is there a jog or is there a shift? I mean, I see a
shouldn't
couple
be a
models
shift.
call for a more northwestward shift as soon as it starts getting further into the Caribbean.
Apparently waves are getting bigger and bigger in Barbados, which should be getting clearer now over there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's just shocking how this just came out today. It's just shocking. Like, it's so hard to like think it through. Even though we are, but it's just like in a loss of words. Like it's just hard to like explain like what we just heard coming out from the NHC. Hearing 150. We were like expecting only like a peak wind of 145 after it makes landfall. But now we're hearing 150. So now we're just, well, mostly we're going to think, what is now the peak wind? What is it going to keep peaking, or is it just going to weaken from here from now? So,
$1 million question right there. No idea.
We're forced to really toss around the idea of Category 5 because Beryl has proven to just continue to intensify despite its conditions, despite the land interactions, despite the eyewall replacement cycle. It refuses to weaken.
It is
And
saying
it just...
Recon found Cat 5 wins.
I don't know.
What?
Someone in chat spamming saying Recon
Yeah, I saw that.
found Cat 5 wins.
But I don't know about that. We'll let you know if we get any updates. But anyone looking at Recon right now, or what are they doing? Are they even in the center of the storm?
I have to check.
I'm closing all my tabs down because my computer keeps freezing on me every time. So
Yeah, I have way too many tabs.
yeah.
So
Probably I can just
we'll
open it back up really fast.
see what
and close
happens
them.
with that.
Because my Mac cannot handle this much tabs. Recon. Is there a name of the airplane or not really?
Oh, I don't even know which ones are in there now.
Yeah, because there's so many airplanes in there, I can't tell.
What?
Okay, AF 301 found pressure 950 millibars.
Okay. That's obviously what led to their advisory.
Yeah, I think this was I'm not sure what time this was, but they found pressure 950 millibars.
Was way earlier, I think like an hour ago.
Yeah, I feel like it was.
Yeah, that would have been that pass that happened when it just when it was making landfall there.
Yeah,
I was hearing earlier that they wouldn't be flying out into the storm for another 2-3 hours, and that was like an hour ago.
Yeah, I don't see that. Mostly all the airplanes left.
Right. So there you go. I mean,
at the worst time.
I think it is Cat 5 then.
Why? When everybody wants to know whether Beryl is going to be a Cat 5 or not.
I mean, yeah,
but it's more important to do all the sampling before it makes the landfalls. I mean, it really doesn't matter as much now that it's moving over open waters for a good day or two.
Yeah.
I mean, if
it's
it,
better, yeah, it's better if it does reach Cat
is-
5, it'll be off water, not on land, which it will be better.
The problem is if it does strengthen to Category 5 too quickly, then if it does, of course, that's a big if. Or a stronger Category 4, then by now, if it does that, it'll still be felt on the islands behind it because they're still in the eye wall.
Mostly.
That's true.
There is a plane in the southeast quadrant right now moving southeast to northwest, so we will get another eye pass soon.
Oh, interesting.
Now I see.
I want to see what they find when they come out.
Praying it's nothing big.
Lord Shadow
Hopefully it's not what
says,
everybody's thinking.
Any indication on how strong the storm may be when it passes south of Jamaica, and is there a chance for hurricane force winds? Yes is the answer to that last question, and it will probably still be either at least a Category 2 hurricane when it passes by Jamaica. Could be possibility that it could be Category 3 still, especially if it's still obviously overperforming.
An overperformance like this, though, is unprecedented for this time. At this location, this is... I don't know how many times I could say it, but this is something that nobody's really seen before in the Atlantic.
The temperature inside the eye is still 19 degrees Celsius.
Make that 5 times. I heard you say
Yep,
that.
I just checked it. Even though the eye is still a little clouded, it's still like maintaining that kind of temperature though.
Yep.
So I was looking a little bit scruffy. Now it's kind of getting that same good circular shape back.
Oh, we got a
the last few frames.
We got a 130 knot flight level on the recon. I didn't notice that.
Oh, there is?
Now or earlier?
Earlier.
Yeah.
So.
Oh.
Well, let me see.
I've not been as privy to the data because I've been here, but from what I heard, it didn't sound very substantive of the 150 mile per hour surface winds, but I've not seen all the data. I can't really judge too heavily on that.
That was an hour and a half ago. An hour and a half ago.
Yeah, just before the landfall. Chef Z says, why will Beryl weaken in the Caribbean? Wind shear and maybe some eye wall replacement cycles might invite some dry air in there too. Well, I guess that's the mood of the team right now as we continue to watch this progress.
I just need a stretch. I've been sitting down for I don't know how long.
Let's give another position update now as of 19 minutes past the hour. Now 34 kilometers away from Kia. I forget the name of the island's name without getting it wrong. Kisku Island. Kirikou Island.
I think you said
I've
that,
said
yeah.
it enough times that I keep getting muddled up with where I am. So 34 kilometers away from Kirikou Island, and now continuing west-northwestwards, and making decent headway. The island's there, just about exiting the eye wall. The eye diameter is still around 20 miles east to west, and slightly clouded in the southwestern part of it. But at this rate,
Any updates with recon?
Well, we're just.
Are we still waiting?
We're still waiting, but as we've heard, it's going to be pretty soon that we're going to get more updates on that. That they're going to be making an iPass pretty shortly. Why do we think the pressure is so high? It's a small storm. It looks big there, but let's zoom out, and really, in the grand scheme of things, it is quite small. And that's why, and low latitude, and early in the season, all contributing to higher environmental pressures. That's why we're seeing this with a pressure of 950. So small.
Oh wow! Keep forgetting how small it is, even though we're like zoom in, it looks big, but when zoom out, it's like so small.
Do we think Beryl can keep this up and keep out the wind shear and dry outs going through and actually strengthen through the Caribbean? Shouldn't. Later in the season it might have had more of a chance, but even in peak season the storms can sometimes struggle through the Caribbean, and hardly any storms ever have joy all the way through. A few notable exceptions, but you know, it shouldn't. Wind shear should get the better of it at some point, but it won't be today. Some very odd comments coming in there as well, along with plenty of others. But right now, the storm's movement really taking it northwesterly in those last few frames. The next National Hurricane Center advisory or update will be out in at the start of the next advisory. The next hour. A position update there from the National Hurricane Center on the way.
And I'll be surprised if it does become a Category 5, which I don't think it will be.
I don't think it will be as of the latest update either. I just think like maybe later on, you know.
It's hard to say that it's. I could say coming a Category 5 later tonight, if anything.
Yeah, that's
but
when I
so
think
immediately
it is.
after landfall, it's just. It's icing on the cake that's already ice. We don't need that right now. Beryl has done more than enough to really establish itself.
Honestly, none of like we're all asking the question if this should become Category 5, like if this is going to become a Category 5, but really, just don't ask it because basically then it seems like you don't want a Category 5 hurricane. You don't want it. I mean, of course, Also, it doesn't matter as well because it's not even that much of a difference. I mean, especially since it's going out in the ocean now, it's not going to make much of a difference of anything. So why are you even asking the question? But I'm not going to. I'm not going to
People are
blame
curious.
says.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to blame what anybody says. If you want to ask if it's going to become a Category 5, that's fine. If people are curious, that's fine. Just keep that in your.
Cloud top's still looking good all around the eye at this point. It's probably going to be a pretty critical finding, whatever recon get up to. So we're going to be figuring that out pretty soon as they make another eye pass moving from southeast to northwest. So it's up and coming, and we really eagerly await what they find out in that. But the news right now is that the storm is slowly drawing away from the islands. Extremely powerful still at this point, with winds of 150 miles per hour, as it did when it first moved through that island that it made landfall on, Veracruz Island, in the northernmost part of Grenada, just over into the Grenadines as well, to the bottom of them. Those islands, such as Union Island, were also in the eye earlier on as well, and still pushing off towards the west-northwest, or maybe slightly northwest in that latest imagery there. A slight jog once again, just like we saw before the landfall. At one point we were wondering whether it was actually going to make landfall on Grenada itself, but instead it did turn a little bit further north before that happened, and we would have been very surprised if it did manage to end up so far south. What is the temperature of the cloud tops of Hurricane Beryl right now? I can tell you that the minimum cloud tops there are about minus 74, maybe minus 75 degrees Celsius there, so pretty decent. And the fact that they're wrapping almost all the way round, looking interesting. Question marks though as to what's actually happening with the storm structure on that latest infrared. I mean, I've seen better, but nonetheless it's still pretty impressive. If we throw it back to the infrared, you can get the overlay and we can take a look at what's going on. Here it is. So you can see those dark areas. If we put it onto the there we go, the full imagery. Those black areas, those are minus 70 degree cloud tops, and a few whites in there as well, getting up towards minus 75, and all wrapped around that fantastic looking eye on visible imagery there. I'm just checking latest radar imagery. It is going to be leaving the radar view fairly soon, but I can tell you that they are absolutely outside of the eye wall now. All locations are outside of the inner eye wall, and by some distance as well. So things will be starting to calm down on those islands that we've been seeing most likely really serious conditions.
Thank goodness.
And this is what these storms do.
Imagine.
Oops, my bad. It was just a video of the inside of the hurricane on Twitter.
What's that?
I don't know if you heard the winds. It's because I was on Twitter looking at videos, and there were some videos of people inside the hurricane in a direct path of it.
Oh, like in the eye wall?
Yeah, in the eye wall.
Can you actually try and share your screen and show the footage on the air?
Sure.
I think it'll be.
Yeah, if my computer can handle it, I think it will. No, it's been frozen up over
good.
like.
Oh, geez, not good. All right, let's.
Yeah, it's a Mac. It's fine. Yeah, this is the video.
All right, we'll get.
Please
that.
don't freeze on.
We'll get that whenever it becomes available there. We're just waiting up for the next advisory from National Hurricane Center. Unless we see some significant reason to stay on the air, we'll probably finish up at the end of this hour. And by that point, we are probably... I'm just hearing a lot of noise and I can't hear anything else.
Yeah, it's the video. It started playing.
It wasn't working for us here, so...
It was a video. Oh, it doesn't? Oh, okay.
So never mind that, but
That's
I'm
a little-
sure we can sort of imagine what we would be seeing there with some with all kinds of loose objects getting thrown about, and we've heard a lot of information about roofs being ripped off from all kinds of places along these island groups during this storm. Even in Trinidad, I think there was one, I think a school roof, someone reported in the chat, that was ripped or torn up. This storm causing damage all across this region, which susceptible to these storms, quite far south. In fact, very far south. The strongest hurricanes usually impact the islands further north, the Leeward Islands. The Windward Islands are much more rare of a hurricane hotspot. Indeed, that's how Beryl managed to become the strongest to do so. No matter what time of year it was, Beryl is the strongest storm to impact the Windward Islands in any kind of modern record.
Wow.
We're really waiting though for a big recon drop because they are flying through the eye, I imagine, right now from southeast to northwest. So it will be interesting to see if we get any more info, whether there's a pressure drop, whether they've managed to get any more wind speeds suggestive of 150 miles per hour. So, but failing that, I reckon they'll stick with that wind speed at the 1 p.m. position update.
I will say, what's it called? It was talking about the video that He was trying to show us.
Yeah.
Oh, it was you? I thought it was Lucas.
In the middle of a hurricane, in the eye wall, and try to record it. It's absurdly dangerous. You don't want to get yourself hurt because you're trying to take a video, post online. It's not a smart decision. You're risking your life for something that isn't really that important.
Exactly. Let the professionals handle it, and put your life for any video.
Don't put your life on the line. It's not worth it.
There's another video. I think it's in the eye. Oh, it doesn't want to show.
All right.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Hang on a second. I'll show it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was another video attached with it. I thought it was gonna.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Apparently there was an SFMR of 120 knots from the latest recon, according to one of our viewers. So I don't know if that's
believable.
Yeah, it sounds about normal.
Mm-hmm.
The last update is from 4 minutes ago, and that they weren't in the eye yet. Yeah, so they got flight level winds of 130 miles per hour, and they got surface winds, SFMR, of 138 miles per hour. Here is a video during the hurricane in, do we know where? Wow, look at that. Well, that must have been on one of those islands near the middle. Serious impact.
Now I think.
And also, there's another one that I saw. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I think if it's the one that you probably saw, then probably I seen it.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Now, what that is.
Like I was saying, this is why you don't want to go out there and risk your life.
That's on Curious Cow.
Is it?
Yeah, it was. It says in the name. It says in this on the title. When I looked at it, it says, I can't pronounce the name, but Q. I can't say it.
Kirikou. Yeah. Right, so that's interesting, and obviously showed the full might of that storm there just a couple of hours ago, as it was breezing through that area. Well, very, very powerful winds, as we've already come to know. And unfortunately, not surprising to see things like that. Honestly, I imagine that a video of the damage was during the eye, maybe. Well, I think it must have been. And I think it held up generally quite well compared to what it might have looked like, but then again there was the other side of the storm still yet to come, so we're not really sure what the situation is down there right now, but I imagine quite a lot of serious damage will have occurred from an obvious category 4 storm with the winds of 150 miles per hour. So that's just something that I imagine information will be trickling out of over the coming hours.
For sure.
Yeah, more likely than not, the internet's gonna get flooded with videos and clips of people taking during the storm, and damage reports as well.
Refreshing Twitter multiple times to see if any new videos or pictures are coming in, but mostly all the same. It was a bunch of same pictures and videos from a couple minutes ago.
So with Recon moving through the storm again right now, that's something that we want to keep you updated about. As soon as we get more info, we'll let you know. Latest eye temperature on satellite is... It doesn't want to tell me, of course.
Hold on, let me actually do it. I'll just go to...
It is probably still close to what it was before.
I'm going to go to Windy and see what it is.
It's 20 degrees for the second time now.
Oh,
no.
Much higher.
Yeah.
It looks so
Oh, I thought it was over.
It's not over. I was trying to tell you. I was trying
Yeah,
to tell
you know what? I
it's
kind
not
of knew it
over.
wasn't over.
We've still.
I'm done being hopeful with Beryl. It's not over. We're not done yet.
And
Beryl doesn't
guys,
want to give up
just
on us.
realize that this is July. This is
July 1st.
yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't
For
that
anything you could tell me it's June, and I believe you.
Goodness me.
Can I help you?
I mean, the eye is really not even fully circular, and it's still
It does
20
have an odd
degrees.
shape about it. It's not such a surprise, this, though. You'll sound very surprised. I mean, the eye is being churned about a little bit, and that sometimes concentrates those warmest temperatures inside the eye, the deepest parts of the storm. So sometimes you can see a little increase, even though the eye shape isn't quite as good. It's almost bean-shaped right now, actually, as you look at this visible imagery.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what exactly that's telling us at this point, but apparently people are saying in the chat that they're getting 945 millibars extrapolated on Recon.
Oh dear.
Oh, no, please.
If
really
that's the
hope
case,
that
because I could
good.
see a case for 155. If that is
Yeah,
true, I could see a case for 155.
I'm honestly predicting 155, 945 in the next advisory.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
especially with the eye temperature being back to
There
20.
was a low pressure of 947 millibars.
Okay, so it wasn't.
Okay, yeah.
Well, no, that's extrapolated.
It's
But I wonder
it's
who is getting
continuing
the
to deepen, though.
945s from.
Where are we getting
That's-
this information from?
I'm looking at the
I mean, all
recon
these
right now.
people who are messaging 945, I don't know where they got that from.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm taking
Probably
a look
just
at
spamming it
recon
to
right now.
spam.
It's credible.
Unless,
Mm.
I mean, people are just going to spam to spam, but unless you get bona fide evidence from Recon,
True.
can't really take anything too seriously yet.
Latest 10 minutes. Yeah. I think this was 10 minutes ago what I'm looking at, probably.
Distance estimate from land right now, it is pulling further away from Kirikou, 54 kilometers away now, so the conditions should be starting to die down there. Flowing GD, thanks very much for your support today. Great to have you with us. Says it's probably going to be a Category 5. I thought it would be like an Ida, just Category 5 at landfall in Louisiana. This storm is still getting stronger.
I know it wasn't a Cat 5.
I forgot maybe it was a Cat 5.
I hate to push your bubble.
Yeah, I didn't quite manage it, but
Close, but no cigar.
this is getting closer. and we'll have to wait and see what they do with the update when we get that advisory or update statement, which is coming up in 15 minutes. So Recon will do their best to get as much information as possible before that National Hurricane Center update emerges.
They found peak 10-second winds of 107 knots.
Okay.
107 knots?
Yeah, just go ahead.
107 knots?
Sounds a little low.
They're probably not right in the peak of the eye, but that's
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
They're
looking
probably just
at
getting
them
it
right
now.
now. They're not quite in the direct eye wall. They're like in the transition area.
Okay, then that makes sense.
The eye wall and the eye. That's
So-
where they are.
So we're still waiting for more data, you're telling us?
I guess.
Yeah.
We should get some data within the next 5 to 10 minutes then, right before the advisory comes out.
And we're going to see whether the National Hurricane Center declares this as a Category 5 or not.
I don't think so. I mean, I think there's like a 10% chance that they do that.
Yeah, probably.
I'm thinking lower, but still. Chances of a Cat 5 are very, very
GD,
low.
thanks for the super chat. Another one. We appreciate it.
W.
They meant when they did a hypothetical, it was a Category 5 in Louisiana, apparently. So there we go. I don't know what that actually means, but something to do with a hypothetical. We got it.
And also, I'm glad you guys got my super chat, by the way. When I sent $10.
People are wondering how to send videos into us. I just noticed on some other of our platforms. The best way to do it is probably... Well, if you're on Discord, you can send it directly through to me. My account is Foycaster, F-O-Y Caster. That's my personal account there. You can send videos straight through. Or you could possibly send an email, contact@force13.com, or tag us on Twitter, and that's probably the better way that we can do it. I know some people have sent videos through Facebook, but I can't full screen it, so it's not actually working out, and I don't want to dox our conversation, so we'll leave it there.
Nathan, I don't know if you want to take a look at the pressure. I didn't send it to you, but it's in the chat. So I don't know if you want to take a look at it.
Okay, let's have a look at this right now. This is a new passage from Recon there, and that's that 945.9 extrapolated there. Oh, 945.1 extrapolated, and some pretty hefty winds there on the outside as well. None of those are Cat 5 winds, at least not in that segment, on the flight levels. So that's one thing we really want to be looking for if we're going to be calling for a Category 5.
Yeah.
A moment of lovely once again. Thank you there. And it's good to have you with us. We've been working hard all day. And apart from that, let's see what else we've got. Apparently Recon found a temperature of 20 degrees, so that matches up with the satellite.
That's good.
Just the very latest satellite imagery is now yielding... I should actually know what it says before I actually talk about it. It's actually gone back down to 19 again, so it's it's only small differences fluctuating around there. The ice shape is a little bit interesting, but it could well blow up once again out of this as it continues west-northwestwards. But at least the good news, or better news, is that the storm is leaving the islands. The eye wall is clearly and comfortably away from the islands now, and we are expecting that conditions are going to gradually subside over the course of this afternoon, and boy don't we need that. But the other news is that earlier on Jamaica was placed under a hurricane watch, and they are possibly expecting hurricane conditions as early as Wednesday morning. So People in Jamaica are watching. We're going to be seeing you a lot more, I think. There's going to be more coverage on this as it gets closer to you. And a tropical storm watch still for the southern coast, effectively, of Hispaniola, Dominican Republic and Haiti. George is telling us there's been a western turn in the last 3 frames. I wouldn't get so hung up on looking at every single frame here, but the general movement is still west-northwest, and there has been a bit of a northward element in the last hour. They've already updated the National Hurricane Center's new advisory. They're still, they're still giving it 150 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 946 millibars, and that is 12.6 north, 61.9 west. Catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge continues in the southern Windward Islands. It's still producing catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge. I just said that actually, but there it is again. To the Grenadine Islands, Veracruz Island and Grenada. An extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Residents should not leave their shelter and remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. A weather station in St Lucia recently reported a sustained wind speed of 52 miles per hour and a gust of 63 miles per hour, and this is the last hourly tropical cyclone update on Beryl. The next intermediate advisory will be at 2 p.m, so they're finishing up with the hourly coverage. And we will probably be finishing up with our live coverage shortly as well, and we'll be throwing it back to our automated feed, which will show you everything you want to see with regards to this storm. You'll have to bear with us when you first get redirected because it's awfully out of date. It will take me a few minutes to go and update that, but in the meantime we'll just finish out the next 10 to 15 minutes here by mainly chatting about this. And 150 mile per hour winds once again at this update. Is it the right call?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I
I believe so.
Yeah, you could have gone one.
Is the next advisory still coming in 10 minutes?
The next proper intermediate is at 2 o'clock in just over an hour.
Oh wait, I just missed everything. I just had to step away for a second.
Oh, just that the new update was out and it is still 150 miles per hour, but pressure's down to 946.
Okay, that's fine.
Hurricane Alton
I thought
Ebron,
so.
thanks very much for your support once again. And how much rainfall will Jamaica get from Hurricane Beryl is their question. At the moment, we are looking at rainfall of approximately, especially further east in Jamaica, you could be looking at up to 10 inches of rain, 250 millimeters. In southern Jamaica, possibly getting up to about 6 inches to 150 millimeters. Northern Jamaica, probably not as much. Let's talk about the latest GFS model as well, which just came out. It is still calling for the storm, in fact, to swipe the southern coast of Jamaica now and pile into the Yucatan Peninsula. In fact, it's very similar to the National Hurricane Center's cone now, and it doesn't have the storm reaching Texas.
Good.
Good indeed. And I'm just looking at how Chris...
It just makes landfall as a weak, like, tropical depression or something.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how Chris is going there as well. If it's any energy from Chris, it's very little that becomes this potential storm in the Eastern Pacific later on in the week. By the way, GFS has actually completely dropped the second area of interest behind Beryl. Let's hope that turns out to be true.
Oh, that's very good news.
I mean,
We don't need another.
there are reasons. There are reasons. There's like tons of dry Saharan dust up north of it, and then pretty much some wind shear.
You know what? Euro, CMC, Icon. Icon's the only one that's holding on to maybe a tropical depression. All the other models have completely dropped it.
Wow.
That is
Nice.
very good news, but
I mean, yesterday it had a high chance of development in the next 7 days, even though it was low in 2 days.
It's low now, and it has a 60% chance. But I think you say they dropped it.
Well, pretty insane scenario right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hurricane Beryl, 150 mile per hour winds. Still an extremely powerful storm, now starting to move away from the islands. I should also point out that if this storm does become a Category 5 later on this evening, we will be live. But we are going to be saving ourselves a little bit now. After this hour, we'll be finishing up here and throwing it back to our automated feed.
I'm going to do a little something just for all of this, because this has been quite the experience.
Yeah, just the last few hours has been that way, really. Extremely powerful, much more powerful than anyone thought possible there. The original forecast, they were saying maybe Category 2 status. This is a strong Category 4. 150 miles per hour. If it was in the Western Pacific, they would call it a super typhoon. And it is heading west-northwestward still at this point. In fact, just quickly look at the update. They haven't changed the direction on their little update, but it has definitely taken a significant jog to the northwest recently.
Wow.
Send in your questions, see what else we've got right now. Larry says it reminds them a lot of Ian. Maybe a little bit with its appearance right now. Caleb says, when does the next plane leave for Bell? Do we have a recon schedule?
That's actually a good question.
I am not sure.
Well, I'm not sure either.
Since recon is currently in the storm right now.
Yeah, is it just the one plane that's still in there?
Oh,
I honestly think there is just one.
From what I believe so, yeah.
no, I think they left.
Oh, they're leaving?
The one that was just inside the hurricane about a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, inside the eye.
Yeah, I think they're leaving already.
You don't know that, though, until they completely exit the storm. They might turn around and do another pass.
Probably, yeah. But it looks like they are, but I'm not sure. Like you said.
Okay.
Might.
Vicky is thanking us for our coverage from the entire team. Great stuff. I hope we've done a decent job. It's obviously testing circumstances, it always is. JA Gaming says, could this still become a Category 5? What do we think the chances are? Well, we've given it 35% chance. And Devil says that this is a wild start to the Atlantic Hurricane season. It is.
Hurricane Alton abroad 98 Gaming says, 4-star team, will Texas get hit from Beryl? And I'm actually glad you mentioned that, because the GFS model recently just dropped, and it's, like Nathan said, it's similar to the National Hurricane Center's cone, and it completely dropped Beryl getting hit from hitting Texas.
For now.
For now, yeah. For now.
For now. JJ, was that you?
Yes, it was.
Well, hey, I should be thanking you. I mean, thank you for your support during this stream. I mean, you've been here.
I mean,
right?
This is actually the first major hurricane that I've tracked with First 13.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
And it certainly
Especially
isn't
Beryl, the
over
Wicked
yet.
Breaker.
There could well be more on the way. We'll show another image here right now of this, of some viewpoints coming in. Look at that. That's some damage pictures there. They've just been sent in. This is on Veracruz. There's another picture right there. That was probably taken during the eye, and really got battered by that storm right there. Probably a slight saving grace for Veracruz is that the main town is on the side facing away from the hurricane, and I imagine there are at least some hills blocking it. But there are of course communities on that eastern coast as well, which may have been decimated by this storm. So it's really something that we're very concerned about from all of these islands nearby, as well as Veracruz Island. all the way up from any point really between Grenada and St Vincent has been whacked by this storm, and other places away from there too, where we've heard about roofs being thrown off and storm surge and high waves and power outages and water outages as well, in Barbados, in Trinidad, Tobago, and in St Lucia being shut down, and in Grenada as well, I assume. And well, people, as they do, asking about retirement for this storm or whatever, but we don't ever really talk about that during the actual event. It just isn't right.
Yep.
Apparently Recon is leaving, according to one of our other guys in the chat, Crouch Spam, one of our team members. So it sounds like that's what's happening.
Let's hope they found something interesting.
Now, I know people will rail on them and say that, oh, you know, they're going to miss another peak. But Recon and the National Hurricane Center, the only thing they're really looking at, they put their resources into doing those missions whilst the storm was approaching land. It's now clearing land, so they don't really care as much about this stage of the storm. And in a way, we're sort of the same with our finishing of coverage here for a little while at least. But I'll tell you what, if it does become a Category 5, we will definitely be back. So, we'll be finishing up in just a couple of minutes. Any thoughts from our team right now? I'm sure you've got plenty of things to say about what you've seen over the last few hours.
It's just horrifying. It's really sad to see these storms destroy these communities.
It's unheard of.
Yeah, something I never heard of or something I never seen this time of the month. But while I hope that everyone in the direct path were prepared and ready, and hoping we don't hear any casualties.
Indeed.
Yeah.
There you go. You
and
can
also
just about
hoping
see
for a
those
better recovery.
coastlines.
Yeah. We just hope everyone was ready and prepared, because I'm not ready to hear a casualty happen in one of the islands that was directly hit by Beryl.
So Hurricane Beryl is 150 miles per hour and may be strengthening further. I'd like to thank my team for taking part in this big coverage that we've done today on this storm. Category 4 status, it was definitely warranted and will continue to be warranted as we get towards the later part of the day. Don't go away, because we'll be redirecting you to our automated feed, which will have more imagery on this storm and data. It is horribly out of date right now, but I will go and get to it right away and put an update out on that. But in the meantime, you can take a look at all those satellite views on that stream as well. But in the meantime, we'll be finishing up here. If it's Category 5, we'll be back, and we'll probably have an hour of coverage at some point, either later tonight or early tomorrow anyway, or more. But for now, we're signing off. Hurricane Beryl making a hideous landfall, I mean, come on, through the Windward Islands. A very powerful 150 mile per hour storm. It's been a very dangerous day for this region. Some places got off comparatively lightly, like Barbados. Other places, like Veracruz Island, getting the full blast of this major hurricane. We'll be back soon. Take good care. And for now, that's all from us.